This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Well, folks, welcome once again to the Brawl Stars Championship powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. It is time to decide our monthly champion in North America, which also means this is our final show for our monthly finals before we start to turn our attention to LCQ and the World Finals. Sad, of course, but great to be here. See Ubi here with Ready, Set, and Kenny. Guys, very quickly, we have persisted over the course of this entire weekend with these outfits. We're here to tell you why. I'm going to make sure my bow tie is askew constantly to upset those of you with OCD. But again, we're celebrating some classic Brawl this month. We're throwing it back to 2019. That's right, Lex and Kairos here on your screen. Guys, if it weren't for you, I'd be wearing a comfortable flower shirt. Now, you in the crowd might feel any which way about that. You might be happy, you might be proud of Lex and Kairos for forcing us to go through this, or you might be like me and sad that I can't bust out some ridiculous thing emblazoned in French paintings. Either way, we now need to turn our attention to some pretty serious business, guys. But before we talk about the serious side, we've got something a little bit more fun coming up. So after all our monthly finals are done and after LCQ, in September, we will be diving into the September Spectacle. September 28 and 29, we'll be having an invitational, featuring all of our partnered organizations and other top placing teams from each region. We'll be seeing never before seen 5v5 gameplay featuring modifiers and bounties to make it all the more epic. So make sure you check that out. For our competitors, there's some prize money on the line, a lot of incentive for teams to take it seriously, and I'm looking forward to see how our teams of 5 actually form. Do we see maybe Corey come back in and help Tribe out? Maybe they loop someone else in, you know what I mean? That's a fun part for me as well. Should be a bit of a who's who of the Brawl Stars world. All right, we're 3 minutes in. Now you guys can start talking. You can finally start talking. Ready, Set, and Kenny, great to have you guys here. Ready to talk to us about the format here as well, and we should probably start talking about what's on the line today as well.
Sure, it's the same format as usual. We're talking power match, like in your ranked games. We're also going through an 8-team single elimination bracket. We'll be starting in the quarterfinals and moving all the way through the grand finals, best of 5 style, all the way.
Now, Kenny, get us up to speed on what is happening in North America, because last month was very important and it really sets the stage for just what's on the line here in July.
It was a really spicy month, and of course with Pioneers doing as well as they did, kind of setting themselves up for a postseason run. I think this is a team that was kind of on the fringe this year of being one of those top 4 teams, but they have more than proven themselves here with big wins across the board in last month's bracket. Y'all did a great job of bringing that in while I was traveling over to EMEA with the other crew there. It's awesome to kind of see how intense this region has been. You know, we had the NA East, NA West 5 last year, and now all these teams are back together. It's led to a lot of intensity, and of course this rivalry that could possibly be continued today between LG and S Team, and is certainly going to be one to keep our eyes on.
Oh, buddy, there are some big storylines going on this month. Sorry, STMN. Just pulling up short there, which is a bit tough for them because they really did need those extra points last month, but Pioneers absolutely dominated them there in Bounty towards the end of the series. And they have cemented their spot as the top team in this region, which is a huge deal. It means they have locked in that World Final spot. Now, Brady, talk to me about this, because this leaderboard is extremely complex. We have only 4 spots in the postseason, 2 for Worlds and 2 for LCQ, but our teams at 4th and 5th are tied on circuit points.
It's the biggest story of today. I think it can be summed up as basically ashes to ashes, dust to dust. We are ending the same way that we began. with Tribe Gaming, Luminosity, Stamina all possibly making a clinch for Worlds today. But ultimately, only one between Luminosity and Stamina can go on and make a postseason. Note that they are tied on points right now, but they'll have to face each other in the top half of the bracket. Not only that, but if they both go out in the quarterfinals, then Luminosity wins that tiebreaker by set win percentage. So Stamina absolutely have to beat Tribe Gaming and defeat Luminosity in the semifinals, lest CT Esports do the unthinkable.
So that means that we need to see STMN in the grand final at the very least. Now, Elevate, by the way, haven't locked in that world final spot. They need to place ahead or the same as Tribe, and I hope that LG or STMN don't win. Otherwise, they'll be playing in LCQ. They're only ahead by like 20 or so points here. So there's a lot to ask for. STMN and LG either need to win it all and hope that Elevate aren't in that grand finals. That's how they qualify for Worlds. They can still make it to Worlds, which is pretty insane here, Kenny. That means that there is still so much up in the air this month. Nothing is decided until that final bell is rung.
Every team has something to play for, which is what's going to make this region in this monthly final so special. I mean, just starting off the gate, we've got Tribe Gaming playing STMN in an El Clasico that might be the most important matchup these two teams have ever had in a monthly finals. I mean, the stakes are high. A postseason for STMN, a possible qualification for things like World for Tribe. I mean, that seems like something like out of the picture, right? Just the idea of STMN, as historic of a team as they are, second place in last year's World Finals, to not even make the postseason, it just blows my mind a little bit.
Let's set expectations. To be clear, we can't have both LG and STMN in the postseason. Only one of them can make it either into LCQ or Worlds, and that's tough to decide which one you want to see go through. I think let's talk our predictions here, because I think we were very split, at least on this first match here. So myself and Kenny, I'm just going to put it out there right now. I'm completely sold out for the STMN storyline. I have them going all the way here, so we're going to see that later on. But ready, set. You feel like it's actually going to be Tribe that takes down STMN in quarters, which actually hasn't really been the way things have gone the last couple of times these two teams have faced off.
I've actually consistently throughout this year put my faith in Tribe to take this win over Stamina whenever they face, just because I think that they're a phenomenal team, first and foremost, but I think also the stakes have changed a little bit this month, or at least the situation has. We see Fade joining the Tribe roster this time. Fade is someone who knows Stamina inside and out because he's played with them before, and he's close friends with them as well. I think it would be quite upsetting, I think, for Fade personally, to eliminate his friends from a run in the postseason. However, this guy's had a tough year. I mean, starting off the year with Space Station migrating to CT Esports, now joining Tribe on that roster. I think that he is bringing something to Tribe that they really need, at least in the current meta, that the other members of the team were good at, but I think Fade adds that little bit of extra oomph.
Big change, of course, for Tribe here. And again, event.brawlstars.com, folks. That's where you can be watching these games. And over on the B stream, we're going to have Pioneer versus Reconic Black and Reconic Gold versus Elevate. That's on, I think, Sunny's stream. She's there with Semantics. So well worth checking that one out as we jump into these games. And of course, we're going to have Reddy report back to us on what he has seen over there. But first, let's set this up. Tribe Gaming, Zulan Tyrant, and Fade, the more recent edition, up against STMN. But let's talk Tribe first and foremost, because this team, of course, have worked hard to find themselves in that third place spot, just a few points behind Elevate.
It's kind of wild to think after the first month, Tribe came out swinging, a dominant victory, and we haven't quite seen them reach that peak again. This is such a talented roster, but now is the time where they're putting their faith in a great player, I might add. Fade, resume speaks for himself, but this is a big month, the last month of the entire year, to try out a new rotation. It's a little bit wild to me that we're in the scenario we're in, and I mean, the bracket gods just ending up putting these two teams against each other is going to make this a very memorable match.
Yeah, I couldn't ask for much more than that, maybe, except for these two teams fighting in a grand final or something similar. But this region has changed so much recently. This year, we've seen such a raise in level overall, and now there are teams like Pioneers and Elevate who are sitting at the top of the tables, where in the past, there was any three of STMN, Luminosity, and Tribe, who now sit in third and tied for fourth, respectively. There's been a changing of the guard in North America, and if Tribe don't want to get left behind, today they need to have a massive showing, and they made changes to this effect, right? Bringing Fade in, looking for that competitive edge, realizing that the roster they've gone with, by the way, a roster that won the March monthly final, wasn't enough to keep them going after exiting in the quarterfinals in April and May, and then only making it to the semis in June. This team has been very, very solid. Winning at least one monthly final is a big deal. It puts you in a good spot in the postseason. But ready, we need to see more from Tribe Gaming. Let's talk about their opponents, though, as STMN, you know, they say, only the toughest soldiers get the hardest battles. That's basically what Bobby's been tweeting to the effect of over the last couple of months. And again, they now have a score to settle if they can make it to Worlds, because Meow's been talking some mad smack out there on Twitter about this team, and I'm sure they'd love nothing more than to shut him up and turn it into a documentary.
Got something to prove, and he is not going to be taking any of that flack sitting down. That said, this is not the first time that we've seen Stamina and Tribe face in the monthly finals, and we've seen STMN completely blow them out of the water in the past, 3-0 style. Now, you say, though, that the toughest soldiers get the hardest battles. I think that Stamina have repeatedly had to face pretty much gauntlets if they want to make it all the way to a Grand Finals victory, which they have not managed to achieve this season just yet. Today could be the day, but this is only just where it begins. This is an incredibly vital match because it's really the prelude to whether they get the chance to knock out Luminosity and ascend to an LCQ qualification.
And it's a long off-season, right? These guys will be chilling for quite some time if they fail to make LCQ. Now, if they end up going to LCQ, not the end of the world. We've seen what STMN can do at an event of that magnitude. Last year, they swept the field and ended up qualifying for Worlds the hard way, yes. But when they got to Worlds, they were galvanized by the gauntlet they had run at that LCQ, and they made a brilliant run of their own, finding second place in the end, which was an incredible showing, really reminding everybody the power of North America, that a seed that wasn't even their number 1 or 2 could come through and make such a big difference. So here it's really about vibes. It's really about keeping the mood up and momentum going strong here, because STMN, straight off the bat, unless Luminosity stumble in the other quarterfinal to CT Esports and kind of let them over the line, they have to go basically in top gear straight out of the gates, Kenny.
If you're STMN, there's no other way to look at it. It's a must-win. Sure, the unthinkable might happen in quarterfinal number 2. You can't worry about that. Their job is onefold, and that is to win the entire monthly finals. They've got to go all the way. This is a team that when they are backed into a corner, we've seen what they can do. And ultimately, when I'm debating between what is essentially a 50-50 for chat, like it was in my heart as well, we've seen what Stamina can do as an underdog, and that is a team I typically want to bet on if they're facing tougher odds.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen them overcome them before. This, though, is a challenge that falls much closer to home. Remember, Tribe to really secure their postseason potential need a strong showing here as well. They're not out of the woods yet. It's going to be Dueling Beetle's Hot Zone to start us off. Reddy's going to step aside and check out what's going on in the B stream. We'll catch up with him later. But it's time to drill down here. Probably the most important match out of all the quarterfinals on your screen right now. And like Kenny said, you at home at event.brawlstars.com are very divided on this one. Let's jump in here. We've seen Dueling Beetles. We've seen Throwers abused pretty heavily by STMN, and Tribe love to play tanky brawlers on this map. We often see the Rosa for Zulan here.
This is an interesting WAP in general to start things out on. I think it's going to be a tone setter for sure. Last time these two teams faced off, it was a sweep, a 3-0 for STMN, which is part of the reason I think why I ultimately side on STMN. New roster member coming in here for Tribe to see what happens. Going to be an Amber as a first overall selection. Such a good brawler in this game right now. I think a very safe one in that left or right-hand lane. Just aiming down sight, just an easy tap of the button. You can cover up the map, and here comes the big man on the other end. It's going to be Frank kicking things off. If you've been asleep, if you've been under a rock, don't be surprised. This guy is unbelievable right now in the current meta.
And of course, his hypercharged super radiates in 360 degrees out from him, stunning his opponents. There are, of course, some unbreakable boxes here on Dueling Beetles, but you have to get basically entirely off the point in order to avoid being stunned up by that. Keep an eye out for that. STMN need to find a way to drag this Frank down before he strikes a lethal blow. And following him up here with Jesse, a great control brawler. Tribe have a very solid core to their composition.
Don't mind this start at all. You got a little bit of everything. However, that is going to be a fantastic answer into the Frank. Arguably the best one you can possibly have. Now you've got Amber that can run it down a little bit, get a little area control. Obviously, it's going to take a lot to shred through a Frank. That's going to be Colette's job. It makes things a little more dicey with something like a spawner coming in from Jesse. Colette's going to have to take time to kind of shoot one brawler at a time, if you will. And if there's a fourth on the field, makes things tougher. But this 4-5 turn, I mean, it's a powerful one for STMN. I think especially when you look at things like the push it star power in combination with just the sheer firepower that Meg brings to the table. I kind of mess with this composition. I think it's a pretty strong one.
Yeah, absolutely. You do have something that can anchor on the hot zone itself, and be really hard to shift. You combine that with a very strong side laner at Amber and an answer to the Frank. And here comes Lou. Can't ask for much more than a brawler like this who excels at that zone control through super and also the instant freeze on that hypercharge. That is a very powerful setup, of course, and let's not forget that Jesse also boasts a hyperpower that makes Scrappy nigh unkillable, especially to someone like Colette. Two very strong, very well-rounded compositions here. And it's so interesting now that with Frank not getting banned, we're actually seeing tanks get first picks because of how powerful he is. Tribe valued him. It does open Frank up to being potentially counterpicked, but is the Colette going to be enough?
I think it very well could be, but I think this Lube checks a couple boxes. Not only is it going to play the mode well, that's super going to cover that zone. It is a great way to nearly outrange, I mean, at this point, now that we've got a Meg rework, and to slow her down as well. I mean, becoming a popsicle is not something that Meg wants to be. Looks like to start things off, though, it's going to be Fade taking on the left-hand side, dueling against Sands. Bobby Zulon in the mid. It's an immediate win for Bobby here.
That is huge. No chance to set up a turret here. Super going to be used by Tyrant on the point, and Bobby just kind of eats that stun. Doesn't want to give up too much percentage, but STMN have a healthy early lead. Sands, though, does have to give up the mech to do this. It looks like STMN are priced into cycling onto the point here. Time to collect used just to clear the spawner. Not ideal for Bobby, but it has to be done. Now Fade can play close with Super at the ready.
No mech and no positioning. This is a scary situation for STMN with Frank lurking right there. Super being popped, not connecting, but does scare them off just a little bit. They have to make sure they're getting time of possession in this hot zone. Already a hypercharge on the right-hand end. Tyrant shreds through him. Bobby looking to do the same on the other end. Zulon narrowly surviving, though, gets the pickup, and now Sands once again forced away. Great stop there by Tribe.
That is hypercharge gone now for Tyrant, but Fade has one of his own and he wants to throw it down. Zara's in danger. Needs to get away from those breakable walls here, and eventually Fade does get chunked down, but not before Sands is picked up. So the Frank's out of the picture here. Bobby needs to come forward. Pops the hypercharge because he knows he needs to capture up on this capture percentage. Now's built the super, but the hypercharge has already expired. Has to use time to collect just as Scrappy gets thrown down to avoid the slow that would have come out from the gadget use. And here comes Sands, now taking some space with that super swing. A huge amount of damage, and in the fire behind, Bobby comes to put Stamina back in the lead.
The second life getting Sands so much value there. Stamina now with 3 members on this hot zone looking fierce. Fade is going to have to get real up close and personal if he wants a chance. Zulon without a super. Tyrant without a super. This is troublesome for this side. Here comes the hypercharge. Does get the double stun. A takedown on the Bobby, but they need more. They're climbing to 90%, and now Tribe with an opportunity to respond.
Somehow Fade was able to walk away with that alive, and it was a pickoff on Bobby for STMN. Zar here pops the gadget, trying to affect Fade from the other side of the wall, and he's able to bring that Frank down. Zulon's in trouble. Time to collect. Takes him quite low. 95% and counting it for STMN, and Sands and Bobby are chilling. What an opener round. Such powerful comps, and both these teams are here and ready to play. But STMN feel like there might be a bit of destiny in the air.
It's a team of destiny kind of vibe for them for sure. We've seen it in years past, and I think that's a great opener. You want to settle in. This is a family kind of environment with these fellows. They've been together for a long time. I think I can see Bobby playing his hype music on the phone a little bit. That's something they love to do, and just getting in the mood. Acting like it's another day in the office, I think important, and getting a good opening game win against a strong opponent who played quite well has to be a good confidence booster.
Straight back into it here once more. Sands what's the matchup against Fade. He's knocked down a mech, but is still able to use that P-sheet at a good effect as Zulon gets collapsed on. A much stronger start here for STMN. Bobby and Sands ready to rumble as there's another time to collect available.
This just goes to show how good Sands can be on this brawler. Meg is something with that second life, just charging at Fade because of the star power choice. Knows he can run it down and do extra damage even if he's removed from that mech. Now they've got the flank going. Tyrant with good shots, though. They need a lot more, though. They're down 40-5, and they're going to have to do something special to make a comeback.
Gotcha gadget pop there for Bobby. Gives him the durability to hang on. That is, like you mentioned, a very healthy lead. Sands, though, can't quite walk out of that super and gets caught by Fade, whose fire rate at that low health is frankly terrifying. Zar needs to juke a little bit here. Gadget pop, gonna be caught inside though. That hypercharge power from Zulon and frozen instantly. Sands just touched it for an instant and was frozen solid as well. Bobby has super available, looks to try and pressure Tyrant down, but didn't really get much purchase there on Tribe.
This is unbelievable positioning coming in from Tribe. They've got so many mechanisms to take over, and now that that right-hand wall is opened up, this changes things a lot. It's going to be a much more wide-open fight. That Lu Ice Rink not being used for the inside. It's going outside. Gadget popped, swiping away. Fade grabs one, goes down on the second try, though. The flamethrower from Zar, just enough. It's going to push Zulon and Tyrant away here, too, and now they're out of utility.
And they're going to catch up. STMN now even at 64% each. Hypercharge available here for Bobby. All of STMN get out of that Lu super. Fade going to get brought down, but Bobby not lucky enough. Even with the shield coming off the super, still is brought down. But no one's on the point right now. Zar's going to get stunned up, and Sands is going to step right in, but only for a couple seconds. STMN might need to start cycling ballers here onto the point to keep this going. It's a narrow lead, but it may dwindle if Bobby gets taken down. It's a big super, but Fade is still standing with Hypercharge available.
This battle between Ice and Fire has been interesting the whole set. Right now, it's advantage Tyrant. Ice Rink on the ground. Sands just trying to avoid it. Zar tiptoeing his way forward, creeping along this hot zone and popping a gadget here too. STMN trying to anchor themselves down on this.
Here it comes.
Zulon popping a hypercharge too. Fade with a takedown as well. 10% lead. Turret on the ground. Zar overwhelmed at this point. They still have to find a way on top of this though.
I've got to get rid of Scrappy. He's such a problem. Bobby even using the super to try and get rid of him, but Sands is still standing, albeit out of mech. Another hypercharge there for Tyrant, but that super doesn't catch on to anyone. Now it's even again. STMN have got themselves into a slim lead, and Bobby needs to avoid those shots coming in from the Jesse. Fade with a super. Would love to let it go, but Zara is respecting it. Spacing out from the Frank and brings him down. Now STMN throw themselves on the point. They realize they might just have gone and done it. Unbelievable STMN. What a way to start this series. Take the first set in straight games, but my God, it was close.
Just gotta take a deep breath. That was one set, Uber.
I'm not built for this. I'm not built for this, bro.
I mean, that's the most intense set of hot zone all around that I think I've ever seen. That game mode has so much potential for fluctuation, and these two teams hunkered down and just gave it everything they got. This is exactly what we wanted to see this month. There is two teams that we know are deserving, are capable of a postseason. It's wild to think that one of them might not make it there, and it's clear that they both know that.
There is something completely different about today, Kenny. The atmosphere, you could cut it with a knife. Hot zone is always a good one. We really weren't sure which of these comps looked better on paper. The Frank versus the Meg, of course, the Jesse up against that Amber, and of course the Lu last pick for Tribe looked very dangerous. It came down to the wire.
Both these teams clearly did their homework. Honestly, Lu could have even been a candidate for the other side. They elect to go Colette, and I don't mind it either. I feel like Tribe approached this with an aggressor in Fade. They had Tyrant and Zulon for slowdown or stunning mechanics between the Lu Supers and the Ice Rinks, and then we have, you know, Jesse with Scrappy, the turret, the slowdown that you can get, as you can see there. It still wasn't enough, though. I feel like the side of STMN just did a good job of juggling all of that, preserving their life just enough to get some chip damage on that hot zone here and there. The stats pretty close all around. I mean, the DPS for every single member of both of these teams is wild.
Yeah, it was a ridiculous round in general. Zar, some unbelievable damage. I mean, one person really responsible from keeping Frank low health so much of the time was that Amber. Sands created so much space just by being there in that Meg. That's what Mech is doing right now. She is terrifying to get up close against. And again, like you see, like the pressure on towards Fade. Bobby also helping to chunk that Frank on down. So many of those Lu supers come up, though. That is really brain-bending to try and balance capturing the zone with staying outside of that hypercharged super and not being frozen stiff.
If you're Tribe, I'm not sure there's really too much to adjust. I feel like the mechanics were there. I felt like they were competing the entire time. I feel like all the members really did their role. I feel like Jesse maybe overrun a little bit from time to time, but even as, you know, 2 kills, not exactly Jesse's job, right? It's going to be more meant for getting the damage, getting the slowdowns, you know, kind of charging up that super, and I felt like he was cycling them a ton. I don't really feel like there's any weak links going on right now with either of these sides.
Yeah, Fade seems to have slotted right into this Tribe roster and looked very, very good there in that Frank role. Another classic Hard Rock Mine coming up for your second map for Tribe. We're headed over to Gem Grab here. Colonel Ruff's instantly banned out by Tribe. He actually has a 76% win rate. Absolutely ridiculous. But a couple of those nasty brawlers are still online. Sandy, obviously available to be picked up here. Surge, though, being prioritized.
Wow, this is an interesting one. So monthly qualifiers, this is one that got a decent amount of love, one of the more winning brawlers. Had about a 53% win rate, but in terms of frequency was actually pretty up there. Had a pick rate of 18%, which believe it or not is pretty high when you look at the sheer amount of brawlers that we have in the game right now. This is a first overall pick is interesting to me, and I think on the other end, we're going to see them go Gale for a little bit of grabbing an anti-tank option of their own.
Something a little bit more defensive. This is the kind of map where you can, of course, get some nice stuns off that super, and now with that hypercharge available to Gale, he has been really popular recently. Frank got to be picked up alongside him here. Oh, buddy. Yeah, I mean, Lily's also open. I want to point that out. Rico obviously banned out, another one of the most banned brawlers on this map. Basically, every other time we see a Hard Rock Mine, he's banned. Still some powerful brawlers on the line, though. Max still an option. Colette has to be the answer here to the Frank. I mean, you have to have seen this coming for STMN.
It makes a lot of sense. I mean, they grab the Gale and then they're going to pair it with something that traditionally Gale is going to counter. So they kind of want to take that combo, right? They want that synergy of having what's arguably the best way to stop Frank alongside him. Colette, though, might be just as good of an answer for shredding. Gale, the one benefit that he has is he's got a hypercharge that can stun rather than push back or what have you for Colette. It's going to shred through Frank, but I think Nita is kind of a great answer into both of those brawlers. You're going to see the extra spawner in Bruce the Bear along with a hypercharge and 10,000 HP. I've called him a mini Frank a lot of the time. That was long before Frank was the meta brawler that he is now, but nonetheless, just having 10,000 health points barreling your way is crazy. I don't know if it's as crazy as seeing a Dynamite here, though.
that is absolutely absurd. Yeah, Hard Rock Mine, not exactly the map where Dynamite is commonly picked here. Nita, though, very, very solid at 63% win rate and picked in 1 in 4 games at the moment. So Dynamite picked up here, huge amount of burst damage available. This is still a relatively tanky lineup for Tribe Gaming. We've seen how powerful like the faux fur bear with me combo is in general. It's very hard to take Nita down when Bruce is getting to work, but STMN do have a lot of mechanics to keep Tribe Gaming at arm's length. I don't know if they have the safest mid option here. To see now, Zulai will be the one to step up, of course. It's going to be Sands taking that mid role. Already plenty of poke damage coming in from the Colette that outranges him, frankly.
One benefit of having Colette in the mid, too, is if you use that super, you can dive in and out for gyms. So if you're kind of at that 8-9 threshold, hey, scoop up that last gym nice and safely, walk it on back. Right now, though, complete control for Tribe. The dive in from Tyron as well. Nice takedown. Bruce the Bear putting in some work, and Tyron with a getaway option there, too. What a clean sweep.
Yeah, Satchel Charge had to be used there by Zara on that Dynamite, and it still didn't save them. This is already a bit of an issue for STMN here. Bobby got kind of farmed, moving down that left-hand side. Tyrant getting free damage and also free supercharge to give him a pretty elegant way to dodge out of a potential stun from this Frank. Tyrant really not bothered at all by Bobby. He's trying to make a bit of space, and there it is. Super used, dodge the stun. Tyrant finds another elimination.
Tyrant, even though Frank did have that gadget, didn't move him, but it was low enough HP to where Tyrant could get the finish pretty easily. A tough situation there, and Tyrant doing a great job of utilizing Surge as a way to disrupt Frank, waste gadgets, makes things easier in the long run. There's that application of the super that I was talking about earlier, though. Zulon just diving in, easy 2 gyms to claim for himself, and now he can sit back, relax, and just continue to hold on to this lead.
Yeah, dual purpose, right? Safe mid, good gem retrieval abilities, even if they're on the other side of the map, and of course, a great answer to that Frank in terms of dealing damage as a percentage of a brawler's maximum health. Bobby has a lot of that. Here come the shots. Bobby really trying to put some pressure down, but Bruce is going to be a bit of a wrinkle in this plan. It's going to require Bobby's attention for a time. Zuline went low there as the Gale Force came in, but he's able to dodge away with that time to collect Zar. Hanging on here. Has a super available, but can he even get close enough to use it? You better believe he's going to try.
And Zar now flanking, fires the super, no connection.
Oh my God!
Sweep him away, clobbering his way down the other end. Now a rush to the other side. Shot clock available, and now they're gonna have to make a turnaround. Zar has the hypercharge ready though. Big boom goes the Dynamite. There goes Surge as well. STMN have stolen every one of the gyms right from Tribe Spawn.
That is absolutely ridiculous. Slowly, they take that map control. Look at it here as it plays out. Zulan at 9 gems. Bobby comes in, hits the damage, doesn't even need to stun. There's just nowhere for Tribe to go. And he knew that 5 gems was enough as Sands had 5 of his own. And here is that hypercharged Dynamite super. Bam! Fade gets absolutely clapped.
That was unbelievable. I mean, Stamina were down the entire duration of game number 1, and that's just the magic of Gym Grab. Sometimes you just got to be the best player with 15 on the clock, and that's exactly what happened there. We didn't see a lot of value from Dynamite that entire game, but right at the end, sure enough, hypercharged super, not 1 but 2, just enough to get them the other way.
Still a tough matchup for Bobby against that Surge, whichever way you slice it. The fact that Zulan is collapsing onto that right lane and pressuring the Frank further makes it very, very hard for STMN to take any map control here. Fade is playing aggressively on the left side, dodging those carrots. And Bobby again just has to run it down against this Surge.
Chef Mike on the back lines alongside Sands here. The untraditional mid of Gale, it hasn't seemed to let them thrive into something like a Colette so far, but that stun is going to help a ton. Now Zulon low HP. They don't focus this though. He's actually going to get away with this. Pops a gadget, re-heals a little bit, makes the connections, and Zulon able to take advantage of a little extra life.
I'm telling you, this feels awful right now for STMN. They have to find a way to make this work. Bobby here pops the hypercharge just for the raw speed stat, but still can't close it on Fade, who of course now has a very big Bruce to deliver FedEx in Sands' direction. We'll try and back away. You can see that Bruce is as big as a full health Frank and eventually does get brought down. So has a super that can take someone by surprise, but Tyrant is such a menace. He's so dangerous on that right side, and Bobby can only look on as Tribe walk away with the bag.
Tribe in game number 2 doing a much better job of this in-game scenario. They had an exit plan, right? They weren't rushed away. They weren't forced into a corner. They got one takedown, worked on that left-hand side, got the last couple that they needed. Safely acquire those gems, hold on to them, and by the end of it, there weren't enough time in the respawns for Stamina to travel all the way down the map this time. They didn't even give them a chance to make the pop-off play. Stamina are capable of that. We know that. We just saw that. We got to see Tribe do the exact same thing. Just apply that pressure for an entire game and just squeeze it out of Stamina.
I think it's pretty clear to see that a Tribe just keep a level head here and play to the strength of their composition. They really shouldn't be losing in this matchup. Dynamite and Gale looks pretty darn awful against this setup from Tribe Gaming. And see, as Livy there in the background still getting involved with Tribe Gaming. Sure, there's an extra head there to make some calls and extra pair of eyes on the game.
The good news for Tyrant is even at tier 1, Surge not the greatest brawler, but into a Frank, I mean, that's kind of the dream, right? You can just skate on by, get a couple tags. Right here, you can see he's already at a super. He's gonna have to force Bobby to waste a super, a gadget, whatever it is. He can just time this right and jump. Zulon with the follow-through as well. This time a little bit better lead for STMN, but I think map control still probably gonna lean towards Tribe.
So I had to use a gadget there to secure the kill on Fade, but that's pretty important. Now I can start to pinch a little bit more in Zulon's direction. Tyrant almost falling there to some of that dynamite, but Bobby is frankly feeding right now, and there's not much he can do about it. Zulon and Tyrant are brawlers that are specifically designed, I guess, to deal with what Frank can do, either dodging away from his stun if you're the Surge, or just chunking him down in huge amounts. There's that hypercharge time to collect, doesn't really catch Bobby fully, still brings him low enough now to zone him away, but Sands quietly has been picking up these gems, now at 7.
Zulon has done an excellent job of playing Colette. Obviously, it's a great matchup into Frank, but I mean, just landing the normal shots. I mean, he's hitting Sands, he's tagging Zar, he's landing supers, doing everything in his power to make this work, but somehow Stamina are still hanging around here, despite Bobby maybe having a harder time. Zar, Sands on the other end are doing a good job with their rolls.
Bobby's trying to get past the indestructible boxes here, but he catches nobody with that hypercharge. Fade's able to get back around the box, and of course, Tyrant was able to use that invulnerability frame from that super. Bobby falls yet again, but STMN are up to 10 gems, and Tyrant can only look on. Sands just walks away. Tribe don't have enough time to get these gems back. They've got to go all in, but they've got to get through a Frank to do so. That seems brutal.
What a dodge there from Zulon. Lobs up a shot. Not enough to disrupt things, though. It came down to the Warriors robbing a bank. But STMN come away with the set.
There's no business winning that set there. Bobby is inting the entire game, saying, keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me, making it not only hard for Zulon to pick up gems, but also taking the attention of the Surge for basically the entire round. And quietly, which by the way, not something that Sands does at all, quietly picking up a bunch of gems and just gets to 10, starts a countdown and walks away. That is ridiculous. I really think Tribe maybe, I don't know, had their blinders on. You know, just super focused on dealing with the Frank. They never really were able to put pressure on the Gale.
It's just a really interesting way to see it play out. I mean, game number 1, Tribe were the better team the whole way through. Again, until those last 20 seconds. They get a disruption in those gyms, and they just walked away. That changed the entire set. We saw Tribe kind of bounce back into form in that game number 2, but otherwise, I mean, the fact that STMN are able to hold on here in game number 3, I think just goes to show this team is ready to play. It does not matter what matchup they're going with. They put their faith in a Frank versus Colette kind of matchup. They put their faith in a Dynamite on Hard Rock Mine. That is not a brawler you see very often, but Zar's still able to skate on by, makes the big plays happen. It's enough for STMN to take a 2-0 lead.
I can't believe it. This is happening again. What, are we going to see another Tribe Gaming exit in the quarterfinals in straight sets to STMN? Today of all days, that really blows my mind. Here's your stat breakdown, and of course, the damage here from Tribe was immense. Zulon and Tyrant, most of their DPS obviously going onto Bobby. They bullied the heck out of the Frank, but I guess Bobby in the end had his glow up because It was Sands who just walked away with 10 gems. That is crazy, man. I don't know what to say. And that's a rare thing, can I just say? That is a rare thing.
We're paid to have thoughts, but it's hard to just envision this. If you
I just don't think the comp is as good, right? I really feel like Tribe had a strong comp.
If you told me the year 2024 that Dynamite and Frank were going to be the saviors of STMN to give them a postseason chance, I'd call you crazy, but this is the world we live in, Uber.
Unbelievable stuff. We heard that we're going to have a substitution here as Livy will be coming in for Tribe Gaming in place of Zulan, which might indicate a thrower preference going on towards that next map. I can tell you the next map is going to be Kaboom Canyon. So remember, a lot on the line here. Elsewhere, Pioneers are on match point over on the B stream. You can check that out, of course, at event.brawlstars.com. Head to the top left corner of the player, and you can select the stream that you want to watch there. So you can still earn your rewards in that platform. But let's bear this in mind. If Tribe lose this game, if they lose this next set, they're going to LCQ. And that will be locked in at that point. They won't be able to make a reach for a world qualification here.
We talked a lot about, obviously, the ramifications this has for STMN. This is a big-time match for Tribe, too. They haven't had to deal with the world of LCQ yet. I do think this is a team that's more than equipped to do so if they end up getting there. But nonetheless, it's not a world you want to face, right? You want to be guaranteed a spot to the World Finals. You don't have to deal with the other teams that are going to be at that event. There's a lot of strong opponents out there that we didn't see last year in 2023 because of LCQ. There were a lot of good teams there, and it's going to be the same, if not more stacked this year. Nobody wants to deal with that. And as you can see, Zulan is absolutely locked in right now for his teammates. Going to be cheering them on here for this final set.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a reverse sweep here for Tribe Gaming. Again, you know, from their position, it's kind of hard to know how they feel walking into a day like today. I definitely don't think in terms of storylines, they're to necessarily be considered the protagonists of this month, but they are only 14 points behind second place. So, you know, having a strong showing here, and bear in mind, right, the difference between quarterfinals and semifinals is 15 points. The difference between semis and grand final is 20 points. So all they would need to do is place one stage in this tournament ahead of Elevate and not have Luminosity rest team and, you know, follow their plans, and they would get that guaranteed world spot. So it is very doable for them here, but it's also asking a lot of a team that hasn't won a monthly final since March. And the last couple have been middling. It was a semi-final exit in June and a quarter-final exit in April and May, respectively. This team has to step up. And they're going to have to do it against a team that just has an addiction to handing them L's in the first round of these tournaments.
It's so hard. I feel like we've seen teams like STMN obviously have a fantastic 2023 year. It was rocky. Same can be said for Tribe, though. I mean, North America is just challenging each other. I feel like they're kind of stopping themselves, right? I think anybody in their right mind would see either of these teams walk into the postseason and say, hey, they can contend. These guys can compete with anybody out there. The strength of this region is just unbelievable, though. And as a result, I feel like we almost, underestimate some of these teams sometimes. But at a global stage, North America has been very strong last year. So the idea of these two teams playing each other in a quarterfinal for huge stakes, again, it just makes you appreciate the level of competition, the work that these guys are putting in. I mean, there's another universe out there based on the two sets we just watched, Uber, where Tribe are walking away here in a 1-1 scenario, heck, maybe a 2-0, depending on one kill interaction or two in that opening set. Now it's going to come down to a set number 3. They have to do something crazy. They have to do the unthinkable. Reverse sweeping STMN here is what it's going to take if they want hopes of a direct ticket to the World Finals.
Kaboom Canyon. The kind of map where you absolutely can come up with some crazy picks here to try and take the edge. We've seen a substitution here for Tribe, and that might imply maybe something a little bit different or something that maybe falls outside of Zulan's particular wheelhouse. This is the kind of map where Jesse and Gale are very popular, right? Crow also frequently picked here. Controlling the central part of the map, so crucial to being able to launch those attacking forays onto the enemy safe. So having Scrappy set up in mid, having the Gale being able to jump pad over the top. We've even seen Cordelius in the past on this map, more like last year, used to this effect. So let's jump in here. It's match point for STMN, and they have banned the Amber, the Gale, and the Melody.
This is really interesting to kind of see who, you know, a lot of the times you can kind of get a vibe for who has that first overall pick. Obviously, our graphics team does an excellent job. We know immediately. But just from the guessing game, pretty similar stuff on both ends. Double Amber, you see Melody, you see Chuck. A lot of powerful brawlers in this band stage. I think Colette has to be one of them, given her place in the meta into tanks and also just how good she can be for this game mode. Meg, though, easily one of my favorite brawlers, if not one of the better brawlers in the entire game. I think she's just so strong right now since this rework. The closer you can get, the more lethal she is. She's not necessarily that long-range brawler anymore, but talk about a powerful presence.
Absolutely. The moment you start to let her walk up on you, you're going to know about it. She's also pretty effective even when knocked out of mech. So, you know, there are a lot of game modes where, you know, it's really important that you stay alive as an individual brawler. That's very important there. Less so here, but having someone that's very hard to shift from the middle part of the map is going to be important. Tyrant's going to give Tribe Gaming that all-in potential. Also the ability to circumvent defenders and go after the safe. A timely tailspin. Also just his primary fire, right? If you stand between, you have the safe between you and the top or bottom of the map respectively, the travel time of your pickaxe is much shorter, which means you get it back much quicker. Same idea as Charlie works on basically. So definitely a pretty decent safe attacker. The Colt comes up here for Sands, and this is a bit of an old school pick as far as this map's concerned.
Yeah, we're getting some classic Brawl Stars kind of picks here. I really enjoy it. And Colt, fun fact, it was actually the second most wins in the monthly qualifiers on this map in particular. Only had about a 50% win rate, but his pick rate more than half. It's kind of wild to think about that. Colt shows up more often here at a professional level than he doesn't. And they're going to pair this with Bobby's favorite brawler right now, the Cat making an appearance. This is a really interesting map to kind of pull Kid on. Heist isn't the #1 mode or candidate I would really have him showing up on.
Yeah, it's definitely curious. Obviously, Kid's pretty vulnerable when they're not attached to a friendly target. And yes, there is a potential, of course, for Zar, or maybe less likely Sands, to become superpowered after that Kid Super comes in. Frankly, the Kid Super used offensively is pretty good for securing some of those eliminations. It's the fact that it holds someone in place and allows them to be brought down quickly, which is very important. The Nita again prioritized once more for Tribe Gaming. Not the first time we've seen it this series. It was effective even in a losing set here. So it's a decent way to round out their composition.
Should be a fun one for both sides. Tribe Gaming with an old school kind of brawler feel to it and a little newness on the side of STMN with Kit and Meg. This one's going to be an important one. I mean, it's set number 3. STMN can bury Tribe right here, right now. Keep their playoff dreams alive. If not, Tribe is not a team I want to keep in a match. This is a team that I want to get rid of as quickly as possible. It's been some close calls for 2 sets. We'll have to see if Tribe Gaming can bounce back here in set number 3.
Bobby gets up close to Fade, instantly builds that super and jumps on him. Tyrant now realizes he's in a 2 versus 1 with Sands just pressuring him down. And while Eslivy's been able to keep Zar at bay, the rest of the map for Tribe has collapsed.
Mid control completely in STMN's favor, and now a bounce onto Sands. A powered up mech is the scariest thing maybe in the game right now, but it's going to send Carl the other way. He's not worried about this, trusting the teammates to play some defense here, but the shots from Sands, very powerful damage going through, and they finally back Bobby away, but at what cost? They're down below 50%.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the attempt for Tyrant to trade back some of that safe damage, and it was admirable, but not quite enough here. Fade a little bit low, caught in the middle part of the map. It's going to be a trade of eliminations between those brawlers as Sands brings him down, and now Zar gets some time with the safe. That super being available, this huge silver bullet even used, going through Eslivy, pummeling that safe down to 24, and again, the Kid Super comes out. This Meg will be an issue. Fade desperately trying to push them back.
Tribe just needs some semblance of control right now. STMN has been overrunning them. They sent Carl at one point, but the defense not enough to take on 3 brawlers, or if you want to call it 2 with a powered up Meg on the other end with Kid on the back of him. Sure, but nonetheless, it is still a difficult one here. Finally, they got a little bit of control here in the middle of the map. They've got a long road to go, though, in terms of safe damage.
Probably trying to avoid this damage coming in. He's pretty squishy at the moment. Having to jump on Fade, though, and that is a free instant kill here. That's the power of Kit, folks. Gonna be a flying hook and dive forward now with the tail spinner. Zar is pressured down by Tyrant. He's now gonna look to work on the safe of STMN, but Tribes is down to 11% and counting. Barely standing, held together with Scotch tape at 7%. STMN have a massive lead.
This is a difficult one, to say the least. Fade now, moving down the left-handed.
Hang on.
Firing from the middle of the map. Tyrant working. Fade stunned. Bobby, 100 HP, survives, but Tyrant's flanking. 5%.
One more.
Firing from downtown. Connects, and Tribe's done it. A game win there. Unbelievable.
And that's the power of that Tribe composition. As soon as there's a stumble from STMN, as soon as all 3 brawlers from Tribe can start to focus down on the safe, that lead that STMN built up through most of the round vaporizes instantly. Tyrant able to fight, put damage down on the defending brawlers and also harass the turret with those boomerangs. That was so important in those last few moments.
It's clear the wall break part of the strategy here for S-Team, and the invisibility from Bobby is an option, but they're going to sniff him out pretty quickly here. Is Livy going to be able to pick up a kill there? Now Sans working this right hand in. Fade just trying to charge a super, because otherwise Nita's not going to do the most on that Heist save, and they really benefit from having a fourth brawler on this map.
Bobby here wants to dive in. Fade caught out, and yes, there was enough follow-up damage to at least turn it into a 1-for-1. Zar able to break open that wall there, allows him to deal with the damage booster. Nice and easy.
Now S-Team in back on offense a little bit. Not as much damage output so far, I would say, as game number 1. But Colt, Kit, and Meg got to find a way to the other end right now. Tried with a quick burst of damage last time. It wasn't enough for them. This is a composition that needs Zar to get to the other ends, needs Meg's firepower to work it. And right now, they're just not winning in the kill-death category at all. That's another team wipe for Tribe.
Yeah, and look how much damage it's converted to. 58% remaining on STMN's safe here. Bobby has to walk up and try and have a decent idea of where he is, even though he is invisible. As Livy able to burn him down awfully fast. STMN needs to try and find a way to gain some mid-control. It's half a Sans, there's no cover to hide behind, and as Livy thrives in situations like this, where there's no one to really outrange him, it has to be a bullet storm there for Zar. Tyrant will fall to the extra damage from Bobby, and now Zar at least can pressure the safe, but Bobby can't do that.
S-Team got a hold on here for at least a minute. Sans back in action. Bobby diving in, connects with Fade. That's a team takedown there. Tyrant on the other end, though, putting in work. They've got a huge advantage. They can't allow Carl to kind of break loose here. They're fighting a huge deficit. They are not in the spot where they can give up any kind of offense. And now Fade's rushing them down with an extra brawler. A healthy Bruce the Bear sprinting down Sans. Zar helps out, but nonetheless, it's just taking time off the clock here for an STMN comeback.
30 seconds left in the round, and STMN safe has been chunked down consistently. Wave after wave of attackers have come in. Bobby able to help get rid of Fade pretty quickly. This time there might be an opening here for STMN, but still for Kit, it's so hard to safely walk up and damage this turret. Tyrant bullies Sans as he gets kicked out of the mech, and it's only great shooting from Zar that stops the Carl before he reaches the turret. But we're running out of time, Kenny. There's 10 seconds left.
This is a tough one. STMN really need to fire down at the safe, but there's a huge gap between them and the other end. Zar gonna throw down some bullets. Sans letting it rain now. 1 second to go. Can't quite get there, though. Tribe Gaming put a set on the board, and it feels deserving after how intense this match has been.
Absolutely. I like the Kit pick there from STMN. It's cute, but if you don't really have map control, it feels very frustrating to have a point-blank range brawler that cannot do anything about the safe or about his opponent brawlers until he has super up. The Meg is so oppressive here, but you have 8-bit, you have Carl, you have these great long-range options, and with the damage booster, the moment you get a moment alone with the enemy safe, you're going to take 30, 40, 50% of his health away in one wave.
Just a wild set to watch, too. I mean, all three of these have been quite the spectacle. The rivalry alive and well here for the El Clasico. I think Tribe doing a great job there of just knowing how their composition functions, right? They weren't nervous in that game number 1. They stayed disciplined. Sure, they were down a ton, but we saw Tyrant kind of break loose here, and this is where I think the first big decision was kind of made for them, right? They just trusted as Livy and Fade to take care of the entire roster of S-Team, and maybe having a little faith that Bobby, at least as an individual brawler, not necessarily going to bring it in terms of high safe damage. It was a really interesting call for S-Team. I know they like this brawler, and I love where Kit's at in the game. I think he's one of the best brawlers in the entire roster. But coming out on Heist here, I think in a moment like this that's so important, in a moment where you can close out the entire match, it is a bold one.
Absolutely. Definitely a matter of throwing caution to the winds here, I think, in this case. But for Tribe to get a foothold in this series means everything. Potential, of course, to start a reverse sweep here, but more than that, it just means they get to keep playing here. This is the last monthly final, and these are all single elimination games. It is do or die for both these teams. For Tribe, what's really on the line is a spot at Worlds. They can make that there, especially if Elevate stumble and Tribe can make a run of it today. In fact, all they really need to do is just do better than Elevate do by one stage in this tournament. For STMN, getting out of this game, winning this game is paramount. If they fail to do that, then their dreams of even an LCQ spot are in question.
trying to keep the dream alive here for sure. I mean, Sans certainly putting in work there on that set, but just an all-rounder, I would say, for Tribe Gaming. I don't really feel like either of these two teams have lacked in any category. It just feels like two talented teams going at it. We know the history between these two franchises in Brawl Stars history at any stage of competition, monthly finals, things like the Snapdragon Pro Series last year. They're very familiar with each other, and obviously adding Fade into the mix too, a very close one with STMN in terms of level of friendship and just appreciation for each other and what they can do for their respective rosters. It makes it even more interesting. I mean, just the familiarity, the intensity, you can really feel it here. This month matters most for both of these rosters.
Yeah, and this was a region that used to be split in two, to NA East and West. And back then, like, you definitely had, you know, East dominated by Tribe, West was like a Luminosity and STMN kind of issue. Now they've been brought back together. It's that much harder to qualify out of it because the competition has been ratcheted up. Now we have incredible players from Mexico and from Puerto Rico as well in Pioneers and Elevate who stand at the top of the standings. And there's a lot of teams like your Raconic Blacks, for example, who are always sort of nipping at the heels. City Esports, right, and your roster that features Tunis always seems to be a factor. But between these two, it's all about that rivalry being renewed one last time here, at least in our monthly finals. So over to Bell's Rock, it's time for knockout in this fourth set.
This is the map I more would have expected. Kit and Tribe knows what's good for him. They know how much Bobby loves this brawler in particular, how strong Kit can be in combos with other brawlers, and they're just going to remove it outright. It was actually the most popular ban in our monthly qualifiers. Lily has been interesting at a professional level. It felt like she was banned a ton at those qualifier stages across the board. Haven't seen her a ton this weekend. Even the ban stage, we're not seeing her sometimes, so kind of interesting to see players adapt since then. Meg makes sense to me. I think Gray is a little bit of a bold call in the sense as a first overall pick, it's safe, but he's not a top OP kind of brawler, if you will. He's going to do well in those throwers. He's got the dimensional door, got the walking cane. I still feel like this is a bold call as your first overall pick.
I think having the ability to collapse on one of the other lanes here and take a quick 2v1 with the dimensional door is going to be pretty important on a map like Bell's Rock. But this is a very durable composition from Tribe Gaming. I don't know who you're diving on here and picking off instantly. Buster to follow up the Meg. Not only it's a lot of health pull, but also great utility in the form of that montage. And again, Buster doesn't have to be in the thick of things to build that super up. So Bobby decides it's time to go for a good answer to these shorter range brawlers and picks up the Piper.
I really like that combination for Tribe Gaming, but it's nice to see kind of an iconic look to STMN, right? If you're going to go down swinging, and we know what Bobby can do on that Piper. We know what Czar can do on the Piper. I think an underrated sharpshooter in general, and they've just paired two excellent ones. I love the choice of a thrower here, though, and of all throwers, if you can't have Barry, this is a pretty good one. I will say, though, they did
you can't have Barry
out there, correct? Which is kind of weird because usually it's in the totem pole. In most maps, it's a Barry at the tippy top. You want Barry if you can get him. He's just so powerful right now. Larry and Loria are very good in this meta. If you're going to play into tanks in particular, the thrower of choice might be Larry Loria because of that extra spawner, the reverbing shot. There's a lot in their toolkit that actually does quite well.
Yeah, again, having the the Lorry spawn in here for Larry is very important against those brawlers who really want to get up close and personal. It's going to be Sprout, though, instead, the thrower option here for Tribe. Okay, I guess even with Barry on the table, they really think that being able to, again, shut down one of these lanes, block them off with a hedge to neutralize one of these sharpshooters is the most powerful way to approach this.
Fade joining the fold kind of gives them options, right? I feel like this is going to be an Livy specialty with the Sprout pick coming in. In the past, he's kind of been that brawler. I think we could see Fade play a Buster. I mean, he's a phenomenal tank player in general. But I'm curious, all three of these guys, like I said, really good at what they do, but they have options now. I think that's part of the fun here with Fade ending up on this roster towards the end of the year. A talented player gives them more variety and has a specialty, and that's kind of exactly what you're going to see here. Tyrant's just going to play the big bad brawler. We know he's a mechanical god. Is Livy going to play a specialty of his, and is Fade going to work it with the tank?
Yeah, I mean, is Livy Sprout extremely potent. Definitely something to be feared. Whew. Okay, if Sans and Czar had actually synced up there on that shot from the Larry and Laurie into the walking cane, that would have been a dead Sprout. Still, is Livy standing. Tyrant getting knocked out of mech here, and again, yeah, Bobby is going to be an absolute menace on this Piper, but Sans is the first to fall, outranged by the Sprout.
That is a huge loss for STMN. Anytime you're in a 3v2 scenario at a professional level, it is really difficult to make a comeback, especially at this stage of the game, right? The fog hasn't even started closing in.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty ugly. STMN don't have a great mechanism for starting a fight here. They really don't have a great way of using Dimensional Door aggressively in general, based on their composition. So Czar would love to poke them down, but Sprout denies those opportunities by cutting off sight lines. As Livy has another super available. wants to try and cut off the right to some degree. His Fade now, he suddenly get a little bit more confident in stepping up. With that montage available, you can block as many shots as you like, and yeah, the gas comes in and Tribe say, we've got this.
The early takedown really gave Tribe an advantage. The good news for them, too, is now they've got Fade with the super. They've got a hypercharge all ready for Livy. Huge deal. I mean, it is a monstrous kind of lead if you take a one-round victory, and then also in terms of equipment in your back pocket with those supers and gadgets. If you're leading there, too, really difficult for somebody like STMN to make a comeback.
So there it is. Bobby's sideline completely cut off. Tyrant can't do too much either, but probably happy for the opportunity to heal this mech back up before Bobby can knock him out. Now Bobby would like to pressure Livy down, which can be a tougher matchup for Piper on this map. Again, given the presence of that super. Azar needs to find a way to make something happen, but the montage allows Fade to take a fair bit of space on the right. Tribe, though, seem to be happy just to wait, but his Gats to start to encroach.
As Livy just barely tiptoed his way outside that SAR gadget. I thought that was going to be a nasty pull coming in, but not quite. A nice super used for Piper. Kind of had to at that point, exhausting that nice benefit here for Tribe. Another cutoff on the right-hand in, but Zard teleports in. He sees the matchup. That's what they're looking for. They want a Gray versus Sprout 1v1, and with all the teammates distracted, there's nothing they can do. Tyrant with the bounce back, though. Sands goes down. Fade cleans up. Tribe survive.
I feel like their composition, Kenny, is just that much better. I think Bobby there takes one last tick of damage because he walks into the gas as it starts to encroach there. But it took everything that STMN had at their disposal to deal with the mech, let alone the Meg getting ejected from it. I think that was like the ideal situation for STMN, no? They managed to find a pick on the Sprout and still couldn't find a way to win.
The in-game scenario is just really difficult because you've got 10,000 some odd HP coming in from Fade. You've got 2 lives with Tyrant. This is a team equipped to deal with those zones closing in, despite all of the matchups that they had trouble with early on. I mean, with Sprout going down, a 2v3 is tough. You're right, though. They may just be built for this.
Walking Cane opens up the map a little bit, though, for Zar. Forces Tyrant now into the mid lane, away from that direct head-to-head against Bobby. Sand's not too bothered about the hedge in general, but still decides to look to help mid out a little bit more as Livy wants to send some of those space carrots in. Sands takes 2 in a row here, pretty dangerous as Livy with another hedge available. Tyrant demeched here, Fade gets caught by the Walking Cane, but look at STMN. They're giving up so much space.
Three different brawlers is an impossible ask. STMN finally get around on the board.
And you can see their comp can do it, but it just seems like it takes so much more for STMN to win those rounds. Still a great start. They've got to hope that it's not a fluke. Despite winning that round, they do not come out with more supers. It's Tribe, of course, with the montage, and of course, the super swing for Tyrant available. Homemade Recipe came in there, caught as Livy, but no follow-up.
Bobby says enough is enough. Just going to try and open this map up a little bit more, as Livy doesn't really have a super he can take back now. He had the gadget, but because of that wall blow up, what's he supposed to claim? I think, honestly, a pretty smart play and might help Piper in the long run.
Bit of damage taken there by Bobby as he wants to aggress toward Tyrant. As Livy doesn't have a super available, but hypercharged super for Sprout, less of a factor than the raw stats you get from it. A very narrow corridor to play through there as Tyrant does get yanked into a shot from the Piper down to less than 4k. Homemade Recipe also finds Fade. Zar doesn't have a super up, so he tries for a Walking Cane and doesn't get what he was looking for. Tyrant low, out of mech, but Zar gets pulled on him by the slow-mo replay. Now in a 2 versus 2, but the gas is starting to encroach. Bobby had a super up but gets caught instantly by Livy. And this is going to be another Tribe Gaming round.
Wow. Tribe Gaming, 1 away from pushing us to a set number 5. This is going to test both these teams' mental fortitude. Tribe Gaming trying to make a comeback, but STMN trying to hold on. Just a glimpse away from the semi-final, but they're not there yet.
That hedge up mid forces Sands and Zar to split. Much of the map opened up at this stage. Remember, STMN around here makes them 1 apiece on knockout. Tyrant there tries to ward Bobby away. Holding onto that hypercharged super still. Bit of clumping up here from Tribe now as another hedge will shut that left-hand side down.
3 brawlers on each side, standing tall. Is Livy popping a hypercharge? I think just to get the extra stat boost, and might be close to a super here. I think that's a little bit of confidence coming in there, just a little aggression. Anything to push them away and give them some kind of advantage for positioning, but it fails. STMN are still around.
Now, there's no real way to punish the grouping up outside of the Larry and Laurie, but Sands doesn't really have the range to punish Tribe for this. Zar with a super up at least. Bobby pops the hypercharge now. Good little shot on Tyron. Takes the mech down to half, but here comes the gas and begins to encroach. Zar TP's in, able to get away. One more shot on his Livy will get the job done as Tyron getting pressured down. Laurie gets the job done. Bobby now needs to group up with Sands to make this work. Fade down to 4K, but the gas comes in, and with 274 health, Fade stays alive and gives Tribe the chance now for a reverse sweep. It's 2 apiece in this series.
Could there be another way, Uber? With the match that we have had, is there a more dramatic fashion that we could ask for here in 2024? I loved the Buster gameplay there. Fade is joining this roster, and he's earning his paycheck rather quickly. Popping that gadget forced a super out of Bobby, and I think just a smidge early. Just the idea of him getting the pull would have gotten a kill. If not, he's going to land directly in that fog. He stayed up just long enough to squeeze by. I can't believe it. They've done it. We're going to Brawl Ball for a set 5.
Yeah, we're taking it all the way here, folks. A bit of a lackluster start for Tribe on the scoreboard, not really in-game. And this set has been very competitive from the get-go. I would say that this has been one of the most competitive sets of Brawl Stars we've seen in this region all year, and I've seen for quite some time in general. It has been a nail-biter. It has been so close, almost too close to call here. But I've got to say, the Buster and the Meg, such a tanky comp. STMN didn't seem well set up to deal with it, and it's really hard to see just how much value Sands was able to get over the course of this set.
It's really hard. I feel like this is going to be one that keeps up STMN at night. I mean, regardless of how this goes, to be up 2-0 against a huge rival with your postseason dreams on the line, and to have it not go your way, now with the possibility of reverse sweep, you can see the frustration in Bobby. And on the other end, the momentum swinging. Fade already dapping up teammates. The environment good there. But it all comes down to this next one. 6 kills for his Livy. And love seeing this too. Everybody on Tribe has done their part today. Zulon sitting out the last couple here. I think it's safe to say the man's been pretty good at the game here today, though. Tyrant, Fade, his Livy, and Zulon all doing their part on this 4-man roster.
Absolutely. We've seen, the rotation here. The 4th player from Tribe really adding another element to this team. But Tyrant and Fade have been the stalwarts so far for this team, haven't not left the server, but they've definitely left an impact on us this game. Yeah, 68, 73 damage per second, respectively. Very little, because this comp is all about the last few moments as the gas starts to encroach, and as Livy is pivotal to this strategy. Being able to shut those sidelines down, take Bobby out of the game for 10 plus seconds, do the same to Zar, force the use of Dimensional Door to close the gap. That sharpshooter heavy comp with a very short range thrower was not well equipped to deal with Tribe's comp. Great drafting.
I'm really digging what Tribe have been putting up today. I mean, obviously the opening 2 sets didn't go their way, but I think it's safe to say, especially in one like Gym Grab, they were competing the whole time. Hot zone, back and forth, just the intensity is there. The dedication clear this month. These guys have obviously been grinding to understand this new meta, the new maps that we've got rolling out right now. And it all comes down to this. This is what we live for, Uber. A set 5 that determines both of these teams' destinies.
Yes, if Tribe Gaming win this set, then STMN are out of the postseason race. That means no Worlds, and it means no LCQ for that roster. If STMN win, Tribe are guaranteed to be headed to the LCQ, and STMN's destiny will still rest in their hands. It is, without question, the most important match that we have seen in NA this year. And we're jumping into Brawl Ball. It's time for center stage, and the Gale locked away instantly for Tribe.
Going to go for a brawler that's fantastic in this game mode, fantastic at anti-tank pressure, and I'm not just saying that because the man's my favorite. His hypercharge has given him another level up. However, I love Rico on this map in particular. Depends on how these walls stay up, but I think Rico's in a phenomenal spot in the game right now. I don't think he gets the love of something like a Frank, a Lily, a Meg, but nonetheless, I think deserves his flowers, and I think the DPS output, the super reach that he has, goes wild. Pairing that with an Amber,
so good.
That's a pretty nasty damage dealing composition so far.
Absolutely. Buster also has a 70% win rate on this particular map. A very sneaky strong pick here for either team to try and snap up. Meg obviously being banned away. Frank obviously not on the table either. Lily just being avoided here. I don't think either team really wants to go for them, but there is that Buster again. Tribe looking to potentially put Zulon or Fade in that position. And I think it's a pretty strong comp as well, but the Gale doesn't really seem to have a purpose yet.
The second STMNs went through, I was right there with you. I was pointing at my screen. I was pointing at the Tribe Gaming side, waiting for a Buster. This is wild, though. The Squeak coming in as a final pick in a set 5 against STMN, a brawler that's not at the top of the meta right now. I think it's clear Tribe Gaming don't want to break these walls. I think they want to use Squeak for that gadget and kind of piece control and area control. They've got Gale for defense, Fade that can kind of claim area control, depending on who plays this brawler, of course, they can swap out. But nonetheless, this is a bold call. This is not a meta pick.
It's a short-range composition in general here for Tribe. You're right, the residue gadget, pretty important for the Squeak to be able to slow people up. And an El Primo gets picked here for Sands to round out this setup. What on earth are we seeing?
This is wild. I think they had to adjust. I don't know if El Primo was in the original game plan, but when looking at it on paper, I'm not gonna lie, Uber, I kind of like it. You know, the Squeak, I have question marks. I'm gonna let him prove it to me. I'm not gonna rule it out. These guys know the game better than anybody. But I do like the response of El Primo. It's gonna do well into Squeak. I think the Primo versus Buster matchup, I don't mind that at all for El Primo. Gale's gonna do great in the tanks in general, but they've got Rico and Amber who kind of answer and address that. This one's gonna be back and forth. I don't know what's gonna happen. Let's find out.
Here we go into center stage, folks. Now STMN with a very powerful damage dealer combo of Rico and Amber. Rounded out with an El Primo. Zulan already taking a fair bit of that poke damage. That is going to be an issue for anyone challenging Rico on that left-hand side. Residue gadget, though, slows Bobby down. The El Primo barely clinging to life here, and he knows he's done. Hoping to get some damage on the way out. But Zara's forced to use the gadget now to try and force Tyrant back from this corner. This Squeak damage is real. Zara almost gets caught in yet another one, and Fade's able to recover the ball, get it out from the corner, and back into the middle of the map.
Unbelievable footwork coming in from Zar there to survive all of that. Being cornered, and now it's the other end. Bobby diving in, getting 1 kill. Sands debating what to do with this ball, ultimately just going to rest it right here on this left-hand side. With these walls, he can guard it quite well, deliver it wherever he wants once again, and just hold on to a little positioning.
Tyrant steps up, has that Gale Force super available. Bobby has yet another super of his own. Might look to make use of it here, on towards the Gale. This is going to have to be a super from Tyrant in response. So that's drawn out from him, and Bobby's able to walk away. Montage thrown up for Fade. Pretty risky for Sands as he almost takes a bunch of his own damage, and again the Bobby super comes in. Doesn't quite know where to put himself though. At least is able to turn it into a trade onto Tyrant, but another Buster super shuts Zard down entirely. And Sands thinks about going aggressive. He just walks into this Fade damage.
Fade putting in work, and now Bobby forced to get desperate, dives in, doesn't get Fade though. He survives, 802 HP, and now he's rounding the corner.
This is bad.
Available to give him a momentum swing. He's got that gadget pre-popped, just misses the mark. He was either looking, I think, to grab that and throw it up, but just didn't have enough health points. Zulon not close enough to the ball to grab it. Now STMN can go the other way.
Sands is only going to have so many of those multi-ball launches available to get him out of jail for free. At least in that situation, it does salvage things for STMN. But out in the open is not where Rico wants to be. He's going to try and pop a super now with that hypercharge. Zulan, though, looking pretty healthy. Sands able to walk outside of that bomb. But Zulan's been a menace now in the middle part of the map, covering it with these super shots. Sands is going to go down again to the Squeak.
The longer this drags out, the scarier it gets for Tribe. Part of the influence, I think, for this El Primo pick is also opening the map, because then they can dodge Squeak shots easier. He's diving in, but Zulon survives. They've got this ball on their side. A super shot available for Zulon. Throws it down, connects with Bobby. He's going to slow it down just a bit. Sands can't survive. 3 members for Tribe all around this ball. Zor tries to throw it away. Bobby dives in, throws him over his shoulders. Can't rush to the ball in time. It's a wide open net. Fade with super available corners. It fires, connects. Fade with the bucket, and Tribe Gaming on match point.
And here it is, Tribe Gaming on the edge of pushing STMN out of the Brawl world this year. This is the last chance for this roster. They need to win this series to have any chance of going to LCQ. And they go up against an age-old rival, one that was ready for them. With a new player here, Fade on the Buster has been absolutely dominant. And this El Primo pick hasn't worked out so far. It's now or never for STMN.
This is a moment that all of Brawl Nation across the entire world are watching right now. 2-2, an El Clasico, an old rival facing each other when the stakes are highest. Sands firing down a super. Connects the Tyrant for a little bit, but not a ton here. This is part of the reason they end up making this selection, though. Why Fade is paid the big bucks. He's the man when it comes to Buster. Charging his way down this sideline here. A pass over to Tyrant. Dribbling, trying to work the angle, and Fade stuffs him to a corner. It's just Zar remaining, and Tribe get an early bucket.
One more goal and they will have this match tied up. They will have the reverse sweep. Tribe have come so far after being 0-2 down. And now it seems like they can't put a foot wrong. That was terrifying. Fade basically untouchable, constantly staying out of Bobby's range, making it impossible for the El Primo to get to grips. Look at him, down to 4k health and won't even be allowed to walk away. That's just brutal.
STMN with positioning though. Tyrant trying to drag his team out of this one. It's just a lone Zulon and Sands left. And in this 1v1, Zulon's got a super. He's gonna lob it across and he's gonna go slow down to Sands for a pickup. Bobby has just been kind of a meat shield so far. We haven't really been able to see him pop off yet. He's opening the map, but he's
going solo.
Takedowns. He kind of has to though. They need to make sure they keep him off. Buy enough time for Czar here. I just feel like Stamina have been drawing their way up. They've been treading water. They haven't really been excelling or thriving yet.
Less than a minute left here in this round, and STMN need to at least equalize. That's just to get them on even footing. Bobby's in trouble here. No way he's going to be walking away from that constant slow damage in from Tyrant. Super pop there for Zard, trying to pressure this Gale down, but he's frosty enough to hold up in the heat. Fade comes back off respawn now, and Zulan's going to set the ball up right by his goal, daring STMN to come and try their luck. And they've got no choice but to try. Bobby has hypercharge available, as does Sands. Here comes that super thrown out. Bobby diving on in here, looking to do a lot of damage. The Twister thrown up to try and break up the positioning of the El Primo here. Tyrant sitting on the other side of it, cackling evilly. Zar's able to at least get the ball. Bobby can't walk it in though. Fade too tanky. He gets it. The equalizer is there, and STMN are one apiece, staying alive in Brawl Ball.
Once these walls come down, Amber and Rico got a little bit of a matchup favor. Fade looking for a super here. He finds it. He's moving Amber into this corner. Bobby can't punch his way in there. A super pass.
He's done it!
With the back off, and they buried their rivals. Tribe Gaming continue forward. STMN are going home.
Absolute triumph on the face of Tribe Gaming. Oh man, you better believe they're feeling it. What a way to come back. This is the third consecutive month that STMN have exited in a 5-set series. It hurts. It hurts especially now that the dream for their even LCQ run is dead. The year is over for STMN, and Tribe now are online to potentially make it straight to Worlds.
I mean, just an unbelievable effort from Tribe, from STMN, all around. I mean, we take for granted every single month that we get to see teams like that compete for 4 spots in this region, and the idea of STMN being the caliber team they are, fighting their way the whole year and not making it, it feels insane, but that's just the level of competition we've got here in North America. Commencement to STMN for a phenomenal year. We know the kind of caliber team they are, but for Tribe, what a win.
Absolutely. And now it really opens up the rest of this tournament for that team, right? Tribe have not won since our first monthly final. In fact, you could just say they've been in a slump for most of the year. But now this win against STMN means that they can really try and reach high to overtake Elevate in those season standings. Let's throw it back to Brawl Ball here, because that Fade Buster, we're talking him up a whole lot. The guy has perfect understanding of spacing. Bobby couldn't lay a finger on him at the best of times. The Gale from Tyrant, we really thought this Tribe comp looked a little bit weak on face, especially up against the Rico and Amber, but we couldn't have been more wrong.
I mean, just a wild call for both teams, really. I think the El Primo actually makes a lot of sense here. No, we didn't get a lot of value, but on paper, I get it, right? Into Squeak as a matchup, into Buster as a matchup, and also Squeak doesn't benefit from having those walls up. What a showing here. Every member just electric, jazzed up. And another just heartbreaker for STMN fans out there. Now 2 matches in a row where it's been a reverse sweep that's been the dagger for him. And Fade, the new man on the block, what a debut for him in the monthly finals with this roster.
I mean, that's a great point. STMN got reverse swept by Pioneers in last month's monthly final. A match that if STMN had won, they wouldn't be sweating nearly as much. They probably would have enough circuit points to actually guarantee an LCQ spot, but that is not the case. I can't believe that this season is over. This team that's been such a fixture of global Brawl Stars now will be sitting out of LCQ and Worlds respectively. The Tribe Gaming, they've got a bit of a facelift, right? A fresh new edition of Fade coming in, but Zulan getting subbed in for that last set, making the difference here for Tribe and taking them to a massive reverse sweep victory. Feels like this team now can do anything.
A lot of credit to all 4 members on this team, too. This is a difficult situation. Like you said, it's been rocky for a while here for Tribe. It opened up great. We got a dominant monthly finals win. But since then, shaky. they add a fourth member in here. Not only do they add a fourth member, they play all 4 of their guys throughout the most important match of the entire season for them so far, and they end up coming back down 2-0 and get the job done. They put egos aside, they put gameplay on the map, and they just did such good work. Unbelievable open to our monthly finals here, Uber.
And now that means that, you know, even if Luminosity were to exit in the quarterfinals, they actually have the head-to-head matchup won against STMN based on sets for and against. So for them, this takes a heck of a lot of pressure off. But we're going to see them a little bit later on. We're going to go to a break while we're going to take a breath here, reset ourselves, and maybe re-establish some new storylines going through the rest of this July monthly final. Deep breaths, folks. We'll be back on the other side of this break with Luminosity and CT Esports.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
I'm not going to lie, 1 minute, 10 seconds, not enough time to collect myself. Sorry. That's just not going to, I'm just going to have to deal with it, I think. Welcome back, ready, set, and welcome back, everybody, to the Brawl Stars Championship powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. We have just seen an incredible reverse sweep in our first quarterfinal that sees Tribe Gaming advance into the semis to take on the winner of Luminosity and CT Esports. But ready, plenty of time, of course, to hang out on the B stream. Tell us what's been going on there, because it looks like Pioneers had a bit of a wrestle to get through that quarterfinal match.
They did. They dropped a set along the way, but they managed to ring it in the end. Wish we could have seen some more of Reconic Esports. Black, familiar with last year's Wash team. That's that squad back together all the way at the end of the year. And they still got to set off Pioneers, so they shouldn't feel too bad about that. But still ongoing is Reconic Esports Gold versus Elevate. And they started the series, they being, of course, Reconic Esports Gold, with a game win. And this is sort of the running theme with Reconic Esports Gold this year. This roster has been that one of their players, Shine, he's been present in like every single monthly final, but is still struggling for that first set victory. So they could get it done in set number 3. It looked possible in set number 1, but it may just be the case that the trend continues to the last monthly final.
Well, Reconic really trying to cast a wide net here, grabbing both of the unsigned teams that are qualified to these finals. I got to respect the hustle, honestly. Love to see that. But again, that lower part of the bracket featuring Pioneers and, of course, Elevate, those are 2 teams that are bound to give us a pretty incredible semi-final, to say the least. But I think it's about time we turn our attention to this Luminosity versus CT Esports matchup. Because, Kenny, CT Esports, we knew them, of course, as Space Station, where they entered the Brawl Stars Championship this year. We'll discuss that in a moment. Oh, let's discuss that now, actually. Why not? Nicely done, production. Talk to us about the journey of this team.
It's been an interesting one, to say the least. I think a couple of household names here, at least for North America, right? We got Tooney, Toast, started the year off together. They're going to stay together as a core for this final month. But EveX is a player that's definitely impressed me. I think he's been a name around the block in North America for a while here. He's been competing. He's been up there. He hasn't been to the top of the top in terms of monthly finals, but in terms of semi-pro play and things like that, now jumping to this more professional level, I would say, he's really solid. I mean, all 3 of these guys are certainly capable of playing spoiler.
CT Esports, again, this team are not really in the running for our postseason whatsoever. They are currently sitting in 6th place with 210 circuit points. So just the gap between STMN and them is, you know, it's to the tune of about 90 circuit points. So too hard to make that up in this month. So CT Esports would love to have been in a position to play spoiler, but now they can't even spoil Luminosity's chances of LCQ because they have basically clinched that with the result of the previous game. Let's talk about Luminosity here, because this is a team that, after such a dominant last year, Reddy, has failed to win a monthly final this year despite 2 grand finals appearances.
It's been a tough year here for Luminosity. Yes, and they even missed a monthly final too. So this has been a challenging one for them. Thankfully, this time they don't have to go through stamina to get there, but they did do that to make it to the stage. When they entered the qualifying stage, the monthly qualifiers, they had the opportunity to tie stamina on points and then win that tiebreaker if they took them down the upper bracket, and they did just that 2-0 style. But in the end, it ended up just being a safety net for the guys, since Tribe apparently had their backs in that first round of the day.
No doubt about it. And, you know, to mention that, right, Luminosity will have a chance to go up against Tribe Gaming, you know, with a win here. And then we'll have to look at that sort of lower side of the bracket that has a very strong sort of LATAM and Puerto Rican presence in Pioneers and Elevate. So that's something we'll keep an eye on it for. What's on that door? Use code... How'd that get there?
I had nothing to do with this.
That's crazy. Use
How much money would you pay me to do the same, Ready? Just curious. What was
To
their
put it
rate?
in the background on the green
Yeah,
screen?
what was their rate for that? Yeah, how much was their rate? I'm just curious.
The financials are confidential.
Okay, yeah, no wonder. Kiss and tell. Interesting. Okay, well, love that Patchy has got some, advertisements set up there in the game room. We're going to catch up with Kenny on the other side of this. Myself and Ready now, as of course those dollary dues start to roll in from that creator code, are going to jump into Bounty first and foremost. Those of you at home at event.brawlstars.com have backed Luminosity to take this game. And with the way this year has gone, I'm not too surprised to see it. Luminosity, in monthly finals they've been able to qualify for already, have tended to make pretty deep runs.
This is very true. They could make their way to the finals once more. This time they have to go through Tribe Gaming, but first and foremost, CT Esports. This is a pretty good squad, though established I don't think would be the correct term, considering all of the roster swaps that have happened, and also with Toast rejoining the competitive scene, it appears he'll be insta-locking that Larry here on Hideout, which is always a good selection, but can be punished by something aggro. One thing that comes to mind is always going to be the Carl, so maybe they're hoping that the Carl appears. Just taking a quick look at the bans, it does appear that Gene has been eliminated in the banning stage, so could be a little safer for Luminosity to go for that. Gets them the blue star immediately and does a decent job of countering the Lair.
Absolutely. Also combines pretty nicely, I think, with any team that brings that bill in, as she establishes a pretty strong safe zone on one of the side lanes with those nest eggs, but it's going to be an 8-bit instead for Luminosity, giving CT the opportunity to potentially pick up a Carl here, and Tooney deliberating on this next draft pick. CT honestly just tried to ban like a lot of, generally strong brawlers, but they're going to bring in a sharpshooter answer to the bell in Mandy.
I agree with the Mandy selection here. I think more than anything, it would be super strong for Luminosity to have on their side. One thing that comes to mind, though, has got to be Nanny. Nanny 8-bit, such a strong combo. We'll see RT, the selection here from CT Esports. I still think that the Nani would be absolutely amazing here, given that you can start one-shotting brawlers if you're inside of a boosted booster. Doesn't have to really be a boosted booster. It could be a plugged-in if you want it. Just have a smaller radius. I see the potential also. Oh, okay. Sprout final selection. That's true. We had to have something to deal with the thrower that is Toast on the right side. Can block some walls and impede progress as well for CT Esports. Not exactly the direction I anticipate this to go in, though.
Yeah, we've seen already, I think in the prior series, right, the Sprout look very good on Bell's Rock against the Larry and Laurie. Obviously can outrange the Larry and Laurie in in just a straight up thrower game, and being able to shut down one of those sight lines for the Mandy and maybe allow your 8-bit or someone similar to move up and take some map control behind that could be quite crucial. Also, for the most part, RT is a mid to long range brawler, so those hedges can be quite effective here. However, nobody has an easy way to take the blue star, so these damage trades early will be quite telling to that effect. Charles starting to get a bit more confident coming forward, but Tooney has a nasty little diagonal here.
I expect it to be Charles to pick this up, though. He's getting crazy damage on Toast, making use of the ability to bounce his shot off the walls. See some more preventative shots in here, and there's the blue star going over to Charles. So Luminosity have the advantage for now. They can afford to play defensive, but they're going to look to get some abilities before they do so, especially Patchy over here going to get his super. Toast is pushing up very aggressively and not behind walls. I suppose he was hungry for some change. Didn't want to go in the thrower matchup anymore, though I do believe that's where he's best suited.
I don't think there is a good matchup here for the Larry and Laurie right now, Ready. Can move up in Charles's direction, but Charles has obviously demonstrated that he's able to win out at length in that thrower battle. Toast might be feeling a bit more comfortable playing from here, but will constantly have to juke these shots that come in from the Sprout. And Gino's going to play more passively behind his nest egg array here, dodging a lot of the shots from Evex, and yep, there's the mark, and that is a free kill on that RT with Sugar Ray not connecting across the map.
If it had, though, it would have one-shot Chino, so it's a good thing that he escaped by the skin of his teeth, lest that advantage would almost have gone over to CT Esports. We'll see Charles also hanging on to a hypercharge. Now, he is the only member of this composition from Luminosity that can have one. However, it is owing to how much damage he has done so far. We'll see Patchy also throw down his first turret of the game, and now the damage really starts coming in from Luminosity. CT Esports have to push in at this point, but they're vastly outdamaged.
And don't forget the Bell hypercharge here as well, Ready. That guaranteed confirmed hit on the mark is pretty important in the dying moments of some of these rounds. Chino, unreal pressure being put down on the Mandy. Toast falls, and it is a 7-star lead for Luminosity, who've been comfortable in this game from start to finish.
Just a few seconds left, but Luminosity are safe and sound. Not a single star conceded to CT Esports in the process. They got the blue star and then got to play some defense from there on out. However, I will say that there were some more aggressive plays from Patchy on that 8-bit on the right lane. Just wanted to get his turret if he could, which he did manage to towards the end of the game. I'll still attribute a lot of that DPS actually to Sprout there.
Yeah, I think we're still seeing the Sprout really dominate the Larry and Laurie in the one-to-one matchup. Charles, I mean, can basically guarantee a safe blue star take as long as he's done enough damage. Toonie here Toonie is thinking about just going for it, I think. But Chino's able to actually win a fight on that other side of the map. Evexo was able to trade it out posthumously here, so at least the 1-for-1 gets picked up. Might have been a detonation of one of those marks. There's going to be 2 to 4 as CT took that blue star.
This is actually kind of a hilarious interaction there on the left side where Chino got the takedown on RT, but the mark was still alive after he respawned. So he just popped the gadget from across the field and actually got a positive trade since he got 3 stars for that and Chino only got 2 for taking him down. We'll see, though, he is still hanging on to some stars himself. CT Esports lead at the moment. Sort of a blind shot there across the field from Toonie. Did not make any contact with Chino at all. He'll be able to get that back, but it's going to take quite some time. 4 shots, to be more specific.
Well, there's the first one. There's a connection there on Patchy that will be reciprocated pretty quickly. Gino has to respect this. That mark getting detonated by another RT shot will take Bell extremely low. And you see she's really trying to just cover up that bush with the nest eggs now. Charge is going to move up behind that wall and redeploy the hedge with a transplant here to take even more of this map away from Toast, who goes very, very low, but there's Toonie catching Chino out, and this is much better for CT Esports this time around.
It's time for Luminosity to play some aggro all the way at CT Esports' spawn. Oh! He's getting the damage. Oh, no! The
Toast got himself killed.
Toast did not at all get him any value. It's precisely what you said. He got himself taken down and traded out some stars there, but they're still in the lead. Toonie can play at long range quite defensively. Toast is capable of the same. Chino's looking for these snipes around the corners. We just got 10 seconds left. Hypercharge in from Charles with the hedge thrown down. Toast, the first one to fall. Luminosity are only behind by 1 star. The damage onto someone, but it's only on the Charles, and CT Esports get the game.
Pretty close there, but this time CT Esports win out. And honestly, it ends up being a 1-star lead, which can be explained by that strange interaction between the RT and the Bell at the start of the round on the left-hand side of the map. The fact that Bell hadn't regenerated enough health by the time RT had respawned and was able to detonate that mark. You really don't see it very often, but it's kind of wild that it ended up favoring the RT.
It's kind of peculiar, considering also that you're so defensively capable that you can't afford just to play D the entire time they were leading by the stars. It all just worked out for CT. We'll see, though, Toast is getting focused hard. He was dropped down to 400 health just off the beginning of the game. With him having to retreat, there's no one to really contest Charles. Blue star now for Luminosity. So could possibly be something reminiscent of game 1 here, since we'll see more of that defensive LG play.
Patchy here, of course, just has been occupying the middle part of the map for most of this game, but there is a lane swap here that Chino has taken a matchup against Toonie, who just ate one of those nest eggs. But Charles wasn't in a good position to capitalize on the slow caused by that. Somehow the man gets to walk away after clearing a nest egg for free. That is pretty crazy.
CT Esports are holding on to this Sugar Ray. The top side, Toonie's in the same position he's been for much of the time. He's looking for something through the wall, maybe an indicator. Huge damage on the Patchy, and Evex finishes it off. But in the same breath, Toast takes the damage. He strafed into that final shot from Charles as he was pinched out. Another one onto Evex. No connection from Toonie, and Chino remains alive. Luminosity ahead by 4 stars.
And that's huge. 4 stars is more than 1 elimination for CT Esports. That's a good sign for Luminosity, who might look to slow it down a little bit. Now they've got the damage booster set up. Chino's looking that much more lethal as FX has just discovered that 1 shot finally connecting. And the nest eggs cover the right-hand side of the map, so CT's options for advance across the field are a little limited.
Could be the final push in from CT Esports. 20 seconds means it's time for them to start moving. Charles throws down a preventative hedge so that Toast can't push up too far. Hypercharge popped from Chino.
Big damage.
Nothing from that. Oh, 2 kills for Patchy. Another one around the left side. Takedown for Evex. And a huge Sugar Ray from all the way downtown. But it doesn't secure the win. Luminosity ahead by 10 stars, and they take the set.
Nicely done. A much cleaner round at the end of Bounty for Luminosity to clinch the set. They make that lane swap. Ultimately, it was Mandy versus Bell initially. But I think finally, Luminosity were able to get their bell up against the RT in that matchup, and Patchy going a little bit wild on the 8-bit there with a double kill late in that round, was able to lock it up.
That's huge. That was, I mean, it was possible there for CT. We saw the pop-off from the Mandy as well, but wasn't quite enough to push them all the way. We saw some good hits there as well in game number 3. One from all the way across the field on Apache on that 8-bit, but that's sort of the least desirable target to hit with that super. You want to be getting Charles, you want to be getting Chino. They're the ones that can actually be one-shot by this ability. And it did seem also that the defensive Mandy play favored them in game number 2. I think really what this came down to was early game pressure onto Toast, which allowed Charles to be the thrower. No one else can shoot through, or except for Tooney's gadget, through or around those walls to get him. So he got the control early game, got Luminosity the blue star, and then they took the entire thing. That's really how the maths out. The team that took the blue star won the set. Won the game every single time.
Well, I mean, both teams want to play defensively, right? By definition. They're very well set up in order to do so. Like, no one wants to push into an 8-bit turret. The Bell really wants to play from behind her own nest eggs. And the same for CT Esports, right? RT gives you a close range option if you get dove on, which is never going to happen here. And Larry and Laurie wants people to push into their radius. Toast, though, has a really unfortunate moment, I think, in that last round, or second to last, where he dashes with that gadget directly into a shot from Charles. Now, had he not done that, he would not have eaten it. It would have just been Laurie taking that damage. Yeah, I've got to put it behind us, but the Larry and Laurie definitely, for me, stands out like a sore thumb as a weak point in the draft for CT Esports. Let's move on, though, finally, to open business. Time for a little bit of Hot Zone here. A map, again, that has many of the characteristics we know of Hot Zone, but way more open. We've definitely seen Frank and Nita highly prioritized here, though.
Yes, and I would owe that just to the placement of the obstacles, because they're actually able to survive, but they also have the possibility of being broken open. No indestructibles here, so could see some wall breakers to shift how this map appears, change up the geography, terraform, if you will. A first selection in here of Gale. Gale's always going to be a strong defensive brawler. These days you can actually play it quite offensively into things that you outrange. Some things that come to mind are Surge and Sandy. We see that Surge has been banned out, but Sandy can still be pretty valuable here.
Yeah, she's actually great on this map in general. Definitely quite popular. Meg, I was going to say, one of the most banned brawlers on this map with a 45% ban rate was picked up here. And if you can follow this up with a Sandy, that would be very, very strong. CT, though, have to consider what they would sort of combine this with. Again, with like Surge, Colette being specifically banned, and then the Gale taken away, it makes me wonder if Luminosity aren't just looking to slam Frank here and be done with it.
Have to wonder. They have banned out the Colette, which is one thing that's very, very good into Frank. So maybe they could go for that now. Into the Meg, I do think that Frank should win that matchup, even though it should also be by kind of a slim margin. There it is. Yeah. Excellent prediction there. And we'll see how it fares into that Meg. I think at this point also, it may just be valuable for Luminosity to pick one more thing that'll be good with that Frank. This is when you'd say like a Kid or some kind of healer. We see that Byron has been banned by CT. Byron's still totally possible. We'll see Cordelius as a way of taking away a counter. So instead of accenting the Frank, they're going to more remove counters for it.
Again, that is pretty important if these teams get into a situation where they have to cycle brawlers onto the point when they're just sort of running and playing that aggressive game. Cordelius being able to take one of them out entirely is pretty big. Patchy, God. I mean, I tell you what, that compensation better be hitting your PayPal, my guy, because you are doing some serious work here for the boy Ready. So how do you round this out here? Yeah, very normal. Very, very normal. Dynamite here is a 46% win rate and is actually picked relatively often on open business. Can be pretty deadly.
Great shout, and I think it's also worth noting, though, that he's going to be missing a lot of those walls. One thing that Stu is very good at is breaking walls when necessary. Stu's also super, super good onto throwers on this map, and he generally is about everywhere, given his mobility and, of course, the wall break that I mentioned just a moment ago. But see, Frank can do that, too. He gets a hypercharge, which, folks, he is going to get a hypercharge, and he's going to get a super. He gets them for free just by taking damage. I don't think CT Esports are going to avoid doing damage here. When he uses that hypercharge super, it breaks open basically every wall around mid, and we'll probably see that Dynamite start to struggle for value, but Tooney is a very, very good Dynamite, so maybe he'll get it done without the walls.
There's a trade there. Meg steps up onto the point, and it's already 12% and counting here for CT Esports. Luminosity need to get busy. Super there for Tooney, though. Takes Charles down to very low health, and Dynamite, very good tank killer if he can land that super. Chino wins out in the Shadow Realm, though, again against Evex. But unfortunately for Chino, the rest of his team are losing their matchups.
CT Esports ahead by a large margin so far. It doesn't seem like LG can get that control. They're running the Gale and the Frank at the same time, and it seems to have gotten them control for a period. Here comes the Hypercharge Super in. Toast with the takedown on Charles, and Toonie now approaches from the left. Doesn't seem like we've seen that wall break that we need just yet from Luminosity, though now with the jump pad in action, they're finally starting to get some of that positioning back.
Chino with the hypercharge super there. Toonie absolutely gets blown up. And now finally Luminosity have a chance to fight for the point here. It's a bit weird playing against Dynamite because you actually have to run at him to get past those Dynamite shots. Toonie going to try and super the point. Patchy respects that enough, steps back. Chino has yet another super available. This Cordelius has found a lot of value this round.
Absolutely has. I mean, as long as you can get rid of those Frank's counters, then he is able to roam free. Same goes for Patchy here on the Gale. Chino with the takedown on Evex, but it's just mutual, but that's fine. The trade is huge for Luminosity. Look how much they've earned back this control. With the lack of the walls, it seems that the jump pad has been so useful for getting Charles into position. Here comes the Hypercharge. Doesn't even need the super, but he might as well just to break some walls. Stays on the point, pops a gadget just to show off, and that's another game for Luminosity.
And we see why Cordelius is so strong against Stu. Remember, you do not have access to your super when you are dragged into the Shadow Realm, and that is the core of Stu's strength, his mobility. When that's not available, and then Cordelius has other inherent advantages during that ultimate, it is almost impossible to win out there. So very important, of course, to take a player off the field, and eventually, Luminosity were finding success with Patchy and Charles as Chino paved the way.
They'll look to do the same once again, looking for a sneaky lane swap. Maybe onto Dynamite, could be onto Toast as well. See Evex ready with the wall break. When he needs it, could be onto Chino. Still waiting. Looks like CT Esports would rather keep up these walls, as anticipated, given that they need this Dynamite to stay alive. Currently, Toonie's doing massive damage. There's a one-shot onto Charles with the use of the Demolition star power. And Chino also pinched on the top left, but avoids the damage, substituted the Realm, and takes him down.
I mean, that's all well and good, but CT Esports are so far ahead in percentage right now. Chino did well to stay alive against Evex for as long as he did, but eventually this Stu is going to be let off the leash. Well, until Patchy gets involved. Again, that's crowd control impact of Gale being felt strongly for CT, but this time they're not stepping off the point.
I will maintain that once these walls break down, we should see Luminosity do the same thing as last one. Oh, takedown on Patchy. Toast and Toonie remain alive. This one's looking impossible to come back from for Luminosity. Les Charles gets some huge wall break over here. Chino also getting value on the Toast over there. The use of the gadget, but Charles is nuked by Toonie's Hypercharge Super. Patchy's chasing him around. Yakety sax ensues as he gets a takedown and now pushes up around the right. Final gadget here for Chino gets him the elimination. It's nearing the point of no return for CT Esports, but with Luminosity getting the retake, as long as they do not surrender control at all for the remainder of the game, they can take this.
Evex dodged the super there for Chino, and it's just as well because he had that hypercharge popped. Now Evex wants to get more aggressive over towards the point, has built yet another super and is going to use it to dodge a lot of those shots coming in from Chino. Toast doesn't have to spend long on the point here. Luminosity have managed to catch up to some degree, but Charles has to go for it now. It has to be a hypercharge super, surely. He just throws a couple of those normal attacks down and is looking to chase away Toonie. They've done it. Luminosity now are in a position to even up the game, and the super catches Evex out. It's Toast who has to throw himself at the point, but he won't be able to get there as the Shadow Realm beckons. Luminosity close up Hot Zone. What a comeback again. Like a 60% deficit they're able to make up.
What an insane comeback as well with the use of Frank. Once those walls broke down, there was no value for Dynamite. There was nowhere for him to go. But even still, Dynamite was getting crazy damage on the Frank. You saw how consistently he was battering him around. I recall towards the end of that last game that we just watched, he cycled out a super purely off of the Frank. Didn't even need a collateral. Just one super, another main attack. Super comes back out, but you cannot stop the Frank. And Charles, I mean, going back several years, going back to even, I believe, 2020, this man has been known for his Franks. So it's not too surprising that now that Frank is meta once again, he picks up the brawler once again.
And here we can see the prevalence of those powerful hypercharged brawlers. Toonie was definitely pretty fearsome on that Dynamite, right? And sometimes it's hard to see, especially with the skin just quietly, when you're getting supered. That chest gets thrown in onto you, but there's so much else going on. I'd already thought Charles would actually go for the hypercharged super at that last fight, but perhaps Frank players feeling like that, a bit more of a liability than a strength, considering just how much you can do with your standard damage, your primary fire. Great comeback, though, for Luminosity. We mentioned that. As the map opened up, you said it, Reddy. As the map opens up, you expect LG to be able to cause the same number of problems as they did in that first round.
Gosh, look at Charles over here, though. Okay, we attributed sort of much of the success to Charles, him being a power player here. On the Frank, walking around and taking tons of damage, existing on the point. And it looks like he did quite a bit more existing than he did anything else, because really when we look at the kills and the damage, they're coming in hugely from Patchy and Chino. But I want to take away from Toonie on this Dynamite over on CT Esports. We already acknowledged going into this one that he was a crazy Dynamite, and he popped off before the walls broke. That is the important catch to note.
Gem grab going to be coming up next. Double swoosh, the classic. And again, we've talked about this quite often, how teams look to navigate the weaker side of the map. If you're looking from our perspective, the right-hand side is pretty treacherous to walk into. We've seen teams use Amber to try and remove that cover, maybe even things up a little bit there. We've seen teams try and lean into that side of the map with 2 brawlers, try and take a 2v1 and turn that into some map control. How you navigate that part of the map, and again, it is a symmetrical disadvantage, right, is really pivotal to your win condition. We've seen a ton of different ballers here on this map, right? Ones to look out for is definitely Sandy. Once again, it's just the right size where, you know, they can find success. Lily and Frank have been very popular lately, but, you know, Meg is still going to be hotly contested on this particular map. We've even seen, like, you know, Buster brought in a heck of a lot just to, again, take some space and maybe give yourself an advantage on that weak side.
Buster is one of my favorites to watch push the left lane here. Since you can sneak up on the gym carrier, you have the gadget that pulls them back, and you can get a serious gank onto their gym carrier. So it's also paramount to make sure that you have a teammate staying alive on the, quote, bad side. See how it's navigated. Yes, and Meg is completely unbanned. I'll also note that Amber is completely unbanned here. So I would expect maybe some of those to be picked up along the way. Gale for a selection here from CT Esports, which is a bit of a no-brainer. It's so good into several things that are good here. One of them banned by Luminosity. They've gotten rid of the Surge. But also Sandy, still. You see that he's banned quite often. Well, you can effectively ban Sandy just by picking Gale, because the matchup is just that chalk.
This is also exactly what Luminosity did when they picked Frank, by the way. They banned Colette and they first picked Gale. So that's something to bear in mind. LG see the Gale and they slam Sandy straight away. They said, no, we still want this brawler. we want to bring that in again. A lot of good mid-range brawlers here with very, very high damage. So Janet.
Oh, man.
Janet? Okay. Is that like anti-sandstorm tech with the boombox, or? All right, that is, again, a very safe mid, right? Very, very good. If you have that gem lead, just run away at the end of the round with that super, you can't really be caught. But the head scratcher for me, the Amber, much more reasonable than expected, though.
I will say, the Amber we expect, Lily, will be monstrous into this, with the exception of Gale. But into Janet should be quite effective. It'll be easy to sneak up on her, given that Lily doesn't just go invisible. She goes to a different plane.
She goes to the Shadow Realm.
Yes, so Janet will have no way of detecting her with the use of the drop the base gadget. Know that Janet once upon a time was meta purely because the drop the base gadget was just that good. I mean,
well, it couldn't be destroyed.
That, and you get the visibility of a sandstorm for free with the use of a green button. Now it decays over time, and that single change has been enough to plummet her to basically the bottom of the meta. But she got a buff, she does more damage with her super now. And it seems that CT Esports look to use her as a secret weapon, which they're needing to reach deep in the toolbox now. They're 5 stars down, or rather 5 gems down, and they're all the way at the ropes. Just one set separates Luminosity from the win.
Okay, Charles tried to dive there. Toast able to stave them off with that gadget. A lot of burst damage there from that Amber gadget. Anyway, Patchy and Evex here trading out. Again, another drop the base removed. Patchy now throws a sandstorm down, able to stay alive as well. So this is definitely a power play for Luminosity. Move in behind, and it's an easy pick off on Toonie.
Massive damage here from Chino. The destruction of the bushes means nothing. They're just spawn camping these guys. Toonie picks up the kill with the Gale, and he actually cycles the super, but no value on the Chino. He's so far out of that's ridiculous. A lot of times Amber is just so good into the Sandy. Scene goes for Gale, and despite being countered by 2 different brawlers, he still gets it done. The mid Sandy appears to have been the play for now. CT Esports need to find a way to enforce a matchup against Sandy with a brawler that counters it.
Is Toast true red side? Is that why he's running it down as Amber with that gadget up? I'm watching him just try and get that insta burst, and that's exactly what happened to the Lily earlier on. We'll let that one slide for the time being, but trust Toast to go for that. Either way, Luminosity, pretty strong showing here. Lily effective, and we're starting to see just how scary also up close that Chester can be.
Oh no, it's exactly what we discussed. Charles getting the kill on Evex, but taken, no, not quite, with the use of another gadget. In and out, but 2 gadgets down. It's quite early game. They only got 3 gems so far, but they do have control of the enemy bushes. We'll see Evex try and scout some things out with damage on Apache. Excellent kill there from Toast, as he now takes control of the left side. The use of this gadget with the Dancing Flames means that he doesn't have anything yet to burn this down. We'll see Charles encroach on his territory once again. But no takedown. No one's waiting on the exit of that super.
Oh, yeah, Charles instantly gets burst down by the gadget. Which is not supposed to happen, folks. That's just something that Amber's doing right now. If you are right on top of her with that gadget up, only happens in a very certain set of conditions. Toast able to win that out. Charles, though, knows that Toast doesn't have unlimited gadget charges and eventually picks off that Amber. Tuni here able to use the Gale Force to force Patchy away, but Chino has 7 gems and counting.
Stun from Chino onto Evex. The gems topple to the ground, and the offensive Sandy Super comes through. Tuni's checking the most obvious areas. Chino also going out on a limb. Oh no, it was a great thing that Gale actually didn't use that super, otherwise he could be done for. Final gem headed over from Charles all the way to the back right. Chino now playing defensive, but Tuni has the hypercharge and the super. He'll go for Patchy, but he's not holding any gems. He's looking to cycle the super, use the twister just because he can. Charles stays alive, and so does Chino. Luminosity go to the semifinals.
And so the dream is still alive for Luminosity. They can still qualify for Worlds. That's right. If they can win this month and elevate lose in the semifinals or earlier, they will leapfrog them on the standings. But either way, they are already live for LCQ. That is so much pressure that has come off their shoulders now. Getting into this semifinal has got to feel, or rather, yeah, getting into this semifinal is going to feel pretty darn good for this team. And honestly, it was a pretty clean showing across the board.
I mean, seriously, only dropped 1 game along the way, and that happened because they didn't get the blue star off the beginning of the game. There's a lot to break down here through the replays. One of the things that I want to touch on is Toast's re-entry to competitive. I don't think this is a serious re-entry from Toast. He's not as focused on the game as he previously was. I can just give you that sort of insider information. This is just another foray from the guy. Old habits die hard. The guy's known competitive for a long time, and he couldn't help but come back. It's unfortunate that he kind of got a spanking from Luminosity first round back on the big stage.
Yeah, can't feel good, but ultimately, you know, we are talking about a CT Esports who don't really have any prospects in the postseason, right? With only about 200 circuit points, that's just too much of a deficit to come back from. But the beauty of this game is that it sets us up with a banger. Tribe Gaming versus Luminosity Gaming. And yeah, that's 2 teams that also have like a lot of hopes. There are a lot of conditions that they're hoping to satisfy. They can really set them up for a very good postseason. But here you have it, your DPS at the end of the game. Patchy on that Chester. Someone who we didn't really talk about it. We talked about it a ton in APAC already, but that got first picked here by Luminosity. And the numbers don't lie, right? That was a very, very powerful pick.
Yes, I mean, if you remember the comment that we made when it came to Buster, how you can appear from the bushes and gank people, he doesn't have a stun, but what he does have is between 5,000 and 6,000 damage. Of course, varying whether you're running the damage gear and have low health. And he's picking up 10 kills. As a result, he's nuking that side. We also saw him play on the right lane as well, sort of the bad side. And he still managed to make an impact there, so excellent for him. Something I also want to point out, though, is Toast did pretty well on the kills here, picking up 3 along the way. And you also mentioned that this was because of the Amber Tech, where if you are on the true red side of the map, then you'll deal 6,000 damage to an enemy by popping your gadget, provided they're right on top of you.
I mean, the guy's abusing a bug. I just want to be real. But Toast doesn't get to choose whether he's on true red side or not, and Amber is still very strong on this map, right? So it just so happens that, you know, Toast wanted to play this brawler anyway, and things lined up a little bit. But that's why you saw Charles die a couple of times on Toast and just cease to exist. Basically vaporized. Their entire family tree actually just got burnt down. That was just how quickly they were eliminated. Chino, they're going to be your MVP for this match. And I know Luminosity are going to feel good about a win there against CT Esports. A great way to ease them into what is going to be an instant banger of a semifinal against Tribe.
Not just that, though. I don't think Tribe were really their anticipated opponents here. I wonder how much of the prep went into going against Tribe, considering that they needed to take down Stamina in order to eliminate them and ascend to the LCQ race. So now by Stamina being eliminated, they are locked for LCQ. Now, it's not the furthest that they can make it. They could still lock Worlds if they take it all the way, hinging, of course, on how other teams perform in this competition. But I don't really anticipate that they have prepared too much, specifically for Tribe at this stage. However, they have absolutely placed their focus on this semifinal, given that it was, again, the expected way for them to qualify for LCQ.
That's right. Luminosity definitely knew they'd be here one way or another. So, folks, stick around. We'll be back right after this break, and we'll be jumping into our semi-finals, the first one being Tribe and Luminosity. That's not one you want to be missing, so don't go too far.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Mike's soda.
My headshot. My headshot.
Spy Mike's soda.
My headshot.
Spy Mike's soda.
This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Welcome back, folks, to the Brawl Stars Championship powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. I wish I had a counter for the amount of times I've said that this year, like a Protesto counter for second best. I really wish we'd built that in. Anyway, we're all dressed up, of course, in the spirit of the month for some classic Brawl, and everybody even over here at the studios in Los Angeles are also getting in the spirit of it. Our replay operator here built this fantastic statue of Spike out of clay. Also had the nails to match, and I had the pleasure of signing this as well. So everybody in the spirit here to celebrate a fantastic year of Brawl Stars Esports and the Brawl Stars Championship. Of course, now we're in a position at the end of today to send our teams from NA off to the postseason, 2 to LCQ, 2 directly to Worlds. And let's read this bracket ready and get caught up on who is vying for those top spots. As it turns out, folks, we've got our top 4 teams in the region sitting in these semis.
It's quite tragic. We had to start the day by saying goodbye to a competitor that's been around for the entire year and even represented the region at Worlds last year, taking second place. Overall, we'll say goodbye to Stamina and Tribe Gaming ascend in their place. One of these teams, though, that we have in both of the semifinals is already locked for Worlds. So all that remains for them is to earn their seeding as number 1 or stay at number 2 in the region. For the moment, though, Tribe Gaming, Luminosity, Elevate could all ascend to that position. But these are the 4 teams that will be representing NA at LCQ and Worlds.
Now, Kenny, let's talk a little bit about our predictions, because I suspect that first quarterfinal was the one that really split us up here a little bit. Yeah, you're on the same page as me for those first 4 games. We were wrong. We believed that STMN could make it all the way, and we were almost right. But you are the only of us that thinks it's Luminosity that will stand in Tribe's way in this semi-final number 1.
Hand up. I think me and Reddy are flopped. I actually picked Tribe, so I'd love to hear from Reddy. So Reddy, I think you're going with LG.
I am. I think that for Tribe, really, the objective here was to make sure that they stay in the running for, well, of course, they locked LCQ. But by eliminating STMN, not only have they gotten rid of a huge rival, but they've taken the first step to qualifying for the World Finals. I think that they placed all of their emphasis on that first match, though. I think that that one match is the thing that stood in the way of them going to the World Finals directly from here the most. I think that Luminosity, on the other hand, knew that if Stamina won that first match against Tribe Gaming, then they would have to beat them in the semifinals in order to advance on to the LCQ stage. So I just think that really, in the end, to sum it all up, that this is a difference in preparation level between Luminosity and Tribe since they had differing stakes.
Okay, that makes sense. I think, like we talked about, Luminosity had to plan to be in this game anyway. They just didn't quite know who that it would be up against. But I think this is a great time to start to introduce this matchup once more. Tribe Gaming came out against STMN as they've done in the past. I think it was May, in fact, that they lost out to STMN in that quarterfinal. They got blown out of the water, and it looked like it was going to be going the same way again today until that third set came around. Tribe into some great drafting and also got a lot of value out of Buster in the last 2 sets in that series thanks to the newer addition, Fade. And this team reversed swept STMN, ended their year, and just the triumph on the faces of Tribe was quite palpable, Kenny. You could see they were feeling good. They were feeling like they were back.
It's hard for me to unsee that match, right? As good of a team as Luminosity is, and again, this one feels very similar to me as that quarterfinal one. There's nothing that's going to happen here that's going to surprise me in terms of result. I could see either of these teams definitely winning. All 4 members from Tribe, throwing his Livy in the mix there too, did their part in that win for match number 1. They took on Stamina. It looked like they brought everything they had. Now they're going to have to do it again. I mean, the mental reset just to go against another fearsome opponent, one that challenged the world champions last year pretty well, that were a dominant force in NA West through a lot of the year. The rivalry they had with S-Team was great. Tribe just beat S-Team, though. I think this one's certainly setting up to be interesting.
Absolutely. I am super excited for this, and Tribe look to be pretty locked in. Now they've got 4 players in the room. You can see just, how close they all are. Fade, obviously, making a real impact as soon as he is added into this roster. And again, as things stand here for Tribe Gaming, they are still online for a legitimate shot at Worlds. They kind of have to leapfrog Elevate. So at this point, it will require them to win this game and for Elevate to lose their semi-final. That isn't out of the question. That would put obviously Tribe ahead enough to leapfrog them in standings. But let's turn around and talk about Luminosity now. They also have a distant chance, but a chance all the same, to make World Finals. But they need Elevate also to lose that semi-final game. If Elevate were to win that one, then neither Luminosity or Tribe could overtake them. But LG have to win the entire thing. And so far, they're looking on track for it, Kenny. This, or rather ready, should I say. This team looks like they are ready to throw down. We know where your Preds are. It looks like they're helping you out a little bit on the creator code side here. You definitely have backed them to take this game.
I just anticipate them to win is all. I think it really can be simplified down to that much. A gut instinct, you could call it. But also, I am looking at quite a few facts that we've already established. That Luminosity, their primary way, I think the way that they anticipated to go to LCQ was by taking down Stamina at this stage, not by eliminating Tribe. So there could be some S-Team in specific preparation in here, and there very much could be preparation that they did against Tribe to deal with Stamina specifically. So who knows what knowledge is available to either side for this semifinal stage between Luminosity and Tribe Gaming here.
Double Swoosh is on the docket, and Reddy and Kenny are going to take you guys into this one. I'm going to step aside. So boys, take it away.
Let's make it happen, Kenny. We're starting off on Double Swoosh, as has been established. A very bushy map, now making its reintroduction to the competitive Brawl Stars map pool.
75-25 as well. It seems a little whack to me, Reddy. I feel like LG certainly deserved more credit here. It's kind of hard to unsee, like I said, what Tribe did earlier. They were phenomenal, the reverse sweep, all the hype around it, but at the end of the day, this one feels more like a coin toss, if anything, than a 75-25 kind of matchup.
Certainly closer than the audience would have you believe. But as we head into Double Swoosh, let's sort of postulate what brawlers are going to be selected here, and also what the lineup for Tribe Gaming is going to be. One thing that I was very impressed by that I actually didn't really anticipate was Tribe Gaming switching up their lineup so frequently. I think that what was more the anticipated outcome for me was that as Livy and Fade would be exchanged. But no, actually Fade stepped in to fill different roles, instead coming in for Zulon. So these 4 members, they all have specific talents. In a lot of cases, players would consider, oh, so we're playing as a 4-man roster? Well, that means when we scrim, one person is not getting practiced. Are we going to have 3 people that are better prepared than one last member of our roster? Well, Tribe have actually flipped the script now because they've taken advantage of a 4-man roster to diversify the talents in exchange based on what the needs are of a specific motor map.
It's really interesting to see, and I kind of love it, to be honest with you. It's not an easy thing to deal with 4 human beings who are all really good at this game. I mean, you gotta set some egos aside sometimes, and just seeing the preparation this week, when peeking in at some of the scrims that Tribe had, they were mixing and mingling just like we saw earlier. I love this. I'm curious if it's a matchup-dependent thing, if it's a map-dependent thing. Like you said, it's definitely a skill set. All of these guys have their strong suits for sure, but a very interesting draft as well. I mean, talking about just the team composition, now the brawler composition. Pearl is a first overall pick. I think it's a fine brawler on Double Swoosh for sure. I think the visibility, you can cook up Pearl. Our casual audience might not like her as much as in the reality she's a pretty good brawler. The Janet, though, and now an Amber alongside it. This is a really interesting just team in general.
Consider also that we just watched Luminosity beat a team running both Amber and Janet on this specific map, and Lily is open once again. Now, I don't know if they're really going to run it, but it did seem to be quite effective into the Janet, not quite into the Amber. wow, it's like we're playing a broken record out here because so many of the brawlers have remained consistent. I will say a good 2/3 of the draft, at least in terms of brawler picks, and excusing also the map, are the exact same as the set that we just watched Luminosity win.
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And also, if you end up getting one of the better brawlers in the game, and Lily, I mean, why not? I mean, LG obviously with a more tried and true, a more regular composition, if you will, something I would expect. Pearl and Janet, definitely not that. I will say, though, Tribe is a team that haven't been afraid to whip out this Janet here every once in a while. I believe it was literally last year, final month, similar situation. I had a good conversation with Corey about some of the things that he liked about Janet, even not being the most meta brawler. The visibility is a factor. The super, where you can get into the air, allows you to be a safe gym carrier. It literally can't be harmed, but Patchy running this Lily is a very scary proposition.
Unlucky for Fade, looks like he didn't get the 6K he was hoping for, and Patchy ends up almost getting that kill on the Zulon. We'll see Charles holding onto these gems to the best of his ability. Chino occupying the right side and competing at range versus Fade, actually getting some quite good damage, considering also the range that Fade boasts on this Amber.
Fade just gonna be hanging around with Zulon, who again can drop that gadget, just get visibility of the entire side. Especially with Amber, they can tear open this map a little bit too, so if Fade can drop a super on that right-hand lane, typically we're gonna see an Amber player go. It's fine. Zulon's gonna have to have some quick reflexes though. Patchy is lurking, he takes to the skies and will get away safely.
You talk about reflexes, that's about as quick as it gets. He survives with 600 health, but now it's a 2v2 at mid with Patchy falling. Zulon now assumes the role of right lane. Nice super there from Chino to get the takedown. It's a lot of bushes and obstacles missing on the side of Tribe Gaming. Chino occupies this left side. Patchy in for the double kill, running away with 6 gems and a countdown for Luminosity.
Pop-off potential certainly there with Lily. That's one of the reasons you're going to see her on this map. Just a gadget and a hop, skip, and a jump away. One super is enough to get out of arm's reach. And Chino plays bodyguard just long enough to keep Tyrant at bay. Nicely played there. And Luminosity taking away game number 1.
Excellently executed by Luminosity. The Lily was a game changer. That double kill at the end of the game. It's not often that Lily will make it this deep into the draft. And I will honestly attribute that to the rise of stuff like Gale, for instance. But when you have Gale on your side, then you can pretty safely run that Lily. Though, another thing that I will note, Tyrant, he's going to be hanging on that super for much of the game. So as long as Patchy actually doesn't super on a Tyrant, then he should be relatively safe, considering also that Fade, look at this, once again, pops the gadget, but it has almost no value, considering that he's not getting that 6K damage that you can sometimes get as Amber with the gadget.
I think Lily was totally fine with the trade there as well. An exhausted gadget still gives them positioning. Now Patchy back in action here too. Zulon still got 3 gems. They're able to hold on, but that right side certainly started leaning Luminosity's way. This is just a problem though. Fade can keep the distance, throw that flamethrower down on the right hand, and if things start to open up a little bit, it's going to get even more troublesome for something like a Lily who needs to be up close.
Patchy's holding onto the super once again. No impact onto Fade. Still gets the kill, but Zulon is here to eliminate. On the left side, Tyrant's getting slowed down by Chino. Still gets the burn on Chino, and then the elimination. Uses all of the heat in his oven to get the takedown. Patchy's going to run forward with yet another gadget. Can he get the jump on Zulon? Well, Zulon can see him through that wall. Patchy decides, nah, not even going to go for it. We're going to go for Fade, and Charles gets to advance up the right lane as a result.
Zulon now backed up just a little bit. This one's pretty 50-50 in terms of the gym count. It's slight advantage to try, but that next one, of course, spawns with Luminosity. Now Patchy creeping up. Reflexes needed once again. 688 feels like a pretty similar number to last time, but Zulon on the money. Patchy with 59, also with a narrow survival, though.
It's a good thing Tyrant tanked that last shot from Crow for Zulon, otherwise he would have gone down. But for now, Luminosity have that mid control, and they have a slight advantage in terms of gems. Just one more gem. And they'll be able to start a countdown. Hypercharge popped by Chino around the right lane. Gets him the kill on Tyrant. Could be a big pinch on the Fade, but Fade still secures the kill nonetheless. A countdown for Luminosity with Charles holding all 10 gems. Chino dies in the forward position. We've got 10 seconds left. Charles is safe and sound here with the super. Just a use of the super can keep him in the sky where he's far away from the clutches of Tribe Gaming. Nice and safe. The clock ticks down to 0, and Luminosity gets set number 1, 2-0.
I think it's safe to say that on paper, Luminosity had a much safer draft there. I like Lily in this meta a lot. It's a very powerful brawler for all our fans at home. They've probably been running around the ladder into her quite a bit, and I've definitely been losing some games to her. That's a frustrating thing to deal with. Let's now hand that to a professional player, one with a comeback mechanic like we saw there. It's very good. I think it's a good reason why they repeated it as well. I mean, Lily going to be a powerful asset for your team, to be that aggression, to be that muscle for your team. Meanwhile, the other guys can kind of sit back, do the scouting reports, all of that jazz, get the chip damage in there. Really like the Luminosity draft. I think Tribes was a little more on the risky side, right? Janet is not your everyday brawler. It's not at the top of the meta. Same can be said for Pearl as well. I think all the brawlers on Tribes side make sense. I don't know if I loved them as a full combo.
I'm sure that there's context that we're missing here when it comes to that Janet selection, because we already know that drop to base is a powerful gadget. When it's alive, Zulon was using it actually in this moment that we're watching right now to block additional damage, to keep himself alive so he could hold on to the 6 gems. But my friends, scouting in bushes means nothing when your opponent is literally on a different plane of existence. That's where Patchy was spending most of his time, in the Shadow Realm. And that's quite challenging to do. Consider that as Lily, one of her strong points is that gadget. When she was released and her damage wasn't that great, it was still the strongest part of her kit. Now, of course, she gets to use an extra gadget gear to get additional uses. So you've also accelerated your number of gadgets by 33%, on top of being able to churn out ridiculous damage in close range that relies on reaction time. And we saw Zulon escape it twice with the use of his super, but it only gets you so far. Once you've taken to the skies and retreated, your teammates are doomed to face a 2v3.
It's definitely worked before. It's not always going to work. That's just part of the risk you run. I think Lily, Crow, Gale on this map in particular, that's a pretty fearsome combo. I think Tribe Gaming just kind of pulling cards out of their wheelhouse here, right? This is something they probably kept closer to themselves. It's not something super meta. I think I see where they're coming from, right? The Janet shot can kind of fan into the bushes. You can get visibility. You can fly away. We saw how clever Zulon even was with dropping that gadget to dodge a Lily super. I see it. I think it makes a lot of sense in that one-on-one interaction. I just don't think they had quite enough firepower there, and I think that's kind of where Janet lacks.
Well, if there's one thing that we have established now, it certainly has to be that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You said this going into the set after we completed the draft. Okay, this was the same result that we saw versus CT Esports. Now, time for something a little different though. Canal Grand. It's going to be East versus West, most likely. We're also looking at optimal ways to get that blue star. It's tough to get in position, and also once you have gotten your position at mid, it is difficult to remove you. So it is essential to get there first, or at least just to win the first battle.
I'm curious to see the ban stage here, because at monthly qualifiers, we didn't necessarily have to deal with a Barry, but now we're in a different world. Angelo, of course, was the most banned brawler, 74%. Lily up there. Eve's an interesting one globally. I don't know how North America's necessarily going to take it. Looks like it's still a priority, though. It's going to be in that ban on the right-hand side. Larry Laurie in there as well, so kind of daring them to take throwers. I mean, there's a lot of good options here for that category.
Okay, RT for selection. Now, RT is good at a couple things. It honestly feels like, in many cases, that RT is good at everything. It's a good thing that he got some balance changes. That was a bit over a year ago by this point, but he has crept back in. Has some different ways that you can play him. Jackie. So we have the part-time Jackie and the full-time Jackie going head-to-head here, because that's the thing that RT does besides being a sharpshooter. Get double Jackie hits on someone in close range by separating top from bottom and getting impact damage in the radius.
They're going to pair that with a thrower too. I just feel like we're in a meta where having a thrower benefits you tremendously. Obviously, Gale out of the picture here too. There's still some other brawlers that we do see on this map that are anti-tank kinds of brawlers. They could also take a tank of their own. I feel like Surge might not be a bad shout here, right? Something into throwers like Barley matches up pretty well with Jackie. If you keep the distance, obviously if Jackie's up in your face, it's pretty impossible for anybody, but I feel like that might be something that checks several boxes. There's a lot of different ways I think you can go here. We've occasionally seen things like Ims for that area control. This isn't the kind of composition though where I feel like you're likely going to pair an Im, so I feel like they're going to look elsewhere to deal with that Jackie.
Okay, so how do they react to it, really is the question here. Some kind of anti-tank? Maybe, or they could ignore it completely. Surge, is there a reaction to all of this? Now, Surge is going to be weak in that early game into everything except for the Jackie. So all this ensures is that they don't get pushed too hard by the Jackie until Surge has been weakened. So Tribe Gaming will need to look for a way to do this, perhaps outrange him. They don't have a sharpshooter on their side just yet. Note also that Barry has not been selected or banned here. They'll go with Squeak, though, as their secret weapon.
These animals, they're doing it twice. They're doing it again. I mean, I have not been the biggest Squeak fan. I don't think he's the best brawler overall in the game. At a professional level, though, it changes up quite a bit when you throw in the draft. But if you're just running around ladder with a Squeak, you're getting run over by Lilies, by Franks. But if you look at the other end right now, It's Tick, it's Surge, it's RT. They're not going to be steamrolling their way down the sidelines. I mean, you can kind of play area control here, especially considering outside of, what, maybe a weird Tick super that clips a wall? There's going to be no wall break here. I mean, Squeak used to be played in the olden days here, back when he's more meta-relevant. I kind of get it.
So question of the day, who gets that blue star? Fade's going to pop that speed early on. Maybe he was expected to go for the right side, instead goes for the left, but taken down by Chino, who's already advanced to the next level. Now, that was going to be hard to get. He's been given it for absolutely free by Fade on this Jackie. Now that Luminosity have the advantage, they can play defense. In fact, the Tick outranges all of these opponents. They still have to be careful not to get backed up too much, and they could certainly benefit from another kill. It would put them ahead by, well, 3 stars instead of 1. But for now, they look to be nice and cozy over here.
You're going to notice that Chino's glued to Fade right now. That is their best anti-tank option. They're being backed into this corner, though, now dropping a little bit of static. Fade going for the super, does remain alive. Patchy with low HP, and Tyrant gets the takedown alongside Fade here. As Livy still flanked on this right-hand end, does get that area control. They're going to let off the gas pedal just a little bit, though. Retreat into these bushes where they can stay invisible.
That march forward from Patchy felt needlessly aggressive, but it almost got them the kill into Fade. It looks like they underestimated the amount of shots that Fade had remaining, or the distances he was able to cover in a short period of time. See another gadget down from Tyrant on the back left side. Meanwhile, Patchy's pushing it on the right, avoiding all that damage from his Livy with the use of the super, getting 1 takedown, but it's still just a trade as his Livy falls. But now Chino occupies this right side, so the script still remains the same as earlier. Tribe Gaming are in the lead. Hypercharge in from Charles. And a Tick super all the way on the back lines, marching forward. This minefield on the left, no damage on the Tyrant, but he is locked in the back left corner.
Is Livy doing a great job of one of his most iconic brawlers, one that's not meta-relevant. Fade falls, though. That is a tough trade to swallow if you're Tribe Gaming, because now Luminosity got a 1-star lead with a shot clock available.
That was a kill from Charles on a Tyrant. It looks like the impact of the Tick super took him down. Patchy with another kill as a clock ticks down. Tribe Gaming desperately need kills, but there's nothing in sight. Luminosity will take game 1 of set 2.
That felt like a game where Tribe definitely could have had it, right? I feel like the tides really turned there when Jackie fell. I think maybe overestimating, maybe just feeling the need to get aggressive so that it could survive those final 15 seconds. Because they win that interaction, very different game, obviously. Jackie's going to grab a kill. Those stars are going to go down a little bit differently. But I think LG did a great job of just being patient there. They didn't panic early game when they were stuffed into their spawn. They just let it play out, got that last second, and used a little bit of a momentum swing to run that clock down just enough with a lead to get a win.
There's no way. Well, it's a good thing that they got the trade in the end. Patchy taken down by Tyrant, but he almost escaped. So this is what we discussed about RT that we're now seeing before our very eyes. That there are a couple ways to play this brawler. You can play it with the Jackie form. You can play it also as a sharpshooter. And that also goes into your gadget selection here. Patchy's decided to go for the relatively new gadget Out of Line, which allows you to get your super back for free. So you can afford to go aggro as more of a tanky brawler and then retreat back to the place where you separated your head from your base. It got him the kill on the Fade earlier, but it didn't quite let him escape. We see a big push in here on the right side. Patchy doing the exact same thing and profiting as a result, but they're still not ahead of Tribe.
He got a gadget off in time, or excuse me, a super off in time too, to kind of backtrack, get out of that situation, and preserve his life. I feel like as Livy's just been herding sheep this whole time, though, kind of shepherding LG the direction they want him to go. And Tyrant with a little area control as well can kind of force them back. And Fade obviously hiding behind this indestructible wall. Tick can chip away, can't kill, and now they're going for gold. Fade looks for one, no kill available though. That was nearly disastrous for Luminosity.
It almost, though, looked as if Tribe Gaming would have lost a member there. They would have lost Fade and handed a couple of stars over to the other side. We see Fade once again having to disarm the Tick super. This was a hypercharge this time. They're kept from pushing forward. But still, Luminosity seriously needs some kills. Tribe Gaming have immense survivability. They also have Fade equipped with a hypercharge, but the damage from Tick just keeps coming in. Fade also doesn't have a gadget left, so he can't get extremely speedy off the end. It's time for Luminosity to push in. Just 10 seconds remaining.
And now Fade going to be charging it as well. They've got the blue star lead, so it comes down to this. 5 on the clock, and Chino's flanking. Fade, body blocking for everybody. Patchy has to fade away. They're looking to grab a kill. Can't quite do it as the clock expires. Nicely played to Tribe, who barely hold on.
This was extremely well played, very, very passively played at times. We see a strategy being implemented by Luminosity that I would argue is actually more characteristic of Tribe. If you ask players about what it's like to play in the Tribe, they will say they are so patient, they let you make the mistakes and then they punish you. And what we've seen from Luminosity, wow, early take there for Fade to grab the blue star. Excellently done. But from Luminosity, what they've been doing this time is they let Fade get aggro, and then they let Patchy come in and punish. It certainly didn't work there, though.
The word that comes to mind kind of along those lines with Tribe for me is discipline. They are not going to make too many mistakes. They're very calculated with their approach, but with this new brawler on their side in Fade, I feel like it just adds a little flair of aggression for them, right? They've got a guy who's one of the best in North America at playing tanks. We've seen what he can do on Buster. That applies to a lot of different just aggressive options, and now that they have that, I think that just helps their confidence a little bit. They're not afraid to just go in there early like we saw and send Fade flying.
Well, Fade's kind of all alone here on the left side. He knows better than to push forward because he doesn't want to feed Chino anymore. Chino, unlike previous rounds, has been kept on level 1 this entire time. We're counting down to the final minute of this game. Still has no value. He's going to pop a gadget to get his level 2 temporarily, but still no value. Fade is playing so far back, and his Livy is occupying this choke at mid so that Chino can't get through.
The squeak pick, I mean, it's working out for me. I think it's been doing a great job so far without any wall break really on the other end. He can just kind of have his way. This is an old-timey brawler that is nowhere near as good as he used to be in the stats category, but seeing him executed here by one of the best in the business at Squeak is awesome to see.
As Livy has that mark over him, but he's still safe and sound. Luminosity are just looking for anything possible. They have just enough time to send Chino on sort of a recon mission all the way around that left side and maybe get a pinch as a result. We'll see Charles take massive damage, still heals up in the end. That tick super from him made no impact on the Fade on the left side. Tribe Gaming have gadgets upon gadgets, but what they don't have is positioning. We'll see Fade reposition himself to the right side. Meanwhile, on the left, as Livy, Tyrant staying alive with the use of the gadgets. Tyrant still has one left. Hypercharge, tick super in. This entire right choke has been locked in. Fade still staying alive. No kills on a Tribe Gaming. A 3-star margin hands this set to Tribe Gaming.
Whew, another close one. I mean, this just feels reminiscent of what we saw in quarterfinal number 1. Two teams with World Finals dreams, looking for a direct ticket there, and they're giving it everything they've got. And I really respect how Tribe Gaming are doing it. We've called it the secret weapon, the squeak picks, the Janet picks, the off-the-wall stuff. There's no way that other teams are likely prepping for that. I mean, maybe they've seen it, but I think just holding their cards close and just relying on what they know best, going with their gut, it's working out for them today.
I think we're really seeing the best elements of each member from Tribe Gaming here, because we've seen Fade play his tanks, we see Tyrant play a strong lane brawler. This guy's a notorious Barley, and then as Livy as well. There's a reason that we call him Squeak Livy, and it is done in an appreciative way, because he's just that good. Everyone on Tribe Gaming, they get to play their comfort brawlers, and they get to do so in a good way. I would say historically, Tribe Gaming have a tendency to repeatedly play the same brawlers. The only issue is that they were not competing in a meta where those brawlers were the ones that dictated who won and who lost, should we say. So Tribe Gaming now have found a way to rotate in players that have specific specialties that lend themselves to success in this meta. It's gotten them a set win so far, but that inventive strategy did not get them that set 1 win.
I was doing a little digging here. We have a wonderful man behind the scenes, Nighttime Clasher, who provides us some stats from monthly qualifiers. He sends us the top 15 best picks, the most picked brawlers. No way Squeak was on that list. I just double checked just in case, but again, just to go to show what this team is doing here in the monthly finals is a bit wild. I just respect that they're willing to call their shot, go with their gut, and to do so in such a well-rounded way. They accent each other so well. 2 kills apiece, DPS pretty evenly spread. You know, Fade's not going to be hitting other enemy players all the time, so I feel like that's probably why that DPS number is a little down, but it's just good enough for him to get a win. LG, though, still fearsome, still strong. The mechanics are there. I feel like that was a really tough one on paper for them to end up winning. They did grab a game. I still feel like this one is neck and neck.
Like, sometimes in life we got to make a choice, and as Livy made his choice. Squeaky clean, and looking good on the stats too. What a way to just block mid, keep Chino from achieving value there. Didn't really stop him from getting kills. We saw towards the end of the game, Luminosity sent Chino on that, as I called it, recon mission all the way around spawn, and he had to do it the slow way as a level 1 surge. They got them all the way back to their spawn, but they just ran out of time. We're moving into a mode, though, where you can't back up all the way to your respawn towards the end of the match to ensure your success. No, you are forced into the middle, and we're doing it Bell's Rockway.
Kit's the first brawler that comes to mind on this map in particular, especially in a professional level and on this KO map in particular. I think Kit is a great win rate, is an awesome brawler, one of the better brawlers I would say overall in the entire game if you're looking to push it home. I just feel like you can power up so many different allies, and the worst thing that happens is you don't have a natural synergy, say with a tank or assassin. You're just diving on enemies and grabbing kills, stunning the enemy side. I just feel like even playing B for Kit is better than most brawlers playing A.
Well, bans are in, and the first selection goes to Tribe Gaming. They've gotten rid of the Sprout as well as the Kit. Kit is such a frustrating brawler to play against these days. We'll see the Rico early selection. That could either be Zulon, that could be as Livy. Honestly, I think that either one of these guys could really rock it. We'll see as Livy is on it for now. Now Luminosity have a couple of ways to react to this Rico. This one's a challenging one. He holds lane super effectively, but at the same time, if you get close to him, then he's just going to nuke you. He's going to pop multi-ball launcher. It does ridiculous damage in close range, and it can be a good asset towards the end of the match. So RT would also be a valuable selection here for either team. We'll see the Buster approach. There's the RT that we alluded to just a moment ago. And you'll note how this RT was played by Patchy just in the previous round. He made pretty good use of it. Chino on this Buster, I think, also takes it out of the hands of Fade, should he be playing for Tribe Gaming this round. And also is, as usual, it's great to be able to reflect damage as things close in with a smoke approaching.
Another interesting one, Tribe Gaming calling their shot. This time it's going to be Pearl, a brawler in the monthly qualifiers that was not top 15 in wins as an individual brawler for this map. And again, we're going to see Luminosity just rely on what's tried and true. I think RT, a better brawler than people probably realize right now, especially on these game modes in particular where we've seen him having that static Jackie form, Jackie Jr. if you want to call it, whatever you want to coin it as you cleverly did earlier. It's not the easiest thing towards those in-game circles, especially when paired with a Buster. I mean, that is a fearsome duo as that fog closes in. I like this grab of Larry Laurie, though. That's about as good of a throw as you're going to get.
Pretty much also with Sprout out of the running for possible brawlers to be selected here. I mean, what do you really do into that? I guess you could tick if you really wanted to. Thing is that you're not going to get the kind of damage that Larry Laurie is capable of, and once that clone approaches you, it's going to be tough. So I now rescind what I was saying earlier. Possibly, I think that this Larry is very, very playable for his Livy. It's a bit of a characteristic brawler of him. He's very good at it. We'll see Barley selection here from Luminosity. Don't see this one on this map terribly often, though he is still good, and you have the use of the Herbal Tonic to keep your team alive in the end. And if Luminosity are leaning on the health that Chino and Patchy have, the survivability and the power that they have in close range, then this may be the way to go, the survivability route. Though they should be cautious, because as Livy can reach around corners and get damage from there, Fade can damage them over the walls while remaining out of mid. And Tyrant also is a master survivalist on this Pearl.
We'll see how it goes down. Set number 3. Both sides need this one for sure. It's 1-1 overall, and taking a lead against a tough postseason opponent, somebody that could be in their future depending on how things play out, would be big for the confidence and much easier road to victory if they want the holy grail of this esport. And they're going to play back a little bit as Livy taking to the mid. And like you said, this is why Rico can be so strong in this map, just utilizing this indestructible wall, the bounce shots, the angles. It's what he does best.
The mid Rico is so strong on this map. I'm honestly a little curious as to why it isn't played more often. But with a re-entry of Bell's Rock to the competitive map pool, and also Rico getting a hypercharge in basically the same breath, I can now see why it is so prevalent. So as Livy has this super at the ready, though Patchy has that montage ready to go as soon as his Livy uses it, and turning all those projectiles against him. So as Livy is sort of stopped from using the super until Patchy goes for it, he's going to throw it around the right side, totally unexpected there. And Chino would have survived even if Charles had not thrown down that gadget, but still, it's always useful to have some healing on your side. Early takedown, Apache, Chino falls as well, and Charles, the last one to go.
I mean, is Livy rocking that newer skin really well right now? Using that hypercharge, cycling those supers like a madman. I mean, he didn't get a kill on that first go, but it was enough to basically charge up hypercharge in his second super instantly. Patchy had nowhere to walk, just wonderful plays using these angles to perfection and making LG really back up and go down pretty quickly.
Once again, it's brawlers that these guys are comfortable on, as Livy gets to pop off on this Rico. We saw him do it versus Stamina. He found that angle versus Chino earlier. And Chino's completely undefended. by Patchy at the moment. So if his Livy decides to chuck a super that way, he absolutely can. But I think Chino's also staying in a position where he's less vulnerable. Massive damage on Patchy. I don't think he was expecting that one to hit. Looked like it was going to go down mid instead. Now that Patchy is out of a super, his Livy's got to be approaching his once more. He can get some value from there.
As Livy's still a strong force in this mid. Fade working this left-hand side. And now Chino rushing down the right. Tyrant's been forced away a little bit. Gonna have to be careful here because this fog's going to start to close in, so positioning is going to be everything, and currently it's Tribe's favor.
As Livy's taken out his protractor, he's hitting all these angles with the burn from Tyrant. Patchy finally taken down, but it's a 2v2 now. Chino gets some value over here, but still Fade remains alive with 460 health. It's a game to Tribe.
Great game from Tribe. Just overall, all four members of this team have been humming here today. It really feels like they're starting to come into form. It's not about how you start, it's how you finish. And obviously, Tribe Gaming started this year with a huge W over the team on the other end right now in that grand finals. It was a pretty convincing one. And since then, it hasn't been quite the same. It's a hard region. It's a hard esport to be consistent in. Right now, they're certainly putting up a fight.
I just don't really see that much that can be done by Luminosity here. They're facing Livy, who has massive range with the use of these walls. He has incredible reach around these walls where Luminosity can't do too much. He's still able to hit them. And Fade, the exact same role. And he outranges Charles. It's another thing to note as well. So Luminosity are taking a different approach. They're not wasting their efforts up here at mid. They've fallen back to recover. Oh my gosh, what a play from Livy. The takedown on Charles, it came from absolute nowhere.
I'm so about his Livy's gameplay right now. A cheeky little pin pop there with a little wink. I love it. Giving some great energy and some great takedowns. He's got another one close to a third, but Tyrant going to be the last one to strike there. This Rico gameplay, unreal from the Tribe side.
And owns the map. Must be using walls or something. Well, as Livy is certainly making use of them to propel his projectiles a little further at mid. Sort of outranging Chino. Chino still gets one tap on him, but his Livy is safe and sound. Luminosity have returned to their former approach. They haven't gotten a single round win just yet. Tribe Gaming took 2 in a row last game. They're taking the first one of this game. They can take the entire set without any mistakes. No kills just yet on either side. It's going to take a poison cloud to push these guys.
As Livy hasn't even used Hypercharge yet, they got out of that first round so quickly that he's now got the combination ready. It's not going to get as much value this time, but he's cycling in more shots. So many shots bouncing off these walls. What are you supposed to do? The footwork insane right now from Patchy, though. He ends up surviving his Livy down to 580. If they're not careful, Tribe might lose a member.
Charles is doing the best he can. He's already used all of his gadgets, and Tyrant is still alive. Patchy now occupies them in. And we see the poison now starting to close things in. Take down, but it's just a trade. Fade and Tyrant still alive here. Take down to Chino's base, maybe. Take down onto Tyrant. Charles remains alive. Fade needs a damage, and he gets it. That's the set for Tribe.
Just special. I mean, the Rico work in this set is a reason that Tribe Gaming are mostly taking a lead here. I think everybody doing their part in those closing circles, but it is safe to say those early frags just so good, giving yourself a 3v2, a 3v1 advantage, all due to most of the times in those rounds, one as Livy super. Unbelievable. The most picked brawler in these monthly qualifiers, who had a 48% win rate, I might add, looked significantly better than that. I cannot wait to see stats for that man.
It's going to be an absolute treat to see, okay? We'll see if our suspicions were confirmed, but first we get to reflect on actually how close some of these endings came. Check this one out. Chino with a mutually assured destruction on the right. Fade remained alive, which is quite reminiscent of this final round, where Luminosity actually almost took it. Charles laid down tons of damage here in the final moments with the use of a super, but Fade remained alive in the poison. That second shot from the Larry got them. Fade, what a monster today. But let's not let this distract us from what Livy was capable of. So what are the stat lines? 364 DPS. He's leading the lobby on this one.
Unbelievable numbers. I mean, obviously the kill category split amongst all members, and the DPS still great. Honestly, as good of a set as we saw with our eyes from Livy, I think the thing standing out to me the most right now in our kind of post-game recap, 33 DPS for Patchy, 80 for Chino. That's not a top frag kind of combo, if you will. I feel like that's one that relies on those in-game situations and rather be this passive, calculated approach that we see from Tribe Gaming a lot of the times. They are taking the punch right to the enemy team. And Luminosity, as just a roster here with these 3 brawler selections, that's not really what this combination is meant to do. They're meant to hold on positioning, wait it out, and Tribe Gaming didn't give them a chance.
Well, we'll see how they make use of some of this momentum as they head into the next one. Looks like Luminosity are certainly feeling the effects. They got that first set, and then with Tribe Gaming wresting back control of the momentum in set 2, they managed to get a really dominant draft here. I mean, look at the stats here from Luminosity. There wasn't really much play for them. Even Chino on this RT, who should have had the long-range sharpshooter play, well, he was outranged by Islivy. The Rico mid is so strong here. I'm curious as to how it slipped through. Perhaps Luminosity anticipated that Buster was going to be the answer to Rico. We saw just how good it can be on Brawl Ball between Stamina and Tribe Gaming earlier. But here, not quite the case. Patchy was ready with the montage on one lane, and Islivy said, fine, I'll take a different one. Get a kill as a result.
Just masterful work on the Rico. Another instance of Islivy playing a brawler he is known for. And obviously Rico, in personal opinion, going to be in a much better spot in the meta with a hypercharge and just as a brawler in most situations than Squeak. But I love just seeing him do it their way. Rico a little more applicable on that map more often than not, but I think the fact that that one slides by, they give it into Islivy and he just pops off with it. Just awesome to see. Tribe Gaming just firing across the board right now.
So do you think they get the Rico once again? Because Rico is so good on this map. Bans coming in. Rico, first thing that Tribe Gaming get rid of. As well as that Gale and the Barley, they do have first pick, so they're focusing less on the most OP brawlers here, though they will certainly with their first pick. So this is curious. They're going to go for wall break here, and they're also picking a tank quite early. It gives Luminosity ample opportunities to respond. They might want to pick up the Colette here. They're going to be missing walls, and they're also going to be playing into a tank. Nita is an excellent way to respond to this one, given that you have a stun that you can equip with the gadget, and you're going to be getting plenty of value off of that Frank. Only hazard, though, is that he's going to be breaking down walls, and Nita gets pretty weak when she doesn't have her walls.
Ooh, Nita and Dynamite. What a 1-2 punch coming in from LG here. Curious to see how Tribe responds as Livy subbing out, Zulon back in. So I think this is just kind of the roster they're going to use when they just want to get aggressive ready. They've already picked up the Frank. Now they're going to grab the Kit.
No.
Here comes a nasty combination.
So Kit's going to get crazy value on the Dynamite, I expect. But he also has a second way of playing here, which is typically not the way that Kit is played. I feel like it's actually quite black and white. Kit, much like Kit himself, actually, where Kit will go for stuns and get the team CC, or he will backpack on someone. Check this out. Carl also coming in to counter that early thrower selection from Luminosity. I honestly think that this is going to be a tough draft for Luminosity to deal with. They will go for the Colette as anticipated, though. It's going to be a way for them to deal with the Frank, and Dynamite can also blow this map open if they need to. Just means that Nita and Dyna will be missing some of those walls.
I think Colette is a fantastic answer here. I'm surprised it didn't come to my mind sooner. Just into Frank, going to be great, obviously. And into Carl, too. That's not a bad matchup.
Well, here we go. Tribe Gaming off to the races, seeking that early mid control, trying not to feed Patchy. On the right side, Charles, I don't think he really got one of the lane matchups that he wanted to, considering that Tyrant can very easily get a gadget in and take him down, but Chino is still ready to eliminate Tyrant if he gets too aggressive. Now, Zulon backpacking on the fade. How much DPS are we going to see come through? Well, a missed gadget from Frank means one thing. We'll see Chino also pop a gadget, but still no value just yet. They may wait for this Kit to dismount from Frank before going for a play. There's the immunity to the stun as well. That's one gadget from Fade in exchange for one gadget for Patchy.
Big-brained interaction right there, and now Carl taking off the sideline on the right-hand into Fade, marching it down, Kit diving, and there's the trade that they need, and now it's going to be a 2v1 situation. Chino has a lot on his hands. Fade breaking open this right-hand side, allows for Tyrant to walk it in. Fantastic 1-2 punch.
That was so smart from Chino, too. He supered into the goal to avoid getting stunned, but he didn't have the DPS to eliminate Tyrant, much less the super to push him away. That was a checkmate from Tribe Gaming. There was no play for Luminosity from there. The use of a stun from Patchy, it doesn't really have much impact on Fade, though he is having to push back, taking quite a bit of damage along the way. Tyrant pinched here on the right side. This is a wide open goal if they can get it past Fade, and he has the gadget to pull them back. They're trying to bait it. Here comes the hypercharge from Chino. He needs that healing, gets it off of Fade. It's a wide open left side of the goal, and we're tied.
They trade out opening that net. Really well played. And the more this opens up, I think the better it caters towards Luminosity. They're going to have to utilize this entire combo on the left-handed. Chino, the wide open, has a super shot. Fire intercepted! Tyrant, perfect precision!
What a play from Tyrant. Pinpoint precision. but how far will that go? He's had to use a gadget to get there. There's the nuke on Azulon. It's 3v2. More in from Charles, but Fade avoids it. It's 3-on-1. Fade stunned. Pops the gadget to get out of it, but it's just too late. We need this. We need to see this again. What a crazy play from Tyrant. This man is insane at Carl.
It's wild. Like, Luminosity just scored. They should be pumped. That was unbelievable. Unbelievable defense. I mean, thank goodness Luminosity scored, because to try to come away with that game, I can't imagine momentum swings back their way. That was insane.
This is the level. It's a literal monthly final between the two teams that are going to be representing this region on an international stage. But the fight right now is for who has the potential to represent this region at Worlds. It'll be either Tribe Gaming or Luminosity, provided the outcome of that Elevate match that we have awaiting after this one. But Luminosity, for now, have achieved Game 1. They have stopped the win streak of Tribe Gaming after what appeared to be impossible to deal with. Nice stun there. Chino taken down. Zulon also exchanged. And the two best things to deal with Frank still remain. But Tyrant's going to aggro. He's got the kill on Patchy. Looks for another on Charles, where he's almost defenseless. Going for a kill on Tyrant, where he's still vulnerable to Chino. But still, that was a clean double kill for Tyrant, given that he also remains alive.
Big time too, because they wasted a Dynamite Super. That could be very valuable at opening up the other side of the map. That's how they got their first goal and honestly led to their second. Now Zulon looking for the first of their own. Fade swipes away, clobbers his way to the other end. Hypercharge goes down. Tyrant has a super shot, fires it right at Chino, forces it into his hands, and gets the following pickaxe there to try and get the kill. This time though, not quite enough. Patchy might have an opportunity to take it the other way.
It's been so close for Tribe Gaming to score a goal. They pass the ball forward and get the shot, but their enemies drop to about 200 HP, and they can still block the ball from going in. I feel like, honestly, those are some very deserved goals for Tribe Gaming, and Luminosity escaped battered, bruised, but still just barely alive. We'll see Fade avoid a stun there from Charles that could have been absolutely massive. Here comes the backpack once again, and it's passed up to Tyrant. He's equipped with the super and a gadget, but no kills, no damage really onto Luminosity just yet. Huge super in from Chino, but no kill confirmation. Tyrant has the chance to heal up, but he stays on the back lines where he could actually be quite vulnerable. Stunned there. Fade has to get out of there, and so does Zulon. This ball is now retrieved from the corner. Chino has the hypercharge to potentially put this one in.
And Zulon going invisible, out of eyesight for just a moment, but they kill confirm immediately after. Charles now lobbing up shots, and this open space does not favor Tribe Gaming. With LG kind of hurtled around this ball and 15 to go, they're trying to end things before this even gets to overtime.
Whoa, what a combo there on the Fade on the right side. Zulon with a jump forward to avoid the big barrel of boom. Chino's looking for the angle, slips right past Zulon. Tyrant can't snag it this time. Luminosity with the goal at the end of the game. No one can retrieve it. A set win for Luminosity and a set 5 incoming.
The world needs to be nervous. Honestly, the world needs to be nervous. Tribe and LG possibly playing for a world spot, maybe LCQ. Every single team in North America is fierce today. I think they're really showcasing what this region is made of. We've got another set 5 barn burner on our hands. Every single team desperate to prove themselves here today. And when it matters most, all of these teams are just shining right now.
Gosh, and that last game was so close to a win for Tribe Gaming. We saw goal scoring opportunities left, right, and center for Tribe. They were shooting this one at the goal. They were following up with shots onto the defenders that dropped them to 200 HP, 400 HP. Just a gust of wind away from falling and that goal being completely wide open for a score. But no, Luminosity hung on. Just slight miscalculations in there, perhaps plays of desperation from Tribe Gaming. Man, that was close. But Luminosity really, really rocked this one. What a play from Tyrant 2. Have you ever seen anything like this?
No, that's easily one of the greatest defensive efforts I've seen in this game's history. That was unbelievable. It is a darn shame that they lose the set after such a good play. But overall, LG were the simply better team here in Brawl Ball. I think Colette overwhelmed this Kit Frank combo just a little bit. It's a great matchup into Carl. Once they got the Dynamite Supers rolling, the map opening up due to the Frank Supers, Dynamite, it started to really favor LG. And not to mention they pair this with a Nita, 5 kills as well. And Bruce the Bear is a 4th brawler. It is really tough for Carl to deal with Bruce the Bear, for Frank to deal with multiple brawlers at once, and Kit there to kind of power up allies, maybe get a trade every once in a while with a super, but other than that, it's a really hard thing to manage. So I think LG were kind of built as a composition to destroy the left-hand side.
Look, the question has now been answered. Is it possible to deal with Frank without Gale on your side? Well, yes, you just need to have 3 counters to him. Literally 3 ways specifically to deal with that Frank, because consider that, hey, this was not tailored to deal with the Carl. It wasn't for the Kit either. We saw Kit and Carl absolutely tear these guys up. Look at the damage on their side. Fade was securing the kills for sure, but he wasn't pumping out the damage that his 2 comrades were on that side. We'll see how this one is navigated. It all comes down to set number 5. Whoever wins this set has the potential to go directly to World Finals. No LCQ required, provided that Elevate do not win their match. A lot hinges on this. There's seeding at stake too, as well as some good old-fashioned catch money. Let's get it started. Pick one for Tribe Gaming.
Let's have some fun. Set 5, high stakes, and it's Barry who finally shows himself here. He's honestly escaped the ban phase several times today, and still teams have not gone for him quite yet. We saw that more on Knockout, on Bounty. That's where kills are the priority, not on parallel plays. This guy is a menace. He's going to heal. He's going to do damage. He's got that Barley-esque feature where his shot lingers. This guy's going to be a problem.
I will caution you also, though, against the offensive capabilities here of Barry, because it feels like he can do just about everything. He has excellent damage. He's got 3k damage if he hits you with his super. You see Meg, a high health brawler that's great in close range as an approach to deal with this. Gale is also super, super strong. Could jump pad you over to the point if you want it. But Barry's still going to be an issue for both of these. They're indestructible walls here. Neither of these brawlers are tailored to do anything around those walls. Now Amber in to deal with potentially a last-minute aggro pick, or also something that simply runs at them and can get some fire fuel down to do damage over the walls.
Amber going to be a good selection here. Going to pair quite well with the Barry, I think. Just some area control, area denial. Let's have a time ready. A set 5, a world's ticket possibly on the line for a winner here. Let's go Buzz. Let's let Fade do his thing. This is going to be awesome to watch. Buzz with the stun and the hypercharge. It's just a man swinging down sidelines that can be so entertaining to watch. I think this is just an overall composition that can work. However, Cordelius coming in to remove hypercharges and Buzzes going to be extremely valuable to Luminosity.
When I look at Tribe Gaming, though, what I see is 3 brawlers that this team is super, super good at playing. I think that this may just be their meta now with the addition of Fade, because Fade on this Buzz, there's just nothing else quite like it in NA. If you ask me, Tyrant on the Amber, ask any pro, and they will say that Tyrant's Amber is absolutely fearsome to play. There are also rumors that he does each single projectile individually, but I think that's really just owing to how terrifying this is. And then as Livy, definitely, if you ask me, the best throw player in this entire lobby. I think that Tribe Gaming have an all-star lineup, player and brawler-wise. Luminosity will have to find some sort of approach to deal with this. They've gotten good brawlers on their side. They have great players on their side, but not quite fitting as well as Tribe Gaming's composition. Fits like a glove for them.
Tyrant multitasking so well there. Defends home court, and now Tyrant able to claim an anchor down here on this left-hand end. Fade and his Livy, though, rushing to the other side. As Livy just there to power up Fade. Dives forward, goes at the face of Charles, and just pummels him with ice cream, all melting across the board there. Patchy just having to deal with his Livy, play a little ring around the rosies. Chino forced to jump over a wall, waste a gadget just to get the takedown.
We might see Fade fall. Chino needs to line up these shots. Fade's just so good at dodging, and he gets his super as a result of staying alive in that interaction. We'll see Chino now migrate over to the enemy side, puts as Livy inside of the realm so that perhaps Patchy can get that super back. Excellent stun, but Fade still stays alive in that interaction on the home front.
Fade can have a really hard time into Patchy with the super choice that he's using too. And good news for the side of LG. They've got some extra percentage points here, but as Libby breaking away right hand into hypercharge for Fade, he's diving right at Chino here, but a Shadow Realm removes him. This is now an advantage for Chino. Fade going to be on the underworld and goes down instantly. Tyrant caught off guard here as well, and now things going south for Tribe.
Oh, Chino's been a monster on the enemy side. Fade now in with an extra torpedo. Chino pops him in the hypercharged Shadow Realm as Livy's going for the other side, but they're at a deficit for the time being. He's got to circle around. That's wasted time running to the enemy side. Clearly got the comms to come back and get some defense. We're 12% away from a win for Luminosity. They own this point on the back left, counting up to 100. Tribe know that it's over. Gotta see a new approach as Luminosity advance to match point.
I think it would have been really difficult for Tribe Gaming to overtake that even with a full 3-man stack. But I think that that's some questionable decision making, right? Maybe a conflict there, trying to trust in the two guys, saying, hey, I think you guys can do this. I'm going to try and get those last few points, because they end up getting 3 takedowns there, and as Livy's up top, that's a win for Tribe. But he had to circle back, and like you called out, that's just wasted time. I don't think they were decisive enough there, and that's the difference maker in matches like this.
Regardless of the outcome of this match, that is going to be one that they remember and revisit as Livy going to the other side. It is small, and maybe it had little impact on the outcome of the match, but it does matter that you are where the play is. Patchy getting the kill on a Tyrant with the use of a star power, and as Livy also taken down by Chino. Luminosity playing supreme defense here. Patchy taken down by Fade as he was out of the mech and couldn't get a super back in time. Missed Shadow Realm there from Chino as he tries to keep as Livy in spawn, but as Livy can just continuously back away. Chino still gets it, as you can see in the kill feed, and Charles on the right side goes down. Now Fade gets to occupy this, but he's pinched by Chino, who's in the perfect position on the right side. Another Shadow Realm for the guy, and another elimination of his Livy.
Pop off from Chino, doing a good job at assisting the teammate up top and immediately rushing down to the other end, getting a favorable matchup. Now as Livy's just kind of stuck in a corner here, Fade forced to dive in, and it's still not enough. Fade taking down to the other end, but again, percentage points leaning towards Luminosity. Tyrant going down here too. It's going to be a full 3-stack for LG on the bottom left.
Tribe Gaming trying their best to defend this left side. They're going to have to respawn before they do so, as Livy has that super, but he's going to get rejected by Charles if he decides to go aggro. Maybe he can help his team by healing up, but it doesn't really look possible. There's one kill, pushed back by Charles, the double stun, but Fade is here to defend. He's blasted away by Patchy. Tyrant and Fade remain alive for the defense, 99%. All it takes is one more push in from Luminosity.
Fade going down there, and now a Shadow Realm pull as well. Chino rushing forward, thumbs down coming out, and they get the final percentage point necessary. Luminosity with an outside shot at World Finals.
Unreal. The unthinkable. What would have happened if Stamina had made it to this stage? We'll never know, but we can see that Luminosity has had enough to take down Tribe Gaming here. So what impact does this have? This is the seeding right here, Tribe Gaming. Now 4th seed, they will still be going to LCQ. However, they will be entering that race as a 4th seed. They should have been eclipsed by Luminosity with this win. So now what does Luminosity have to aim for? They can get past Elevate. In fact, they are right now. Elevate cannot win this next one in order for Luminosity to go directly to the World Finals.
They've done as much as they can to control their own destiny in this final month. It all came down to this 5th and final set. I think they played this one excellently. I think the drafting was really solid into what Tribe Gaming brought to the table. Buzz ends up being a big playmaker, but into a Gale, into a Meg with the star power choice, into Cordelius, that is a lot to ask, even for one of the best tank players in North America, one of the best Buzzes I know. That's just a difficult ask in general. I feel like decision-making, you know, we called it out. It came down to the wire here in this second and first game, but at the end of the day, I feel like Luminosity played that one so well. You can just see that joy on their faces. They're so close to returning to that coveted postseason that they did so well at last year.
Oh my god, Chino over here with 16 kills. Man was stat padding with his Livy at spawn. He consistently rushed in to get that kill. Excellently done, removing the most troublesome brawler, really, for Luminosity to deal with at the spawn. Stop it at the source, is what they say. Jeez, and Tribe Gaming, too. I mean, I will still stand by what I said, where every single member of Tribe Gaming was on a brawler that they honestly lead the industry, so to speak, in. Fade, a absolute historical level of buzz play. Tyrant on the Amber, incredibly fearsome. And his Livy on any thrower at all will be remarkable. But it's not enough to stop Luminosity. And perhaps this could be the same form that we see Tribe Gaming in numerous times, where they pick brawlers that they're good at, and they are meta, but they're not meta enough.
I'm a big fan of what we saw from Tribe Gaming today, but Luminosity are going to get the W here, and alongside it, an MVP vote from y'all at home for Chino. After that Cordelius performance, it has to be, right?
Well, man's going 16 kills. He's dropping crazy stats. Of course, he's got to win the hearts of the people. And let's not forget that even versus CT Esports, he still locked in that MVP vote.
Impressive stuff, to say the least. And now that we know that Tribe are going to LCQ, I'm kind of curious how they approach it, right? They've got this 4-man roster that did really well today. They were rotating depending on the map, the brawler kind of pool that they wanted. I feel like that could really throw some teams off here across the globe that are going to have to prep for them.
Well, the story has developed. Luminosity can lock in Worlds, but it's between them and Elevate to do so. We have Elevate versus the Pioneers coming up next. Short break. You won't want to miss it, though.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, folks. We are one semi-final down and one more to go here at the Brawl Stars Championship, powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're going to be visiting a side of the bracket. We actually haven't covered it all on the A stream so far today. That is fun. We spent so much time in the upper part of the bracket ready set, where we obviously just saw Luminosity win out against Tribe. But a look down at the bottom, to the bottom of this bracket rather, features our number 1 and number 2 teams. The 2 teams responsible for victories in the last 3 monthly finals, Pioneers and Elevate. Let's catch everyone back up on these 2 teams who've just maybe joined in today and haven't seen them go to work yet.
Well, Pioneers and Elevate had the fortune of facing both sides of Reconic, both black and gold, and only Pioneers looked even a little bit shaky with that one set that they dropped along the way. However, Reconic Esports Black were a good roster in their own respect, so can't really blame them for dropping one there. Really, this is where the play is at. Pioneers versus Elevate. If Elevate win this one, then they lock Worlds. Pioneers have already locked Worlds. If they take down Elevate, then they guarantee themselves being so far ahead that they cannot possibly be second seed.
Now, can you talk to me about how Luminosity fits into all of this? Because like we've kind of hinted, they're still online for a World Finals. What has to happen here in this game for that to happen?
Well, I mean, if Pioneers win, the big news for Luminosity. But if Elevate win, I mean, they're playing for their season as well. This is for a chance to go to Worlds. They've already secured at least LCQ. We know our 4 representatives. However, they're playing for a ticket to the World Finals. Now that Luminosity have won, Elevate got to pay a little bit more attention here. And unfortunately for them, they're facing down the number 1 seed in North America if they want that chance.
Let's talk a little bit more about Pioneers here, who are the only team in this region to have won 2 monthly finals. It's second best, and Juan Carlos definitely been causing issues, and Pain, has been quite a dominant factor here. We saw some El Primo on Brawl Ball in this first series. Surge for Juan Carlos, very powerful when it came to these bounty matches, and of course, second best still killing it on the Protesto counter in general. Great showing from them, also getting the Lily through the pick and ban. It ended up being a pretty one-sided showing. Reconic Esports were able to pick up that parallel plays map, but then we turned around and we went to gem grab, and it was undermined, and it was all Pioneers all the way. They are, well, they're sitting in an empty house, but you know what? They've got the essentials. They have a wireless router. They've got an internet connection. You know what? And deadass, ready? Every time I move into a new place, that is the first thing I get sorted. It has to be there the day I move in, otherwise something's gone wrong.
I think that really the bottom line is men will see a room like this and say, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, exactly. It's got everything you really need. Maybe some cushions would be nice here. But let's look across at their opponents. Elevate just need to win this game to secure their guaranteed World Finals spot. It's Luffy, Zeus, and RPM. Well, it's going to be killer, of course, here in this lineup. And this team have been sick. We've been really impressed with what Elevate have been able to show us, especially over the last couple of monthly finals. They have come alive in this later part of the year. They start in March by having a good showing and falling out in the semis. They do the same in April. Then they win it in May. In June, though, they get knocked out in the quarters, Kenny. Not exactly what we expected to see from this team, but they'd already accrued enough of those points to be within striking distance of a world spot.
This is a team that's, I think, put a lot of respect on their name this season. Obviously, the acquisition of RBM was huge for them. RBM resume speaks for himself. But the other 3 members of this roster, people forget, in the NA East days, they were right there. They were competing until the literal final month. They clutched up in that second to last month, won an entire monthly finals in a reverse sweep fashion just to try and give themselves that chance. This is a team that is not going to be buried easily. Pioneers, they got nowhere near as much to worry about. They've already put in the work this year. They're going to the World Finals. I think for them to really showcase themselves, to be the unquestionable #1 team in North America this year, though, a monthly final has to seal that deal, right?
Absolutely. I mean, they definitely love the title. For Pioneers to have won 3 monthly finals, I don't think anybody could argue with that. But Elevate don't want to leave things up to chance. They don't want to have to go to an LCQ. that honestly features some terrifying teams from all around the world. Look at EMEA, look at even APAC, right? There are unbelievable teams like Na'Vi that will be competing at that tournament. You don't want to have to risk either being hot or cold at LAN and having a World Finals chances pinned on that. We're going to catch up with Ready Set on the other side of this. It's myself and Kenny taking you in to the second semi-final over at event.brawlstars.com. You've made your voices heard. It's 80% of you feel like the Kansas City Pioneers are going to take this away. Generally, they've had the upper hand in this matchup in the past, but again, this is our final monthly finals. The last chance for Elevate to leave their mark on this region before they depart for international competition. So expect them to bring their A game.
20% doesn't feel right, but I understand it, right? If you're looking for any kind of consistency this year, as much as you can grasp at least in this region, right? KCP have been that team. They're #1 seed for a region. They've won monthly finals multiple times, but Elevate are in a little bit of a must-win kind of situation. I mean, like you said, they've got the postseason, right? But we knew coming into this month that every single top-tier team was going to be extra motivated. They want to go straight to the World Finals. They don't want any doubt, any question marks at that LCQ. They don't want to deal with the other 15 teams that are really darn good at the game, too. They just want a straight shot. So we'll see how they compete against the current #1 seed. They're going to ban Barry. They're going to ban the Buster, which makes a lot of sense. Jesse, an interesting one, though.
Yeah, okay. We'll talk about that a little bit more in just a moment. But Jesse, obviously very good for taking control of that center part of the map. And the Elevate don't want to deal with spawners, but they have allowed Nita to get through with a 52% win rate. She's very, very solid on this map in general and is picked in, you know, 1 in every 3 games, so relatively frequently. Surge, again, makes another appearance, and we've seen, again, those invulnerability frames be very important against those slow fire rate brawlers with very telegraphed attacks. Also, Surge is just one of the most powerful brawlers in the game once he gets rolling. And the Larry and Laurie we've seen at times to be a bit exploitable, so Frank gets picked into the Surge. Definitely expect Luffy to try and harass second best, whoever is piloting that Frank, and using that super to avoid those big hits.
I think having Nita and Frank on the same side, too, that does remove one counter from the equation for Frank. But I still really like Larry and Laurie and Surge's odds. I'm curious what they pair this with. It's actually going to be the max. I think we've seen, you know, Kit with him. In the past, we've seen Byron go with the Frank. The heals are nice. A speedy Frank, that's menacing.
Oh, God. I mean, yeah, normally the counterplay to Frank is just to outrange him, play from outside of the range of his super and his normal attacks. But when he gets sped up, that is much less of an option. It is much harder to avoid him in general. So, again, Surge will have the mechanism with which to avoid it. Zeus won't have the option to gadget when Frank comes calling, because more likely Laurie is going to be ahead of Larry trying to harass the Frank down or someone similar. So that's a bit scary. And, of course, RBM says, I can't believe you guys have both great tanks. I need to play a tank. That's what I do. It's basically my DNA at this point. He's gone for the El Primo.
I mean, I'm about it. I think the El Primo definitely more geared towards that Frank pick in particular. They've got 3 members of their roster right now, Larry and Laurie. Again, throwers in general, not going to do well when Frank's on top of them, right? But he has a really strong distance. He has an extra spawner. If you're going to bring a thrower into a tank fight, this might be the best thrower you have available. Surge doesn't need any introduction. That guy's going to do great into the tanks. We've seen him across the board in things like the Brawl Ball League, in Brawl Ball in general. He's been around. I'm digging what both these guys are doing right now.
All right, second best getting pressure down, already firing off those protestos. Luffy, you're not opting into the lane matchup against Frank, or at least not getting it. But RBM just hammered second best. Again, you won't find a better tank player than this guy, and Elevate come out of the gates looking very good with an early goal.
And Luffy gets the instant power up there too, so things going very well so far for Elevate. They got the early goal. The map hasn't been torn to shreds yet, so RBM's just going to be able to dash down the side. Second best, missing the shot. RBM juggling this very well, now diving in right at Pain. It's going to be a 2v2 situation. Juan Carlos calling in the reinforcements. Bruce the Bear going to force them away for now, and now KCP can at least hold on to the ball.
So Luffy giving a respectful distance here to Juan Carlos. Pain now pops that super. Second best coming in awful fast here, and again, tough to block that shot. Second best, though, doesn't connect. It's just saved by Zeus. Now, RBM has a moment to send it up the side lane, but Pain will be pressuring. Build another super, this time with hypercharge upside. Now, Juan Carlos can get a very big bear, and Bruce has landed. Zeus stunned up instantly there, and second best can slot this one in, no problem.
I mean, it looked like things were bleak for Pioneers. And then 3 purple buttons got clicked, and it was a complete turnaround. Here they go again. The speed going down. The hypercharge inbound. RBM still has the ball.
Oh my goodness.
Running down the sideline. Thankfully, he's blocked up by that wall. No more.
My God.
Supers for it. Grabs that ball and dumps it in the net.
Oh man, the guy's in a 1 versus 2, but he knows he can break open that barrier in front of the goal with a super. And he throws it in there. Obviously, the super has a knockback element there of El Primo, so it gives him the room to pick up the ball and take a quick shot. Where he's getting a tank masterclass from both these teams. You love to see it. We've seen all day, like quite a lot of those mid-range brawlers, your Ambers of the world, your Gales now. These two teams just want to play tanks and they want to get aggressive.
I love the aggression too. Luffy with a perfect dive. Second best with a timely clobbering though. And now Payne with an opportunity. Oh no, he clipped that wall. Didn't get the super shot off in time either. That cost him an entire goal.
Nice suplex there, second best. Nothing he can do. RBM also dodging one of those Frank hits with a super of his own. Payne under a bit of pressure here, but happy just to stave the ball off. And with Bruce being spawned up, that does mean that Zeus needs to give a bit of ground. There's not much Larry and Laurie can do when their bear starts to run him down. Again, map's going to get broken up with that second best super. Payne sends it into the corner though, and it's going to be a trade of tanks. RBM for second best. One Carlos scoops it up, and Payne shoots it in. Nice shots on Luffy to clean him up and get him out the way.
We knew when we saw these drafts, especially in the hands of both these teams, it was not going to be a passive kind of set here. Everybody just going crazy on offense. RBM once again sprinting down the sideline. A big hypercharge. Payne popping one of his own and now rushing down his 14,000 health points of fury. Second best dribbling and just walks that one in. Pioneers tie things up.
Again, you can't argue with the power of Frank on this kind of map. The fact that there are no indestructible boxes that stand in front of either team's goal means that that is always going to be a viable strategy. That's why RBM picked up the El Primo as well. Both of those brawlers have good wall break and the ability to do some tricky stuff, to pull some combos, to find these goals out of nowhere. Pioneers, though, looks like they've gotten a bit of a feel for the tempo of this match, Kenny.
And they're doing it all from the floor. I respect it. They know the essentials. They've got the mechanics. And of course, they've got the second best Protesto pin. Luffy backed away immediately. And again, just utilizing the amount of health points they have on their side to walk forward. I don't think second best is going to stay alive here. He's going to kick this ball over to Payne. Now Luffy tries to intercept. Does so successfully.
What a steal.
No, he's got a breakaway down the left-hand in. Going all the way. Waiting for a respawn.
No way!
None available. Perfectly timed by Luffy. What a counterplay.
That is absolutely dirty. In a 1 versus 2, Luffy just runs the ball the length of the field, and the respawn's just not quick enough. Nice job by RBM, another super to avoid the stun from second best, but the El Primo eventually gets dragged down, and with that barrier open, Juan Carlos can just waltz this one in.
I think maybe even trying to bait a super or anything there, but Larry Laurie just stayed put. I think a good call. And now a reset in the mid. Goals have been quick here. We're only a minute in, and both of these sides have already put numbers up. RBM hovering over that super. Purple buttons clicked everywhere, but it's Payne rushing down this left-hand in. Luffy guarding the ball, but it's 3 strong members of KCP standing tall. It's the bodyguard blocking things here, but a super shot available, and second best puts it in the back of the net. Pioneers with a big win there.
I think second best's super got interrupted there by what looked like a Primo super. It's unclear, but it looked like he was running up with that hypercharge available and with that pressure coming down from the max. Couldn't quite make it happen, but still a clean goal here for Pioneers, and they are happy to go round for round with these guys.
Very impressive stuff, and a close one here. Every single team bringing it this month. Awesome stuff as Pioneers claim the first set. I will say it felt very even, though, and was a spectacular show of a set. I mean, just so many good plays for both ends.
Yeah, look, I think despite how well both these teams have played, the Max being a bit of a surprise pick, but we already saw the draft from Pioneers take place or take shape very early. They had the Frank and they had the Nita. Hypercharge for all of these brawlers here. Second best soaking up so much of that attention, and with an extra brawler virtually on the field, especially when that Bruce gets supercharged, it is very, very hard to deal with. This is a great goal for Luffy, though. Notice that the respawn does come in, but not long enough, not quickly enough, rather, to stop the Surge running it up. Just a very fun game between these two teams. And for Pioneers, not so much on the line. They have a chance to really test themselves here.
Love that just 40-yard dash coming in from Luffy. Great awareness and excellent plays overall. I felt like it was two very strong comps. There was Frank composition and then the composition built to try and destroy the Frank, right? I mean, that's kind of how this felt. Larry, Laurie, Surge, excellent brawlers. The El Primo more of a specialty pick, one that I'm sure they're comfortable with. RBM picking up 5 there, 252 DPS. Like I said, this is not a passive kind of game mode for these two teams, especially with the combination of brawlers that they ran.
Yeah, these aren't passive teams either, Kenny. We often see them be more than happy to opt into tank-based strategies and just go hell for leather. That's what makes this matchup so special. For Elevate, though, again, they really want to try and lock up this world spot. They are now starting to roll the dice a little bit. It's a tough series to win against, look, ostensibly the best team in this North America region, but that's the hand they've been dealt today. They don't have to worry about, you know, not qualifying for LCQ at all. They'll definitely at least have that. But they've got some work to do here if they want to guarantee that world spot still.
This is a good kind of practice for postseason, right? I mean, Zeus, RBM, Luffy, I would say most of the players on this roster a little less familiar from that ginormous stage, the LCQs, the World Finals kinds of moments. RBM has been around for a long time, has had that opportunity, but even he, I'm sure, wants more. I mean, being tested right now when the high stakes moments and competing there, not quite winning, now being down one set, this is ultimately a test for me. This is a good opportunity to show what they can do, to prove to themselves why they deserve to hold on to this #2 spot in the region.
Zeus there, of course, had to pilot the Larry and Laurie on that previous map, which is quite tough. Laurie, effective, obviously, at brawlers that want to run up on you, but better against the assassin types like Mortis, and not so much against the really tanky brawlers. Good to have at least a spawner, so to speak, to match the impact of that extra virtual player like Nita can offer with Bruce. But it wasn't ultimately enough, and basically, if you ever got too close to either of those tanks, you were going to get obliterated instantly on Larry Laurie. So, we're off to Heist. Next, it's going to be Safe Zone. This is the kind of map where you want to ban Chuck away because he is an absolute pain in the neck to deal with. But there's quite a few brawlers here that surprisingly have found a lot of success. Max, for example, only has like a 6% pick rate, but has a really high win rate. Teams have been able to find success with that kind of comp that really centers around those short bursts of impetus and you know, being able to charge down an enemy's safe or at least take map control behind that speed has been very effective. But all your usual suspects will be here. Obviously, Eve has been pretty highly prioritized. Meg as well. Her range really suits this middle part of the map here. So we've seen Melody banned away. She often is one of the most banned on this map. We'll note that Angelo is open, but has been less of a popular option lately.
Yeah, it was one of the most banned in qualifiers, so it wouldn't surprise me kind of either way. But to your point, hasn't been nearly as popular a brawler. Obviously got a set of balance changes, and I think it's definitely brought him down. I'm glad it has. The guy was just unbelievably strong. Now he's a little bit more manageable to deal with. But nonetheless, I just think as a brawler build, right? He's a fast sharpshooter with a get-out-of-jail-free card and a gadget. His super is still great. I totally get why teams pick him. This is just more of an area control. You really got to hit your shots kind of brawler, not necessarily the Crows with the hypercharge, the Colettes with the hypercharge that are looking to just rain down damage on a Heist safe.
Yeah, just a lot of utility as well because he can move across those bodies of water and his super is just the right size to cover up that choke. However, another berry pick comes in. Second best goes for it. A thrower that really kind of has it all. The ability to heal teammates inside those fields, and also the area of effect dropped by, you know, Berry's shots sticks around for a heck of a long time. A great zoner, and also has a powerful super and also gadget for spacing, or if you get dove on. Colt here, we've seen it before. Silver Bullet opens up the map and takes down some of those destroyable objects to create a clear line towards the enemy safe. And Sam comes in again. Wouldn't be an Elevate game without a tank.
There's no region quite like NA. I mean, we've just seen so many teams pick brawlers that they are known for, and that can work. I get it. I think the Sam pick probably going to be a way to address the Meg, in particular to steamroll over Barry, possibly. Barry, a strong brawler, can heal himself, all that jazz. But if this brawler is played well, I see on paper where it's coming from. But on the other end, met with a maker, it's going to be the big man, Frank. I mean, Frank on Heistuber, what are we doing out here? This is incredible.
I mean, it is kind of wild, but you have a double tank, quote-unquote, setup for Pioneers with a healer. That is what Berry can really offer Pain and Juan Carlos here. This is a very durable composition that is hard to break through. Fortunately for Elevate, they have really high damage in Colt and Angelo. Angelo, though, a little bit better at picking off those lower health brawlers. His rate of fire tends to be quite slow if he's trying to get those full-powered shots off. Sam, though, an absolute wild card here. Obviously deadly up close, and especially if you're chaining those gauntlet hits, he is a force to be reckoned with. Already second best, blown to smithereens, and that's the Frank difference, baby.
Pain not even able to survive that either. It's just a massacre here as Luffy's able to...
What is going on?
He's just putting up so many shots, already down 19%. What a play there and a start from Elevate.
Here comes Pain, though. Again, second best can stand on those healing fields quite comfortably, and Pain is starting to chain together these supers. Nice stun there on Luffy, and now eyes turn towards the safe for Pioneers. Pain dives in once more. Second best just chilling, healing up. Pain somehow staying alive. Uses the gadget there for an extra 1,000 HP, and now it's down to 50. Hypercharged super there from second best by the looks of things. Reached out, and that is a massive dive from Elevate. 86% and counting damage on the safe, and it's still ticking down because of that berry damage.
We all know Anglo's not going to do enough there either. They need this Luffy hypercharge, and they need a lot of them right now. It's just a fearsome KCP combo right now as Juan Carlos looks to get this final flank, and Elevate will have to concede this game. Started off very poorly for KCP, but that combination really shined through as that game continued.
It's just not even fair. It doesn't even feel fair, right? And you can see how Berry is able to chain those supers together, because there is really at some point no choice for Elevate but to step inside those ice creams on the ground, take damage, and allow Berry to charge that up. He's doing so much healing as well with two tanks in play that super is basically always going to be there. Second best here is going to be able to zone everyone away from this. RBM, credit to him, takes the challenge and is able to at least trade with the help of the Angelo. Zeus has to pop that super pronto.
And this is nice to see them out of mech form too. Angelo can deal with Meg much more when you're not in the mech, but instantly Juan Carlos hits enough shots there to get back into it. Now 5,000 HP hurtling its way there. Does get a connection onto Luffy. Juan Carlos focusing on Zeus, moving his attention over to this heist safe, getting plenty of damage in there, and they're already down 29%.
Playing a bit of an awkward spot here, going to be jumped on by these tanks, but hell, a lot of damage there from that Berry super. Enough to at least bring the Sam down. This is going to hold Elevate at bay for the time being. Zeus there able to get that hypercharge off, which means that field moves with the Angelo. Pretty scary prospect here. He's forced to gadget away from that damage of Juan Carlos, who eventually is brought down. Hypercharge super there from Luffy. Threw that on the safe, but still, it's been barely scratched.
It's going to take everything Elevate have in the tank here. They have to hit all their shots to perfection here. Second best going down, and they're just trying to get through all of the amount of health points and healing on the other end. And finally, they just see the other side. Nice. They really haven't been here yet.
Juan Carlos can't get back in the mech, is taken down by Luffy at range. Star power up here for the Colt, and he lets that super go, and now Elevate have themselves a lead. It's been a bit awkward for KCP to move through this choke because of that Angelo and Colt combo. So much damage is being done in this game, so a lot of these hypercharges are being cycled.
Give an inch, and KCP are going to take a mile. They have to apply the pressure. They have to hold on to this positioning on the red roster side. Juan Carlos just trying to stay in the path of this heist safe, not allow Angelo to get too many hits, but Luffy is just shredding through anything standing in his way. RBM on the left hand and dancing around flank, and he finally gets a hammer down, and KCP just can't break away yet. Only 30 to go.
This is unbelievable Colt play right now. It's so high damage such that Luffy is cutting through the healing that Berry provides. Both Juan Carlos, second best, and himself. RBM here, forced to chill, eats a super swing from Juan Carlos and is very, very low. Eventually he succumbs, but Pioneers are very far behind now, and there needs to be one last push to try and secure this round, but Juan Carlos is taking more damage than he can get healed up by that Berry. And second best just ceased to exist. He just vaporized. This will be an Elevate round to even things up on Heist.
And they're going to have to do it all over again. Obviously, game number one got out of hand from them, but they really got their feet up from under them in that game number two. It's a big deal to hold positioning the entire game. That's a tall order, but we saw what happened when the entire roster of KCP let loose, right? It was a Frank, a Meg, and some heals to preserve their life even longer. It was too much for that composition to handle. They have to hold on to this mid for an entire another game if they want a chance at taking this set.
Again, heavy damage through mid. Already a super build up for Luffy, and he puts it to good use. Blows second best to smithereens. Juan Carlos here, hoping to passively regenerate some of this health as Pain was reloading. Tough for Meg to find a foothold here. Yes, the model of the brawler is big, but it's only about 8k HP, which doesn't hold up for long under this level of scrutiny. RBM, good work to dodge the super swing, but Juan Carlos has already built yet another one. It's going to be Colt and Angelo, though, with a great defensive effort for Elevate.
KCP occupying the middle of the map right now as RBM looks to take a right-hand turn. Second best going to be on that lane. Pops a gadget, pulls RBM in, and makes it difficult for him to grab it. Thankfully, he chose it just right and actually ends up grabbing this kill alongside his teammates.
So good.
Away for Elevate as Luffy has a hypercharge ready to go.
Second best can body block some of that damage coming in, but still, a mark has been made by Elevate on this Pioneer's safe. Again, Juan Carlos probably just going to get demeched here. Oh, I love the gadget use there by RBM. He sucks both tanks in and forces him to be subject to the damage from Zeus and Luffy. And here they come. The Angelo and the Colt knocking on the door. Pioneers safe down to 56. KCP are struggling to stay on an even footing.
Just a meat shield running at them. Frank just trying to do his best here. Will survive due to the help of his allies and the extra heals. A nice jump away from Zeus, though. A great mechanism to kind of get out of harm's way. And just continued firepower from both ends. It's still Elevate holding on to this, though.
All right, Zeus now might be under some pressure. Has to gadget jump away. And Juan Carlos can't quite catch the Angelo. Will then pop the super, get nice and topped up. Second best is not going to get out of mid alive. There is no way. The healing from the berry, pretty crucial. Payne gave his life up here to kick the Frank standing, and second best was able to regenerate inside that ice cream. But what about the safe pressure, you ask? Great question. RBM again gives a sucker punch to second best and punishes the Frank once more.
Payne gonna have to wait on his teammates here. Without a super, he's not gonna be able to advance very quickly, and Luffy lets another magazine let loose onto that high safe.
They're going for it.
Just diving in. This is gonna be a close call. They're gonna have to rely on RBM to get some serious work in here as Juan Carlos, second best, putting in work of their own.
It's not enough.
Juggling here. It's gonna come down to the final moments. Close call, but 16%. The difference here. Impressive set comeback and nicely played by the red roster.
Yeah, nicely done here, Elevate, showing that they are more than up to the task of taking on this KCP roster. They are familiar with them, and Elevate know that a win here will secure their world spot. They, like many of our teams, do not want to leave that to chance, and it was a great showing. Again, we saw a double tank setup for KCP with the Berry, who's been shown to be very, very powerful. But all that healing the Berry was able to provide, not only, just over time, but also the burst healing that the gadget provides wasn't enough. That Angelo and Colt combination is disgusting in terms of raw output. And also the Sam was able to basically blow up some of these tanks in the head-to-head.
They defeated what possibly might be the best three brawlers in the entire game right now. This was very contrasting drafts right here. It was Meg, it was Frank, and it was the newest brawler in the game, Barry. Just tag teaming this one and hoping to be good enough for the game mode. On the other end, a little bit of a more interesting pick. We get Sam. Angelo and Colt aren't too surprising, but again, I can't understate this. They had to hold control the entire time. We saw what happened in game number 1 when Pioneers just walked over them. Elevate got grasp of this map and never let it go for 2 straight games into the #1 seed in North America. What a way to put up a fight here in set number 2.
Oh, I think Luffy might have set a new DPS record here. That is unbelievable. 716 DPS from the Colt. For context, 250 to 350 is about average. That's like a good showing. 716 is something entirely. Elevate basically had a 4th brawler on the field at all times.
Luffy was just firing shots at a Meg and a Frank who were running down the middle of the map, and because of that, it has taken us to new heights. I thought, honestly, at first looking at this, you were going to talk about the 585 from Zeus, and then I look to my right-hand side and see a number that I don't think I've ever seen in Brawl Stars history. Insane stuff. I mean, for an Angelo to put up 585, that's pretty crazy, too.
Yeah, I mean, both Zeus and Luffy really piling on the damage. I guess the only thing that holds Angelo back is simply a fire rate issue, but fully charged shots from a fully leveled Angelo, it's like in the realm of 3 to 4k damage, right? So that is quite significant and pretty important when it comes to following up the consistent poke that someone like Colt can provide. RBM also had a great showing here. You could see how hard Juan Carlos and second best had to work there. The amount of times that second best was literally swinging at air. Because Luffy can stay at a safe distance from these tanks and Angelo can juke them with his gadget. Also, Sam doesn't care and uses his own gadget, the magnet, right, to suck both tanks in and hold them in place. Just a sick draft from Elevate and a great way to punish, like you said, a combination of the 3 best brawlers in the game right now. They were able to beat that comp.
Shows there's hope for all of us, all the ladder warriors out there that are fighting those three. At least you got a little bit of hope. We've seen the potential, and I'm curious to see what surprises we find here on Shooting Star as well. Angelo, once again, going to be very popular on this map for the ban stage. Mandy, somebody that I feel like has grown in play rate and is even a top 3 ban at this point because of the slight change she got in the balances. I really like where Mandy is at in the game. You can't work her on every single map, but this is certainly one of them where I think she excels.
Absolutely. Shooting Star. Coming up next, of course, it's time for a bit more bounty. Angelo this time banned away by Elevate. They said, okay, well, yeah, first pick. We don't want to leave this to chance. Same to be said for Pioneers. They get rid of Berry, and so once more, Meg makes her appearance. 64% win rate on this map. One of the most ubiquitous brawlers, just in general, but definitely on Shooting Star.
I respect it. Again, it needs no introduction as one of the better brawlers in the game right now after that rework. I think she is strong, not as long range as she used to be, but if you get close to her, it's going to be more and more lethal. I love the spot that RT's in general for the KO and bounty meta that we've got going right now, though. It's a very versatile brawler. You can drop the static. You can kind of get from one end of the map to the other, depending on how you place that. And also, you got the sharpshooter and follow-up shot with that gadget. I think RT is just a jack of all trades when it comes to this game mode, and pairing that with a brawler that has a high ceiling, that if you're hitting those shots, if you're cycling those supers, you're a problem from literally any corner of the entire map.
Yeah, Mandy obviously really commonly picked or banned in most cases here. I like the Carl. Obviously, we've seen it basically give you automatic access to that blue star, which is very, very important. It's going to put Elevate on an aggressive footing immediately. They won't be able to play safe and defensive. And that's where someone like RT with like decent range can expose himself to trouble, especially when it comes to poke damage and getting him picked off. Pioneers, though, might need to find like a longer range option here, because that is what Elevate are working with. And if they are starting with the blue star, they do need something to set them up defensively. So they go for Byron. It does give them that poke potential, but also the sustain that an aggressive brawler like Carl and Meg are probably going to be looking for.
This really interesting combo here. I think Byron's in a great spot in the general game. I think one of the best support brawlers you can get. I mean, if you're adding a Byron or a Max to your team, you're probably setting yourself up pretty well. These pro players really know how to cater these support brawlers into powering up teammates. It's very important. We already know that Meg is a threatening brawler. We know that Carl can dive in for a blue star, for a kill, can tailspin in and out. And now if you're feeding him some heals, it gives him a little extra benefit here too. So I expect Pioneers to fully take advantage of this.
So again, while they might start with the blue star, they still want to be pretty proactive here and don't want to give up too much of the map to these longer range sharpshooters and expose themselves to just getting poked down over longer periods of time. So I'm curious to see how they walk that particular tightrope. As now the Pearl comes in, of course, like a really durable option that can punish this dive, right? Like, you don't want to be trying to run in and tailspin on a Pearl. That's definitely going to be an issue for second best. And generally, of course, with full heat, the damage output is quite good. But we've seen teams struggle to get value out of that Pearl pick for sure.
It's popped up a bit here in NA.
No way.
Oh, what a start. That's the gadget combination I was talking about. He's got the long range. He times that just right. He knows second best is going to die for this, and he's already ready to rumble. What a start here from Elevate.
Okay, well now Pioneers, I mean, they're in an offensive gearing because they have to be now. Behind by that start. Pain here, trying to pressure down a little bit. Second best goes deep and ends up giving his life up here. I think the plan has gone horribly wrong for Pioneers now. And yeah, the super came down from Pain, but Luffy's able to shrug it off for the most part. And Juan Carlos almost gives up his stars trying to pressure the Pearl position.
Elevate clearly expected Carl, as they should have, and they take full advantage of it. Normally what would be a blue star advantage automatically for Pioneers, it's now going towards Elevate, and they've got 3 stars alongside it. They're sitting comfortably right now. They're not being pressed too hard, but the good news for them is too, Zeus is the man with all the stars right now. He can back into this left corner, this right corner, pop his super, and make things even more difficult for the other end. This is going to be a tough one for Pioneers to navigate.
Yeah, there's so much on Elevate's comp that basically shuts down that all-in that Pioneers eventually want to go for with the Carl. Very, very difficult to win this. And then losing Pain just to poke. I mean, this round is basically over. I don't see how Pioneers come back at all. They're just throwing good money after bad here.
Yeah, and I mean, second best even just spraying and pinning away, which I guess isn't abnormal, right? But he's just sitting in a corner more than anything. 30 seconds on the clock, 7 stars down. Numerically, they can still come back here, but they're going to need at least 2 kills, and one of them has to be Zeus.
I mean, there's a hypercharged Pearl super. Like, what are you supposed to do? Second best does want to find that one elimination. Luffy goes down, and that gets him within 4 stars, but it still means they need 2 more eliminations or a clean kill on the RT, which is easier said than done. 1 star difference. Luffy eventually able to fire back here, and Juan Carlos knows he has to walk up, and here comes the Pearl, and she is cooking. Hang on. Juan Carlos wins it out. Nice little super swing to take that elimination, but now one more brawler needs to be picked up, and it was close. So close. But the Mandy was able to get away. I think Zeus realizes they might have just gotten away with absolute murder.
1,100 HP roughly is what separated a game win or loss right there for Elevate. I just hold my breath there. Honestly, you can't take your foot off the gas pedal in this situation. A possible World Finals ticket is on the line, and Pioneers are the #1 seed in this region. They got to make sure they play a full 2 minutes here if they want to win.
All right, this time, Blue Star secured. That's what KCP are looking for. Now we see what Elevate look like when they have to try and make up this kind of deficit. Luffy has a great little diagonal here. Means that second best has to be extra careful starting to make those moves. And had to use a flying hook to get to safety. From this position, yeah, Mandy's very, very good. And Juan Carlos eventually gets poked down. I think we're just seeing the strength of this Elevate composition in general now. 2 brawlers that you can't really dive on. And Mandy who really succeeds when you give her that map control and that space to operate with. So even if Elevate were behind, or had to go aggressive rather, she's able to use the map really well.
Now she's hiding in the grass, and they're going to have to keep an eye on that. Anytime that Luffy steps back, he can fire that super, and it's going to reach all the way to the other end. No area of the map is safe when he has that yellow button.
Second best there, having a tailspin away. Can't do anything. Maybe hoping to draw the ultimate out of Pearl, but what a shot. Luffy takes down RBM. The only brawler here that's, less than 6,000 HP. Or rather, Pain it was. Byron gets picked off there, and there's a 3-star lead here for Elevate. RBM under some pressure, though. Gadget popped. Has to back away. Second best has an angle here to go in on, but still respects the RT super. So it doesn't fully commit just yet.
It's a tough situation. 30 on the clock, and Luffy is now backed into a corner. Doesn't have anywhere to go this time. Juan Carlos running away alongside Pain with the pickup as well. And now they've got 3 stars. Super going down, but they're not going to be able to recycle that one easily. Thankfully for them, they've got RBM and at least Zeus with a little bit of extra love.
Juan Carlos is also out of mech right now, so there's an opportunity for Elevate, but it has to be here. They lack mobility. They don't have gap close. They don't have all-in potential. RBM wasn't quite able to walk away from that engagement in one piece, and Zeus, well, both he and his legs were down to about 800 HP. That's not enough to hang in that kind of fight. And when Elevate's defensive, safe comp has to go on your aggressive. They give up far too many stars.
Another nail biter. These last seconds of both bounty games have been so close. It's all about timing, though. This is a game mode of momentum swings. It comes and goes in waves a little bit. You want to be the last team to strike, especially if you're down like they were. You want an opportunity to dive in and just grab yourself those kills and not allow the other team another opportunity. Elevate did their best there, but KCP were steadfast, held on. Now they've tied things up in this set number 3.
There's the gadget used there from Zeus to secure the mech elimination for Juan Carlos, but eventually that will be returned to him. Luffy here, okay, pops the gadget, tries to snipe Juan Carlos from behind that barrier. No connection, so Pioneers still have that blue star lead to their name, and they're waiting here for Juan Carlos to be able to get back in the mech and get back to being proactive in the middle part of the map.
KCP have gone full turtle mode, especially with Juan Carlos out of this mech. They're much less threatening on that right-hand in. Luffy can play this long-range sharpshooter, try and charge up a super maybe here, and second best, of course, is just pinning and spraying away in that same corner where it's really difficult for RT or Pearl to reach him.
Luffy would love a good diagonal to pressure second best down, but even with Juan Carlos out of mech, there's still a fair bit of threat that is being generated by the Meg. Zeus here wants to pinch. Good pressure. Mark on Juan Carlos now. Another hit, and yep, that'll get the job done. Couldn't get back into the mech, and the Meg was too vulnerable. So now, super has to be used there to keep second best alive, and the blue star in the hands of Pioneers. And now they need to go chasing this deficit.
This is what I was talking about. KCP want to be the final team to strike. Elevate just have to hold on, do something similar to what the other end did in the last game, and they're being pushed into this corner. Second best flanking, Pain in the middle as point guard, and Juan Carlos trying to work this outside, but RBM meeting him there. Pain trying to assist, but it's going to be tough with 15 to go.
Yeah, that heat's been built up well and truly for RBM, so the Pearl is hitting hard. Pain has to respect this, and they're moving into the corner now. They've got a pinch going on, but Pain gets taken down. Luffy able to find him through the block. Juan Carlos out of mech, but Zeus is taking a ton of damage. Sugar Ray comes across the map and finds no connection, but the rest of Elevate have done that already. And now the underdog, a team in second in this region, go ahead in the series.
What a clutch moment there from Elevate. Shining brightest when it matters most. That was a difficult situation to be in, and they did a great job of handling it. This is a high-pressure situation. They've made it to the postseason already. We know that. But now they have an opportunity to secure a World Finals ticket and try and grab themselves another monthly finals. This is a roster looking to prove themselves. None of us on the casting desk ended up picking them. Only 20% of the audience only ended up selecting these guys. I don't feel like that's fair in a sense. These guys have been grinders for multiple years now. We're just on the outside of the playoffs last year, and now they're showing up ready to prove themselves and show why they can contest with anybody in this region.
And honestly, Kenny, the draft was really, really good for Elevate. They cottoned on pretty quickly. The Pioneers were going to want to run over them. That's kind of been the theme of this series. If you think back to the last couple of sets, so they said, right, let's get a brawler that has a potential slow attached to the gadget and great long-range damage. Also, the pick potential of Sugar Ray is something you can't look past. So Mandy gets locked in. They have obviously RT, who's so versatile. That's really the strength of this brawler. Can be, have great impact at long range. Has like a Cookie Popper-esque effect. Being able to detonate a mark that you put on an enemy target, giving yourself an option to do indirect damage even when you can't see a brawler. And then bring Pearl in, who obviously heats up as the round goes longer and she's not firing. And then has a super that basically means you cannot go near her. Great defensive comm with the ability to generate those picks. Love the draft from them. I think Pioneers have strong brawlers, right? The sustain for the Meg was important here, but, again, it didn't quite have the robust nature that Elevates did. Well-deserved set win. And let's go waste no time moving on to Undermine.
I'm sure it'll be another good one here too. Undermine is where we're going. Jim grabbed the mode, and Lily, Frank, Sandy most frequently banned here, and Sandy not going to show up on all the maps and modes. We're going to see Lily and Frank a little more frequently, but big reason for that, I think, is one, Sandy's hypercharge, and two, just the invisibility factor, being able to go invisible and also gain visibility of the enemy side. And of course, this map covered in grass on those left and right hand ends, that eliminates that factor immediately. Give your team a huge boost.
And again, long lanes on this map. We've seen a few teams actually try and split the map east to west in order to play shorter range brawlers and avoid having to deal with the element of the bushes, which can be tough for some compositions. So keep an eye out for that, especially these two teams who've shown they're quite willing to try and collapse here to overload one particular side of the map in order to flip it. Colette taken out here, obviously very safe mid. She works really well at this range, and also Pioneers might be looking at, again, continuing to abuse those tanks if they can. But Elevate ban Meg. They say, we don't want to see that brawler here again, and we don't want you to pair it up with the Byron. Pioneers say, fine, we take Frank then. He's pretty good, right?
They have not been afraid to pick the big man. I respect it. Obviously, most of the time he's getting banned at a professional level here, so why not grab him early, especially with Surge out of the equation? No, they don't have Kit to pair him up, but like we saw earlier, there's plenty of combinations that he can work with. I'm thinking Byron, I'm thinking Max as two viable options here as well with Kit out of the way.
Crow's a great bush scout here with great all-in potential on the enemy gem carrier with good range if you have that hypercharge super available. A great Hail Mary option if you found yourself falling behind in a certain round. I think Elevate want to play this map north to south for sure. They have the Amber, who's going to be very, very good at clearing those bushes on the right-hand side. Also Zeus, the Crow is a pretty good scout of those bushes, even, lighting people up. Doesn't need a vision gear because the ticking damage will reveal their location. And of course, KCP go for two tanks. Lily to follow up the Frank.
Well, with no Colette, no Gale, it makes it a little more viable, I think. I mean, Crow for the slowdown, the visibility. Amber, of course, can fire away with DPS. It can work. And now they had Angelo likely going to be their mid. I think it's just going to be Angelo picking up gems, keeping his distance. He has an escape mechanism built into the brawler. And then you're just going to have Frank and Lily run him down. Elevate are going to have a lot of health points and a lot of aggression to handle on the other end.
What?
And what an interesting way to try and deal with it.
I have not seen this pick in a long, long time. The Daryl to answer Pioneers' composition. What on earth are they looking for here?
I believe this is the second time maybe this weekend we've ended seeing him. This is something that I feel like players are probably keeping close to their hands. I imagine, we're kind of just guessing a little bit here, right? We haven't seen this guy in a long, long time, and there's lots of brawlers in the pool that are much better overall, I would say. I don't think anybody would consider Daryl to be an S and A tier kind of brawler. Rolling in, being able to close that gap whenever you need, being a shotgun brawler as well. Probably the kinds of things, and maybe using the slow down function with his gadget might be one way they try and stop the enemy side a little bit. I'm just curious to see what happens here. I'm ready to let this RBM Daryl pick prove itself.
Yeah, this is an RBM classic. Apparently, he beat a Frank with Daryl in a Matrino tournament last week. So that might have been the genesis of that particular idea. But RBM gets sent packing pretty quickly. Payne goes into the Shadow Realm. It's going to pop up with a target-rich environment. And eventually Zeus gets picked off by Juan Carlos. Luffy here pops the gadget. RBM stunned up. They walk straight into that second best, ready for the Daryl to engage. And in the meantime, Juan Carlos is picking up all the gems.
So far, no real wins, I would say, for Daryl. Just kind of trades from time to time. Little attempt at a super there, and now for the first time, Juan Carlos is really going to be backed away. Second best just running this down, dropping a gadget, but RBM dodges it, barrels his way down, and now kills second best. All the gems on the ground, RBM rolling for them. Payne gets the kill, but Luffy was getting hungry, nearly a little too aggressive there. Barely dodges that snipe, will survive, and they're only able to come away with about one gem stolen out of all of that.
Okay, Zeus is now the gem carrier for Elevate, which is fine. And second best takes RBM down with another well-aimed stun. Pretty easy to connect with Daryl with that super, if the Daryl, of course, isn't barrel rolling in. So, 9 gems here to 2. Payne has a good off angle and can dive on in and it instantly blows Zeus up. Good damage at RBM as well, but Pioneers aren't looking to follow up on it. They can't give too much ground because the Amber is going to turn them into fried chicken if they sit in a corner here. So you're throwing that super over. Second best mostly able to shrug it off. Here comes the dive in from Zeus, and the damage is there. It's enough. Now Juan Carlos is going to scoot them up, but RBM is coming close. Good slow, but again, Juan Carlos has the gadget to jump right over and now can body block with second best to avoid that amber pressure. Pioneers here trying to stop Elevate in their tracks from getting the guaranteed slot to Worlds. Nice way to start the set.
We talked about it a lot today too, but obviously Pioneers are kind of playing to be the outright leaders in NA2. I won't call it as pressuring of a situation, but still means a lot. And one thing that can't be underlooked too, there's a lot of cha-ching on the line here. They're definitely going to want to, gain a little bit in the pockets as well. They're doing a great job of competing. They're a #1 seed in this region for a reason, and allowing such an aggressive team to get Lily and Frank, it's going to be difficult to face off no matter what you do.
Payne here trying to avoid RBM into the Shadow Room now. Goes the Lily to avoid the scrutiny of the Daryl. Now Payne can play close. Has a super up, so that's an instant dash and elimination there on Luffy. Back into the Shadow Realm once more to avoid the reprisal from Zeus, but it comes either way. Juan Carlos able to charge a big shot that they could send in Zeus's direction. Healthy star lead again for Pioneers.
Luffy now going to be working the left-hand side as Payne gets in the grass, second best, looking for cover, and goes for a Super 2. I don't think Daryl was expecting it. He tried to get away, couldn't quite get there. RBM rolls in and rolls out now. It's going to be an immediate pickup there for KCP. They've got the gyms, they've got map control. Elevate have a long road ahead of them.
Second best running it up here. They'll open up the map a little bit with that Super, and not much more than that, really. RBM in a good position to stave off Payne. Definitely favored in that matchup, and that Ever gadget's pretty good, not gonna lie. Elevate here with super up. 8 gems to the name of Pioneers, though.
Juan Carlos does not want to be left alone. Thankfully for him, he can get out at any time with his gadgets, but RBM rolling in. Now they get a pick up. Payne trying to defend his teammate here, so RBM goes for another one. Juan Carlos with enough HP to work with, though, is not too threatened alongside that super. Still going to hold on to all 8 of these gems, but the good news for Elevate is they buy enough time to grab a few. They still got to hold on here, though, and that's not a great way to do it.
Probably not to plan. Juan Carlos now can just jump away with the gadget and move back to safety. Now with a hypercharged super available as well. This Angela was virtually unkillable. Got to be constantly healed and have that area of threat around it, which means that RBM cannot approach them. Well, folks, it's been a day for it. We are going to be looking at another 5-set series as Pioneers take Undermine away.
It's just what we do in North America, huh? It's the final month. It's the most important. It's to end the entire regular season of the BSC, and every one of these teams are putting on a show. There's no room to breathe here. Everybody just bringing their best here in this last month of the entire year. It's been incredible to watch, and now once again, I feel like we're a broken record at this point, but it's all going to come down to this 5th and final set.
Yeah, it always seems to come down to the 5th and final set here, where the stakes are high. It looks like, Pioneers are not going to be swept aside so easily. Again, a 3rd monthly final championship on the line for this Pioneers team would do more than just secure this team as the undisputed #1 in this region. It would make their position on the leaderboard completely unassailable. And yeah, I mean, it also gives Luminosity a chance here. I don't know how they handle a team like Pioneers if they're in enough form to take this game away, but that's going to be up to them. That would mean that they do have a chance to make it into that guaranteed world spot. That'll reiterate these stakes for you many times today, but it is important. These are important matches, and we don't always have monthly finals where there are genuine sort of ramifications of each result at this part of the season. Sometimes we just have a couple of teams that are so far ahead that the results don't matter. Okay, 2-2 here. Well, here are the stats for you. I think that the Lily pretty effective here. Payne able to dive in. Rarely able to find those 2-for-1 scenarios, as Zeus was always there. And obviously Luffy, with the gadget abuse, making it pretty hard to stick to the Amber. And I don't know about the Daryl. I can see the idea. It didn't end up working. It didn't counter, I don't think, this Frank.
Yeah, it didn't end up working. I mean, you kind of have to get creative at that point, right? You've got the Crow, you got the Amber, but I would say no hard stops into the tanks, and I feel like that's something they need. They look to it for Daryl. I'm not sure. I mean, just trying to come up with better options here. You need something that just eliminates Frank quickly or literally stuns him. I mean, something, you know, up the avenue of a loose super, but I don't know. I feel like at that point, maybe they just didn't have one answer. Maybe they just kind of had to grasp at something.
Yeah, look, either way, I can see the idea. Obviously, there's decent disruption associated with barrel roll. You also do have the ability to accost the enemy gem carrier, but Angelo is so mobile. He has so many ways of getting away from that kind of pressure. Can throw a super down, use it to zone a little bit. Also, the hypercharge super, the fact that like his super moves with him, just, I mean, he's constantly healing. He has fallen off a little bit, right? Obviously, some balance changes have come in, but Angelo is still a very, very safe option to play in mid. What a way to finish this series. Knockout, folks. We're going down to out in the open. The kind of map, again, where you can go for a lot of these long-range brawlers. Angelo definitely has been, you know, pretty viable on this kind of map. We've seen a lot of comps that evolve the kit here as well. This is one of the maps where he was banned a lot. So keep an eye out for that one, rather. Max is a good option here, of course, to take control of the middle part of the map. And anything like an RT or things that are hard to knock out, like a Meg, are definitely going to be pretty coveted.
It's another one where Angelo could certainly show up as well. Like you said, he's fallen down, I think, the tier lists a little bit, if you will, in terms of the brawler pool right now, but he's still solid nonetheless, and pro players are going to know how to bring the best out of him, and they're just not going to want to deal with him entirely. Going to be in the ban stage here. 8-bit, an interesting one to kind of see in that ban on the top left side, but the rest of the brawlers, I think, are likely candidates here. Curious if we get any more crazy tank picks here. I think Lily makes a lot of sense as a tank pick. Obviously, we've seen some wild ones here with Daryl and El Primo, though. All right.
Lily locked away, pretty important for securing that instant elimination, and it can't be traded out quite often because Lily can just duck down into the Shadow Realm. So a brawler that's very well suited for this kind of game type, and RT is basically here to tell you, get off my lawn, get out of my face, don't dive on me like that. Let's see if it's going to work out. Again, a very popular pick, a 64% win rate for the RT.
And it's a good one. Again, similar to the explanation we gave in Bounty, it's going to make a lot of sense as a jack of all trades, and those closing moments with those in-game circles can do a little bit of everything. If you need the long range, he's got the long range. He can get you a double tap if you need it with his gadget, and of course he can drop the static at a moment's notice. Another map here where we're going to see the Pearl come out, in particular in North America, because he love it. And Tribe was the only team I thought was going to pick Squeak today. Uber, forget that. Let's see what happens here.
Again, very important, I think, for securing these kills, because that residue is pretty hard to avoid, and it creates a field that slows drastically. So Pioneers want to play off that, use the Squeak's ability to set up those potential dives and have something else that can hard engage. That might be a good option. Again, the Pearl is picked up, so Elevate have so many things that say, don't dive me. I like the idea of Mandy poking them down here. She's, obviously pretty well suited to this map as it is quite long range, and she's got a 50% win rate. It's a very solid choice here for a sharpshooter.
Love where Mandy's at in the game. Like I said, the little balance change got her a boost. I think she's risen up the rankings as well for individual brawler status. This combination is not a normal one at all on the left-hand end. We've got Mandy as a sharpshooter. That one's not surprising. Lily's oftentimes in the ban stage, so usually we don't even get to see her in this spot, but Squeak is going to be that X factor. And they're going to draft Melody on the other end to get up in the faces of that Squeak and that Mandy.
Yeah, it's another brawler that also, at close range, can be extremely potent, right? Not only are you doing damage if you've been able to build those music notes up, but you get a portion of shield for each one of those that you have available. So it does make Melody for a short window nigh unkillable. However, Pioneers are going to be looking for windows to work that Melody down because her range generally isn't very good. RBM's going to hope to farm one Carlos for those music notes to be able to withstand the full engage from Lily.
Well, a fun draft here. And of course, Luminosity now praying that their opponent is the KCP side. They're just hoping for a direct chance to World and Elevate, trying to secure one of their own. It's going to come down to knockout here.
Pain's taking a lot of space here. This opens the sideline up for Juan Carlos. Now hiding inside the bushes as the poke damage was a bit extreme, but good pressure. RBM slowed up. Pain was looking at an opportunity to get in here. If you're going to take another one of those hits here, second best, I don't think, doesn't connect the residue, excuse me. So that's a waste of that gadget. Maybe only one or two of those left, depending on the gear. Zeus a little out of position though, but able to avoid all of that squeak poke damage coming in.
RBM's great for the visibility, but on the other side, Pain's gotten a super. He dives in Luffy, a perfect brawler to dive in on, at least if you're the Elevate side. He's not going to be able to secure those kills easily. Now he's diving out again. Pain with low HP. A Mandy super connects, though. It's a trade. All of a sudden, things are evened out.
But you can see what Luffy can do when that Lily starts coming to knock. Be able to dash away. You can't stop the Lily from necessarily dashing to you if she hits that super. But you can stop the follow-up attack from coming in. Great mobility there from Luffy. Here's Juan Carlos having to pop the gadget. Now, I mean, Mandy not that strong when the gas starts to close in here. And Elevate have such a great close quarters comp.
This Melody answer seems so good. Ooh, they're going for the surprise attack a little bit too. The mental warfare going down. Juan Carlos didn't connect, I don't think, to anybody. Hard to say from our camera angle, but would have recycled a super if he connected with two brawlers. Would have gotten a half bar if he got one, but it looked like those guys were all at full HP when they came across the line.
Second best needs to conserve those charges of residue. That's a good connection there on Luffy. A ton of burst damage coming in for the Melody. He has to use his gadget early, and he goes low. Pain was hoping to chase Luffy down, but at 524 health, it almost kept him alive. But out of the Shadow Realm emerged the Lily, and they secured the Melody elimination. Now things look much rougher for Elevate. Second best having to dodge these shots, but a gadget from RT would have secured it. Pioneers, though, look to brawl at the end of that round, and we're even.
Love that super choice coming in from Pioneers and Lily in particular. They used that gadget to get around that left-hand side and secure that kill. It was all alone up there. They could have isolated him, could have been in trouble. But because of how strong that gadget is and just the sheer amount of damage that Pain can do on this brawler, it's really tough.
Good zoning here. It's pretty scary to play in these bushes up against this squeak setup. You are going to take a lot of incidental damage. Second best probably not too far away from a super, but needs to respect the damage from Elevate. Thinks twice about overextending.
Well, Elevate with a little bit of control, but at any moment's notice, Juan Carlos can drop a cross-court super, and he's now hovering over it. Going to be hiding in this grass, just looking for an opportunity to catch Elevate off guard. I think they're just going to let this one play out a little bit, though. Second best is Squishy. Needs to be careful. Does make a great tag. Not enough to secure a kill, but nonetheless, we'll keep them on their toes.
Yeah, you've got to convert that damage on the Melody into some map control, though, especially as the gas is going to start closing in now. Here's Luffy making the engagement. RBM got taken down, but Juan Carlos disintegrated, and it's all Pain. And there's not much left to do here. Can't make a play with your super, and of course we saw that RT super used. So that first round in this set going the way of Elevate. They are one round away from securing a spot at Worlds.
Match point, Worlds point, this is everything for Elevate right now. Shutting down any chance of Luminosity getting a direct ticket here. The team of Destiny waiting on the other side might not even have that chance.
Pain on the dive in, immediately pops that gadget. They're going to walk up on the position of the Lily though, giving an opportunity to Pain, but they baited it in. Great start for Elevate now. No hard engage remains for Pioneers.
Melody has just been a brawler choice that I think has worked out so well for them in so many aspects. The movement, great. I don't think it's nearly as good of a brawler after these balance changes, but it's still really solid and obviously going to play quite well up in the faces of Mandy and Squeak, and now they're getting tapped up on all ends. There's three brawlers rushing them down as they play this east-west, and Juan Carlos, nothing he can do by himself. He's just going to want to hold on to this super maybe for next round. Going to take one out. Still going to be a toughie here, though. And yes, Elevate do secure that kill. We'll see if he plays the mind games here off the start, though, with the super.
Here we go. One more round for Elevate. World Finals on the line, and a spot, of course, in our Grand Finals. This would mean that the best Luminosity could possibly do is LCQ. These comps have all featured basically Pearl and RT to some degree, and they've been so good at answering the all-in tendency of Pioneers. Second best goes low. Luffy able to jump away, but the Squeak survives, just survives. Juan Carlos takes a couple of shots to try and force Zeus back, but despite Elevate being down a brawler, they want to play aggressively. Pain dodging many of these RT shots.
Elevate just have to posture here a little bit, right? They're down in numbers, so they have to hold on to positioning, and Pain gonna have to drop a gadget here just to stay alive a little longer. They're gonna try and exhaust as many of those resources as possible.
Pain gonna use the jump pad here, probably happy to take a fight against RBM, but has to respect this super. Stays outside of it for now. Residue used to slow up the Pearl, and this does give that map control back to Pioneers. Now they're ready to throw down and exacerbate this player advantage. Nice dive from Pain. It's going to be RBM, the last one left standing. Pioneers have a chance to spoil Elevate's chances here with that World Finals guarantee. They're going to have to win a few more of these rounds, though.
That was a really good round from Pioneers, though, and it all started with a narrow survival from second best. No connection there from Juan Carlos. That's a big deal. Those Mandy supers need to connect. It makes it easier to rotate those supers in and obviously get a half bar for every opponent that you hit. So Juan Carlos could be cycling these in and out. Some great shots coming in from second best, though. This one's going to be a very intense finish, I imagine. I love that Elevate are not backing down, though. They're still holding their ground, and they're trying to claim one final round here.
Elevate trying to scout these bushes with the Pearl and RT, so they at least can see the Mandy as she starts to fire at them. Second best here. Would love to force RBM back a little bit further. It's a bit of an uncomfortable position to have the enemy Pearl in. That shot should do the job. Pearl forced to walk away now. Slowed up, and Juan Carlos finds the catch. Pioneers here look like they're positioned now to take this round back. Luffy and Zeus, last two standing. Sugar Ray connects on the RT, and they're going for it. Quick super thrown out. Zeus has to use a super to avoid some of that damage, apparently. And Luffy's trying to go in here. But in the meantime, Zeus falls now. 1v3 for Luffy. It's possible, but it's maybe too much to ask here. Sugar Ray doesn't connect. Now the dive comes in. Luffy down to 2100. And that will be Pioneers evening it up. We're going to go to one more round of knockout.
I was holding my breath for sure. I mean, Melody, if there's a brawler out there that can make a 1v2, 1v3 kind of happen, that was going to be the opportunity, but that's a near impossible ask for anybody. Uber, it's just the kind of month we're having, right? It's the final one of the year. Let there be chaos. One more game to decide it all here.
All right, leave it all out there. Both these teams. Winner advances to the grand finals. For Pioneers, that means a little bit less than Elevate. Luffy here again has wanted to harass from this left-hand side for much of this set so far. Second best, though, uniquely equipped to deal with that pressure by throwing down these orbs, zoning Luffy away.
KCP going to join back together here on the other end. Second best looking to get some area control going for his side. Juan Carlos needs to start making some connections. And for Pain, that guy's just going to have some fancy footwork, dodge some shots, knows he needs to pop a gadget here. He's going to be up in the face of RBM. Pops up, doesn't get that takedown. And now they lose a soldier on their end as well. He falls too. It's just Juan Carlos left standing and three Elevate brawlers facing him down. Grabs one though. That was a bold call. Ends up paying off for now. Looking for a second kill. Can't get it. Luffy secures the deal. One round away, and Elevate will be in our grand finals.
Juan Carlos at least is able to build up a super though, so Pioneers do have that weapon to rely on if the poke damage from second best and Juan Carlos is enough to set up a kill opportunity. Back into the middle of the map now, and second best wants to take no chances. Waits for that RT mark to fall off before he comes forward.
Elevate just trying to hold on here. The positioning in their favor. They're getting some great tags. Juan Carlos has been marked up. Pain's been marked off. And now we've got second best just playing aggressive as Squeak. They're getting desperate. They need any kind of control possible just to hold them off. These in-game scenarios have not been going in their favor. A nice tag from Juan Carlos from across the map. The snipe is there, and now KCP are expanding.
Pain tried to throw a super on Luffy, but here he comes in. Gadget popped, and the Melody gets brought down. Pioneers have the player advantage now. Second best has to back away. Super thrown towards Zeus, and Zeus is able to find the elimination. But where's RBM? They're low. Pain knows it, but RBM somehow comes out of the bushes and secures the elimination. Pain has to go massive here, but Zeus just walks away and immediately into the Shadow Realm. The Lily had to go, and there you have it. Elevate have done it. They have secured their spot at the World Finals, and of course, they're into our grand finals here, much to the dismay of Luminosity, who realize all they're playing for now is a bit of extra prize money.
Zeus just taking it all in. Huge deal for this player. Huge deal for this roster. I'll remind you all, only 20% of event.brawlstars.com, 0 of us on the casting desk, ended up picking these guys. And now they're going to the World Finals. A huge congratulations to them. And just a big smile on his face. This is the moments we live for, Uber. Love seeing all of these teams compete, give it their all. It came down to the wire, but ultimately, the #1 seed in North America couldn't hold on here today.
Yeah, incredible series in general. I just love the drafting from Elevate. I think they were very clever in how they played it. Basically from start to finish. Look, Luffy goes in and actually just basically ints the start of that last round. And we're thinking, oh, this is already over for sure. But somehow they claw it back 2 versus 3. Some fantastic RT play gets them there. Maybe Juan Carlos bites off a bit more than he could chew in those last few moments here. You see that Juan Carlos falling. RBM somehow stays alive in that bush. Avoids detection by the Lily long enough to stay alive. That is ridiculous. Yeah, they should not have won that round. That was crazy.
Yeah, it definitely felt like one that KCP should have had, and obviously they would have had another round to go anyways. You never know what would have happened, but the reality of the situation is a great draft, great execution, and now Elevate are going to the World Finals. These are the 2 teams that will be representing North America, but LG on the other end, I think they're going to want a little revenge against Elevate after they condemned them to LCQ.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be pretty irate if I'm Luminosity Gaming now, as I've been consigned to have to fight through the LCQ alongside Tribe Gaming and other extremely good teams from all around the world. That is definitely a little bit of a scary prospect, I think. And again, that tournament is going to be very, very competitive. Hard to know how that is going to go down. But as it stands, this means that, yeah, Elevate get clear of Luminosity now. There's no chance for Luminosity to, add enough points to their total, even if they won this monthly final. And Luminosity can leapfrog Tribe Gaming and have a better seeding going into LCQ. That's definitely something they might be looking forward because they're only 15 points away. But that grand final's on the other side of this break, so don't go too far. We're going to end the year of Brawl Stars Championship monthly finals with a bang. You've got to stay for this one. We'll see you after it.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Unbelievable scenes here.
It's live.
He finds it in the final seconds.
It's legendary.
Oh my word.
It's the last chance qualifier. And this year we're going bigger than ever at the biggest game conference in the world, Gamescom. It all goes down in Cologne, Germany, August 24th and 25th. 12 teams from around the world will battle for the last 4 tickets to the Brawl Stars World Finals.
And it's done. They do it. They are going to the World Finals.
For a chance to lift the championship trophy and cement their legacy in Brawl Stars history. Watch the action, interact, earn rewards. Watch live August 24th and 25th so you don't miss a minute of the last chance qualifier. Let the brawling begin.
That's right, folks. At this point, we've locked in all of our teams that are going to be going to the LCQ, something we'll talk about, of course, towards the end of the show. But hey, can't recommend Cologne highly enough. Gamescom is an experience, to say the least, if you've not been there yet. We are going to be there to decide our last few teams that make their way into Worlds. It's going to be hotly contested, not unlike this particular bracket. Of all the games we've covered, we have seen 3 5-set series so far. And this matchup, folks, just to give you a bit of a teaser, is expected to be similarly close. We just saw Elevate take down Pioneers in honestly a banger of a series. They all have been. But ready, set. Now that we have you back, can we remind people what Luminosity have been able to achieve today in that semi-final?
It's been stellar, right? They take down Tribe Gaming 3-2. They deny Tribe Gaming the ability to qualify for the World Finals and ascend in their place. But unfortunately for them, Elevate are just that good when it comes to facing the Pioneers, at least. With that win right there, they locked their spot in the World Finals, denying Luminosity the chance to lock in a World Final spot by winning the Grand Final. So now this one's for the prize money. It's for the glory, and it also gives us, as Brawl Esports fans, the chance to see how an LCQ team fares against a World Finals team in the North American region.
Yeah, kind of crazy that we're making that distinction between these two already, right? But predictions definitely have us on the side of the World Finals team. My God, my predictions are absolutely diabolical today. Assuming Kenny's haven't been doctored, we are down horrendous, folks. Luminosity, though, looking to take on Elevate here in this grand final, and we all have Elevate winning it. For me, I don't know about you guys, for me, the drafting from Elevate has been incredible today. I just cannot believe how solid it's been. I think there was I mean, the Darryl against the Frank maybe didn't convince me throughout that set somewhere, but in general, like these RT and Pearl cores to their compositions on these elimination-based maps have been really compelling, Kenny.
Yeah, I kind of struggle with this one a little bit. I ultimately just had to go with my gut. It's been a month and a year in North America of chaos, and I feel like coming into this month, Elevate might be a team I kind of didn't put enough thought into, right? They are the #2 team entering this month. They were really solid. They beat the #1 seed in America, or North America. I just feel like maybe they deserve a little credit. They deserve at least one prediction out of me, although LG, again, I've said it multiple times today, feels like another coin toss, and it feels like LG might be kind of a Team of Destiny vibe here.
Absolutely. Patchy, Charles, and Chino, we came in today and we just had a feeling like, okay, this team might be ready to take their first monthly final win of the year, frankly. So far, they've looked really good, right? They had to work very, very hard to take down Tribe. That was an awesome game. The CT Esports matchup, less close here. From them, we've seen a lot of Frank, but we've also seen a lot of Cordelius play in general, and the Gale's been relied on pretty heavily by this Luminosity squad. So, been a great mix of comps in general. We saw them take down a Tribe Gaming, who after that showing against STMM, we thought, hold on, this team might be making a serious run for it here. I'm pretty high on this team in general. Last year, they were at Worlds, and it might have just been too early for them, right? You know, you do need that international experience to prepare yourself for the stress of being on stage, and I felt like Luminosity weren't ready for it then. This, though, if they make it through LCQ, mind you, might be the year for it.
I honestly think that Luminosity, with that experience now under their belt, are well prepared for an international land. Patchy, in particular, has been to land before the World Finals last year. So now with that doubly in his experience on his resume, I feel pretty confident that these guys can represent NA fairly well on that mentioned international stage.
Let's have a look at their opponents here once more. We just saw them take down Pioneers in a fantastic matchup. It is Elevate. It's Zeus, RBM, and Luffy. And they right now are only 15 points behind Elevate. A win here in this monthly final would make them the undisputed #1 team in this region and give them that more favorable seeding heading into Worlds, Kenny.
Which is a big deal. I mean, we saw that play into effect last year. And for Luminosity as well, seeding is going to matter in this situation. It's not for Worlds, but for LCQ, of course. Look, they just took down Pioneers. They could really sour the season for Pioneers, ending them on a loss and overtaking them as the #1 seed. I feel like this is just a team that hasn't been talked about enough this month. And in fairness, too, they were guaranteed a postseason. There are other teams out here, obviously, that were just fighting for a chance to make it there. But now these guys are going to Worlds, and I'm sure they're going to want to end the season on a bang here. A win over Luminosity would make them undisputed #1 seed in North America.
Yeah, I think for these guys, like, it's going to be important. Bear in mind, like, what Worlds is not for a little bit yet, right? Not announced, of course, but with LCQ, we know being in August, that means that, you know, both Pioneers and Elevate are going to have some time off. So that's really valuable for a team like Elevate, who's obviously going to put that work into practicing and into keeping an eye on the other teams. And also, we can expect to see potential meta changes heading into LCQ. Elevate don't have to subject themselves to the volatility of like a new meta, so to speak. They get to sit back, watch other teams try and fight through it, and take as many learnings as they can away from that tournament. That's the privileged position of being automatically qualified into that World Finals. And again, we've seen this team with RBM on it, you know, play some fantastic tanky style comps. They went up against quite often double tank from Pioneers and were able to handle them really impressively. All of us are on the same page here. We feel like Elevate has the edge, but Kenny, can you distill that edge down to anything? Do you just like their comps better? Do you think this team is just meant to be winning today?
I mean, to be honest with you, I just expect the unexpected at this point. My heart would have said, my gut would have said Luminosity, but I've been so wrong today, Uber, that I just kind of went the other way. I feel like Luminosity deserved at least one representative from the test out of us. I'm sure the audience will give them a lot of love, but I feel like these are two teams who have really shown up today, very motivated, playing the best Brawl Stars I think we've seen from them all year long, and now they're competing for one more match. I don't expect either of these teams to hold back. I don't know if there really is a discernible call. I'll go 51% 49 I mean, again, just feels neck and neck here. That's what makes this North America region so special.
It has been incredible over the whole year, and today I think it's really delivered on a level that we weren't expecting. We're used to there being some one-sided games here and there, but in the last few, we've seen none of that energy. Speaking of energy, Kenny's going to step aside and recoup his, while myself and Reddy said, dive in to our first map. It's going to be Hot Potato making its return to the competitive map pool here. Heist will kick us off, and the fans at home at event.brawlstars.com are on the Luminosity Gaming side of things.
Well, they made a good run today, so you can't really blame the fans at home. Though I also predicted Elevate to win. Actually, across the board, we all anticipated an Elevate win in this match right here. So given all of this context, given that we're on Hot Potato here, it's a very welcome addition back to the map pool, but still has some of the similar Hot Potato Heist paradigms that we're familiar with already. We see some very breakable walls. We see a mid that is conducive to some of these tanks. Side lanes that are, you could say, polluted by these indestructible walls that permit the passage of throwers as well as tanks down those lanes.
Yeah, those are an important feature, and it's why we've seen throwers in the past. That's why we're going to see a thrower here. Berry snuck through the ban phase and will instantly be snapped up by Elevate.
I will draw a parallel to what we saw in Luminosity versus Tribe, where that berry was left open, Tribe took it instantly, and then it was countered all the way to spawn by that Cordelius. And note that Luminosity have that final selection here. Cordelius is not banned. I could see this potentially as a last pick for Luminosity to punish that early berry selection.
Buzz on this map has definitely been quite strong. Now with that hypercharge can cover a lot of ground pretty darn quickly, and also, you know, diving on the safe does a ton of damage. 62% win rate for the Buzz in general. Nice hard engage, sort of tanky bruiser option here. And again, Rico getting snapped up here straight away, who's incredibly, I mean, he's terrifying on those side lanes and very, very good if he gets in a position just to pepper the safe down. Frank here comes in. We might be seeing a similar comp here to what we saw in that previous series where Berry was paired with 2 tanks.
Yeah, and it can absolutely get him up the map here. We'll see Amber selection from Elevate to prevent themselves from getting run down. Note that Crow's also been banned. Crow's super effective into Amber. Also, when it comes to that Frank selection, keep in mind that some of the greatest things into him have been banned. We see Colette no longer available. Gale was really the only actually good thing into Frank that was remaining. So I think that Elevate absolutely knew that this was coming from Luminosity. But note that Dynamite isn't here. In fact, the 3 best throwers on this map have been banned by Elevate. And finally, that Nita ban from Luminosity. So I do expect Frank to be pretty good here, at least as long as these walls are up. I would expect the same for Chino on this Rico. He's taking the right side, which is completely uncontested. We'll get some free safe damage as a result.
Yeah, straight away, Zeus can make use of these walls to really close the gap. Chino out in the open against Luffy, not really where you want to be. Tries for the multi-ball launcher, but doesn't find anything there. Now RBM is going to be brought down eventually here. Zeus heals up within those ice cream fields, and Luffy can take a couple pot shots here. So some damage traded early, but Elevate definitely have that slim lead because the berry will be annoying to clear out of that part of the map, and Zeus even gets a trade there on Patchy.
RBM approaches from the right. Some damage in from Charles and Chino so far. Charles would like to be on RBM, looks for the stun against the wall, but RBM is ready with the gadget to prevent any of that stunning from happening. Patchy in on the left side, completely taken down by Luffy and Zeus. Now Chino has this hypercharge that he can use to defend. He'll opt to use a gadget to keep Zeus back. But Rico just generally does not have good matchups into throwers. He'll try to get this hypercharge super down, ends up finishing off with a normal attack. On the right side, RBM once again resists the effects of the stun and approaches menacingly with Luffy for the additional damage in the game win.
Yeah, it's a scary comp that Elevate have here. The fact that Berry can do so much on this map because he is the only thrower here. So the walls benefit the Berry, and frankly, Luminosity needs to try and find a way around them or over them or past them to threaten that solo thrower that Elevate brought into the game. And then as soon as you forget about Frank, he comes in with a stun and then is able to win the fight out and start to pressure that safe. I mean, Gino, you can see how powerful multi-ball launcher is because it gets funneled down those side lanes, but we need to see more maybe from the Buzz here. Patchy goes 1-for-1 to open.
Okay, excellent super there from Chino to open up the left side. We'll see Charles still occupying mid so that he can keep this Frank back. But Luffy is operating in the range matchup quite successfully. Now Charles needs to rotate over the right side to deal with RBM. He's going to set Patchy on that Amber over here. Now, does she get the damage with the gadget? Looks like it was a little too preemptive, and the damage misses. Huge laser from Chino in the finishing play from Charles, but they still cannot get this aggression. It's only Patchy that's gotten safe damage so far.
Yeah, defensively, Luminosity looking a lot better here. Super used there by Charles to force RBM away. Multiple launcher, and that super. And balls for days here for Chino, and eventually RBM has to succumb. Nice little dive there for Patchy, able to find the super stun, and now we're onto the safe here. Again, that multiple launcher also pop for extra DPS. A lot of damage being done to Elevate, who are struggling under this level of onslaught.
On Luminosity's side, we see Zeus use a gadget, pop down some damage on the safe. That's going to sit there for a while. Hypercharge, super in from RBM. Locks in the kill, now making use of that healing to move up and also charge Zeus's super. But he is fended off by Chino and Charles on the left side. Now Patchy in with the Hypercharge, going all the way to the enemy side onto Luffy. Damage, no contact. Patchy for the final damage in. RBM pushed back. It's wide open, and Luminosity take game 2.
Yeah, that one looked very, very good. This time from Luminosity, I think the Gale super really important there. And very, very hard for that Frank to come up and get damage. You saw him stunned up pretty badly. There is so much crowd control on this roster for Luminosity that Amber, honestly, there was more thrown at her than was needed. I think there was a stun from the Gale super, and then the Buzz jumped in, also stunned the Amber, and they got blown up. Even that Frank Hypercharge wasn't enough to turn the tide of the fight.
Chino once again on Frank duty. We'll see Charles also defending against Luffy at mid, while Patchy is allowed to go onto the safe solo. Do they win this base race? This is now a test of game knowledge. Well, RBM has crazy damage unload. Luffy rains down upon the safe too, and Zeus follows in suit. Elevate are taking some serious damage, but they're also doling it out on their own. Patchy finishes off on the enemy safe, dealing 52% total. And that draws a parallel to Luminosity taking over 75% on theirs as well. They remain in the lead for the time being.
They're not great for Luminosity. They definitely lose out in the base race, 1 versus 3, as they lose a fight defensively. Luffy wants to push up here a little bit, but the Rico is definitely a nuisance. This is definitely a salvageable deficit for Luminosity. And one by one, they're able to bring these Elevate brawlers down. RBM getting dove on there by Patchy. The damage follow-up is not there, not enough anyway. They get buried at the very least, but off the rip, Luffy comes out of spawn and slams Chino. So again, Luminosity have the power play. Hypercharge there from RBM, and now he's low enough to really start doling that damage out onto the safe. It's going to be Elevate taking away our first set here. Very competitive set in general. But that dive with the Buzz onto the Frank blew up in Luminosity's face.
I honestly believe the set was over before that even happened, because you have the Frank with the Hypercharge with 14,000 HP in position. He's made of HP, and they were all the way backed up to their spawn. They had no positioning at all. That was overwhelming, I think, the positioning of the Frank. It was quite interesting. I think a lot of times Luminosity just sort of threw themselves at the opponents. I think, honestly, also, Game 1 might be the most egregious example, where we're just tossing damage their way, honestly.
Again, I mean, the reality is that there's maybe a lot less to play for Luminosity than if this was a matchup against Pioneers, right? There's definitely, obviously, a big deal sweetener when it comes to the prize money. And I want to be clear, there's a big difference between first and second when it comes to these monthly finals. But outside of that, perhaps the thoughts are already starting to wander to LCQ and how they're going to prepare for that particular showing here. Tough to get yourself in that sort of real flow state mindset when you realize that, you know, Elevate have already basically made it impossible for you to sneak into that auto qualification for Worlds spot. It's been a long day for these guys too, right?
Yes, it has. I think it really has come down to that. It really is that simple. Imagine, well, first of all, let's establish that momentum in Brawl Stars as a player is such a hugely impactful thing. And that in the same breath, in the same move, Elevate lock themselves for Worlds, and Luminosity find out that they will not be going to the World Finals no matter what they do. That's hugely motivating for Elevate and seriously, severely demotivating for Luminosity. And that is your pre-game headspace. How difficult is that to dig yourself out of?
Yeah, maybe somewhat difficult, right? I think a strong result here in the first set might have helped, but perhaps that was a wake-up call for them. Shake themselves out of the stupor that they were experiencing coming into this game, now realizing the stakes have changed quite drastically, and get geared up here to clean things up against Elevate. Pinball Dreams is going to be our next set here. Notice the Barley's been taken away by both sides. Neither team wants to deal with that throw. He's a nuisance on this map, but Gale continues to be hotly contested.
100% presence of this guy, or at least it seems like it. Whether it's in the bans or the picks, he's just everywhere. And he's most certainly welcome here on Pinball Dreams, considering the ability to stun and how capable he is in enemy tanks. Nada will fill a similar role. She has a stun if she needs. She can push people back. The only thing that she's really weak against is throwers, so it's a good thing that Barley was banned out here. Same with Larry for Luminosity, but Willow has been known to sneak through on Pinball Dreams from time to time. Crow also, nice way of slowing things down. That hypercharge is quite valuable, but something I see missing so far is, without a doubt, the Rico. Rico's so good here, especially if you push an enemy into their own spawn. It's basically game over.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to what we saw in the previous map, right? What Rico can do with just the way the map is laid out, with that multi-ball launcher being able to really just cover huge parts of the map. See that locked away now, and Elevate have their last pick here to consider. Got the Gale already. It's going to be pretty important against that Nita, and wow, somehow the Frank gets picked up.
I'm absolutely shocked. You're telling me that the team with Gale just picked Frank?
Yeah.
And they also have another anti-tank on their team?
Yeah.
This is crazy. I wonder if we'll see a Colette from Luminosity or something that's good into the Frank. We could even see a Cordelius. It wouldn't really be unheard of. But the struggle is going to be, let's also get something that's not countered by that Gale, since Gale's so effective into so many different things. I think, if anything, there's a Colette. Man.
You want a cookie? A pat on the back, maybe? They picked Frank, brother.
I'll take anything I can get.
Oh, please. They're going to be, I mean, at this point, mate, I expect this from you. Locked in here now for Luminosity is their composition. It will be Crow, Colette, and Anita. So you have the slow potential here from the Crow, plus that all-in that can really make a difference, especially for Rico, is being a little bit tough to catch on the other side of some of these walls. Again, good disengage options here from the Gale. Again, Luminosity need to try and make their way up into this series. After a decent showing, I think, on that first map, it was totally fine. Me and Elevate just seem running hot today.
With this Colette selection, we'll pivot over to the right side. I really think it does need to be placed on that Frank. There's no wall break here, so she could struggle a little bit with the super. It's difficult to aim in close quarters. But also, it's not really that good for the Gale, since Gale can just push you away. Chino has this super. One of the more important things for Chino is going to be to cycle that hypercharge. The gadget is so useful for pushing in here. Holy angle there from Luffy. He got a bit of damage on the Chino while being completely defended. Now, look at Luffy over here, the way that he plays the Rico. This is something I had the chance to discuss with players. This man will get Robo Retreat, he gets the speed, and he sits on it for the entire game, and it's happening right now.
Yep, he is straight chilling. Hanging back there. I don't know if you noticed the gadget used there by Patchy to stun RBM to straight up just win the 1 versus 1. But even with the Frank off the map, it wasn't enough for Luminosity to be guaranteed the ability to come forward and threaten a goal. So RBM just gets to respawn. And you'll note here, there are no indestructible boxes on this part of the map. And the only wall break is on the side of Luminosity. RBM will definitely hope to abuse that once Elevate can take a more aggressive footing. Move up with the ball.
Back to the Colette on the right lane. Still farming this hypercharge. The hypercharge is going to be a massive game changer. There's the use. Wow, holy defense from Luffy. Zeus, RBM on the left side, though, taken down by Patchy. So it's still a stalemate. Now, Patchy has the spare to use once more to keep things back. Zeus and Luffy are still trying to push up the mid and the right side respectively, but there's not much they can do. It almost looks like this one will go to overtime. Take down on the Patchy, it looked like RBM. Now taken down by the poison. It's 2v none. An open goal, but they cannot make this one in.
Yeah, and I think Chino and Charles realize that Luffy's going to come off the respawn awfully fast. And again, pushing into an enemy Rico right in front of their goals, you can get blown up awfully quickly, especially now Luffy has that hypercharge available. So it looks like Luminosity are happy to wait this one out, go all the way to that overtime, which, yeah, ostensibly seems to suit them fairly well. There'll be no walls here for Rico to work with. Frank will be very exposed as well, and Gale is somewhat short range.
Patchy's still hanging on to this super versus Zeus. Zeus is probably gonna, there we go. But he didn't get the stun onto Patchy. It looked like he might have been able to. Nonetheless, Zeus is still occupying this position. RBM is equipped with his hypercharge and his super, and the same goes for Luffy, though superless for now. Chino looking for the big play on RBM now. Moving in onto Luffy. Big damage, but no takedown. Stun on a Chino on the right side. Patchy and Charles completely kept back.
Well, folks, I heard you like hypercharges, so we put 6 of them in the map for you. How about that one? Elevate, win that fight out in the end. Raw weight of stats, and eventually clean Luminosity up. My goodness, what a climax to what was a pretty glacial round prior to that.
Yeah, this is reminding me of a different game where ultimate abilities are popped all the way at the end.
No. I don't know what you're talking about, honestly. Only Brawl Stars where that happens. I would know.
This is so true.
Okay, so again, I mean, you know, I think Gina was really hoping to make a play on RBM, like you said. With the Frank being out in the open, the Colette obviously doing that % health damage, that was a big opportunity, but here it is, Elevate getting aggressive footing off the bat, and RBM's able to break the map wide open. Again, this doesn't necessarily help Elevate that much, because it does mean that it's an easier shot now for Chino to harass this Frank down.
I feel like it's almost all the way bad for Luminosity here. If anything, Luffy doesn't get as much value when things get backed up to Luminosity's side, but we saw their ability to hold in the last game. Here comes RBM, though.
Oh, Lord, he coming.
Charge and Super, he's going all the way to spawn to open it up. No one can even get close to him. Yeah, why not waddle around a little bit? Give Zeus the chance to charge up his Super and Hypercharge for the next pitch, because that's where we're headed now. Elevate lead with 1 goal.
Yeah, and again, the map's just really been opened up on Luminosity's side of the map. There's no way to make it look like a positive thing for the blue side. Definitely not a position they want to be in. As soon as they start losing map control, you can basically shoot from 20 paces out. Zeus getting pressured, pinched here by Charles and Chino. The latter with a hypercharge available. Zeus not able to connect though with Chino and to land that stun. And here comes the dive. Rico pops instantly. Zeus takes a hit, but should be able to shrug this one off. RBM though can't say the same for them, as Bruce makes a hard landing and Patchy slots it in.
Whoa, he could have walked that one in, but he went for the right side. That was a bit of a close call, but that's just the game sense that these players have to offer. Didn't want to feed any Hypercharge or Super to Luffy either. They didn't have that much to worry about since Luffy is already out of those multi-ball launchers, something that would be indispensable on defense. But Zeus is going to start off this push in from the right side, pushing people literally to the left side, pops the Hypercharge on the right side, the takedown of Charles, an open goal and a set win for Elevate.
No way, man! Plot armor for Elevate. It just feels like there's no way they can lose. That was absolutely gorgeous. Great shot there towards the end of the round. You can see the self-belief. Zeus, I mean, he already got the jitters out of the way at the end of that last map, or that last series rather. He couldn't believe it. Now, it's just a bonus here to take a monthly finals win away from Luminosity of all teams, to continue to deny them any monthly final wins over the course of this year, which last year, I would have told you were crazy if you told me that. Here's the end of that first round. Lots of hypercharges. Great stun there, connecting obviously on towards Chino from RBM. He cycles his Super and Charles gets obliterated.
Consider also that this is what it looks like when there are 6 Hypercharged Brawlers in the game. That's the direction that we're headed, as Brawlers continue to get more, and the number of Brawlers with Hypercharges continues to grow, nearing 100% presence. So this could be a taste of where we're headed, not necessarily with all them being popped at the end, but just how it can be when all the Brawlers transition in their most powerful state all the way at the end of the match. Definitely not a good feeling here for Luminosity. They went 0-2 this time, and that second game was so different from how game number 1 looked for Luminosity. They were able to defend basically the entire time. Same goes for Elevate. Not the stalemate that we saw. RBM got that Hypercharge and Super very early, went all the way to spawn, and it was game over from there.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw 2 very different rounds between the first and second there for Elevate. They just had a bit of wind under their sails and enough confidence to put RBM in a position to start to break down the enemy terrain in front of their goals. And again, you know, it kind of gives you those pseudo overtime conditions, which is what this comp was waiting for on occasion. Great conversion there, I think, from Elevate after a very hard-fought first round. Let's move on. Flaring Phoenix will be our third map here. It is going to be Knockout. Again, awkward sight lines at times to try and play those sharpshooters, so we've seen plenty of throwers make their way onto this particular map. And remember, if Elevate win this and take the series, they'll walk out of the BSC and NA as a #1 team.
Actually, quite a bit on the line here for Elevate. And for Luminosity, they can also play for seeding here and some cash money. I think that this has bigger implications for Elevate, though. I mean, you can be poised for a good seeding at the World Finals by making it through LCQ quite dominantly. So that's still possible to achieve for Luminosity. For Elevate, they are playing for that World's seeding right now. We'll start off here on Flaring Phoenix with a first selection for Luminosity. Note the throwers that have been banned out on both sides. Gene, this is Mr. Stianuv from Luminosity, the first selection.
All right, that's locked in here. Going to be pretty important on those knockout maps. Again, we talked about the hypercharge for Gene, which is a little controversial because it fires 3 magic hands instead of 1, but can put you in these awkward positions where you end up hooking multiple players, which can end up blowing up in your face, as you can kind of imagine. You've created like a 1v2 situation. Not always ideal. And here we go again. Elevate really love the RT here. It's just far too broadly good, I think, to ignore. And again, on maps like this, we've seen them go for the Pearl in the past, but a closer range option here comes up in Shelly, which is a bit of a Luminosity classic. We've seen this from them a few times.
Final selection, Sprout coming in from Luminosity. Always good to have a thrower on your side. Can use that to break some bushes. And bushes abound if you decide that you want to, you know, have a salad and quickly heal yourself up for some HP. But now Lily in from Elevate. So what's the strategy for Luminosity to deal with the Lily? Well, I have a high suspicion that is what Patchy is here for, aside from, you know, being good at breaking the walls that Elevate are going to try and camp in for as long as they can. We'll see Chino over here on the Gene. Such a characteristic brawler of the guy, but he's being pushed back early game versus Zeus. Luffy's trying to sneak in. He must be running that gadget. Yep, pushed him away, but still Luffy gets the kill and is back in the realm.
Yeah, Lamp Blowout basically a must take on this map, especially if you fear any hard engage. Still, that was 2 uses of Luffy's gadget, expended. But I think that it's a result that Elevate are going to feel like was worth it. Patchy eventually gets brought down by that thrower presence of Zeus here. And this composition from Elevate seems extremely oppressive. Charles knows there's no point using a super here. Much less looking to charge it up for Luffy. I think, yeah, Luffy was hoping to give RBM the super before they finished the job, but now all 3 Elevate brawlers are armed to the teeth.
I think that Charles was not really too pleased about feeding that super to Lily, which she gets just for being in his vicinity. Okay, different approach here for Patchy. Anticipating, predicting the position of opponents, using the Clay Pigeon to try and get his super, but he's still left without a super. Just breaking those walls on the enemy side would be so good for Luminosity. They still have to be concerned about what this Lily gadget will do, should she sneak up again, but I don't think that's really going to happen this time. Okay, there's a bush break from Charles. We'll see RBM have to scatter over to the left side.
Yeah, puts RBM in a bit more of a riskier position. Chino obviously wants to scout those bushes as much as they can, but that hedge in the way, that wasn't really an option. The hedge is going to be transplanted here, so Charles is obnoxiously going to be able to deploy it again. And you're right about the Lily, right? With only 1 charge of that gadget, Luffy can't get in and out safely anymore. Has to try and go for the old-fashioned way. What is that? A harebrained attempt there from Luffy. It doesn't pay off, but they're still going to be able to get out alive. The magic hand, though, connects onto RBM, and there's no chance for a super use there. Good damage from Zeus, though. Very good thrower damage coming in. Luffy here must have had a gadget gear. That is another use of the gadget to get him out alive. And this Elevate team seems unstoppable. They are 1 round away from taking it all.
Saved by the gadget gear, man. There's a reason that you bring it to the party when you're playing as Lily. That gadget is basically the strongest part of her kit, aside, of course, from the fact that she pumps out ridiculous damage in close range, but you just disappear. No, you go literally out of existence for a brief period where you cannot even be scouted while invisible. It all comes down to the team comps. Different approach now from Luminosity, beginning a match point for Elevate. As Patchy throws some Clay Pigeons to the enemy side, but still cannot get a super.
Very good damage there from Zeus, though. Extremely good. I think 1 shot away from that super. Now, be another connection on Chino. Luffy will lie in wait. Feels like the deck is stacked. Elevate's favor. Nothing but aces at the top. Now, RBM's not in a hurry here. Luffy's slowly going to start to creep around. Spotted out eventually. Takes a ton of poke damage from Gene at that range. Gene does, you know, 2,200 per hit, so nothing to sneer at. Going to force Luffy all the way back. Chino doing a great job here, just releasing some of his Elevate map control.
Elevator waiting for that poison to close in. Well, here comes the hedge from Charles, blocking off their exit from mid. Patchy is on the hunt. He's looking for something. There's the Clay Pigeons. Nope. Luffy into the realm, spawning on Chino, grabbing the kill as well, and a Charles and Elevate are just 1 round off.
RBM did so good there, just attracting all the attention. A global taunt on Luminosity as they all look to try and bring down the RT while Luffy started cracking heads together. And Zeus is probably having the best Larry and Laurie showing that we've seen definitely in NA this month. Getting a lot of damage here, despite the fact that there is a thrower that outranges the Larry and Laurie. Zeus has been able to overcome that for the most part. Actually lit there briefly. Luffy wants to dive in, but there it is, Clay Pigeons, and Luffy pulls the plug. Says, no, I'm getting out of here. Spawner here for Zeus will get picked off as the hedge makes it impossible for them to get back to safety. And now they might be looking to pressure the middle part of the map here, force Luffy and RBM away.
Chino and Patchy need to stay close together so that Chino can provide the clay pigeons, and also so that Chino can be safe from any,
oh my god, Zeus.
any Lily that powers in here. Zeus is getting crazy damage. A missed pull there from Chino. That's devastating. They're going to be forced to move into mid now, thanks to this poison. Hypercharge popped by Charles, but still no kills. A replacement of the super at mid. Nuke from Patchy with a takedown onto Luffy, but they still can't push into mid. RBM's going to be ready here with the super to take them down. They still can't move in thanks to that Sprout. RBM shoved out of mid. Patchy's going to get taken down. Chino and Charles still alive.
Zeus, no way!
Final takedown. Elevate, take the monthly final.
What was that from Zeus? Again, no business winning that fight. RBM was so low. Zeus was in a 1 versus 2. And the gadget use there might have been enough to keep them alive. Having the spawner of Lori come in, soak up some of that damage, and then land one more shot. Elevate were just meant to win here in July. And they rocket to the top of our leaderboards in North America. What a cherry on top of their 2024 Brawl Stars campaign.
And the second monthly final victory for this roster as well. That's ridiculous here for Elevate. And we journey to yet another month where we've seen these fan favorites, Luminosity, Stamina. Are they going to get a monthly final win? We know the verdict now. No, they will not. At least for Luminosity, they have locked in LCQ. But I see those top 3 teams as absolutely feasting. The only 3 teams that have gotten a win in a monthly final in our 5 tournament season.
How ridiculous here. Some of these final moments couldn't have got much closer than that. That was a pretty one-sided round here for Elevate to take that first game, but it got a little hairy here. Beautiful stuff. I mean, the Lily, we can see why it's so powerful. The final moments of this round here where Zeus carried things away. I thought that hedge ended RBM, but they were still able to find that elimination on Patchy and put Zeus in a 1v2. You can't believe it. I can't either. I mean, what a day it has been for this team. Not only taking down Pioneers, you basically shut down Tribe's chances of making it directly into Worlds. You shut down Luminosity's chances of making it directly into Worlds. And then you put yourself at #1, given the best seeding possible, coming out of one of the most competitive Brawl regions in this world. Here's your post-game stats, and this is what I was saying about Zeus. The Larry and Lori hit different on Flaring Phoenix.
Man, and into that Sprout too, like, what are you going to do out here? Honestly, I don't think this was a terrible decision here from Luminosity as far as some of the brawlers, but that Lily was way too troublesome. Luminosity left it open thinking, yeah, we'll be able to deal with it, but it seemed like the comms weren't there. That, or maybe Luffy's just that good at sneaking up on opponents, because Luffy, despite having some of the least kills on the roster and having some of the least DPS, was in their heads. When this opponent can be anywhere at any time and you just have no knowledge, that very much influences the way that you play. Then, coming towards the end of the game, Zeus has been a nuisance for the entire round so far. He's there to lock in the kills at the very end in a very, very well-deserved MVP for Zeus. What a play to end everything off.
That was incredible. Definitely to some degree set up by RBM, because I thought that was going to be a 1 versus 3, almost guaranteed. But he stayed healthy enough in those last few moments, and of course had that Lori who, at close range, is cleaving through those targets, plus the damage from those standard shots. It looked very unlikely that he'd be able to turn that around, but he did, made for one of the best moments that we've definitely seen this month by far. Kenny, great to have you back here. Maybe a bit more of a one-sided game than we were otherwise expecting, but Elevate are peaking at just the right time, I feel.
Elevate, what a day for them. I feel like this is a team, like I mentioned, that we didn't talk about enough probably entering this month. And in fairness, there's a lot of drama going down with this region for all the teams across the board. But ultimately, they are the victors. They take down Pioneers and any idea of Tribe Gaming or Luminosity going to the World Finals. And then on the other end, they get another monthly finals win. They seize the day and grab a #1 seed. That certainly wasn't my top prediction here. I feel like the fan favorites, the long-time winners in this region, the Tribe Gamings, the Staminas, the Luminosities, that's just kind of built into my brain what I expect to happen. So the idea that LG don't walk away with at least a grand finals victory, kind of a wild thing to think about.
It's been a changing of the guard in North America, and now these young teams are starting to rise to the top. Let's have a look at our play of the day. It's going to be Reddy Settington to take us into this one. I think you'll be able to remember it, buddy.
It is certainly in recent memory. Look at Chino and Charles over here, 2 versus 1. But Zeus healed up with the gadget in the nick of time to stay alive. Jeez, order fall back is so useful for repositioning yourself, getting yourself out of an aggro position. But in this case, he healed using it and survived by just 740 HP.
Have a look at this leaderboard, folks. Less than 100 points separate first from fourth place. The stories today, of course, of STMN. Unfortunately, their season is over. They have failed to even make it into LCQ. They had to be Tribe Gaming at the very least, and they ended up getting reverse swept by their very roster. Then we moved on to Tribe. We said, okay, these guys have a shot at making it into Worlds. They just have to win that semi-final. Well, Luminosity had other plans. That ended up being a 5-mapper. And then we said, okay, Luminosity now have a decent chance of making it to Worlds. They just need to, get through it. Elevate can't beat Pioneers. Well, Elevate did beat Pioneers in that semi-final, denying Luminosity the chance to sneak into that World Final spot. A very frothy day, very volatile in terms of our leaderboard, but here it is. Elevate and Pioneers are headed to Worlds, and of course, to the rest of the world, we'll have Crazy Raccoon Arrival from APAC, Humble and Zeta Division from EMEA, SK Gaming, of course, in that region, and Space Station Gaming from South America. But even more importantly for now, let us turn our attention to the LCQ race. These are our teams that have the chance to fight to be one of the 4 teams going to the World Finals. Of course, Chinese mainland, that's how they qualify for Worlds in general. They will be sending 3 teams to LCQ that will then have to fight against the rest of the world. But my God, Ogachiki, Eclipse and Reply Totem from EMEA, Angelic and Navi from APAC, Foot and Tim Kaiser from South America, and finally, Tribe Gaming and Luminosity. Kenny, this is going to be an absolutely stacked LCQ. August 24th, 25th at Gamescom. It's going to be a heck of a time.
It's going to be absolutely insane. I mean, that's a lot of organizations, a lot of roster members there that have made Worlds in the past, that have been guaranteed to go there, and now they're just fighting for a spot. Only 4 of those teams making it out is insane. I think North America is going to have some strong representation. I think both of them are pretty equipped to make it to the next level.
Great to cap off our final month of monthly finals with one of the most exciting regions with the best month of games that we've seen so far. For myself, Uber, Ready, Set, and Kenny, it's been an absolute pleasure to ride alongside you here in the Brawl Stars Championship this year. We hope to see you for more Brawl in the postseason. LCQ 24th and 25th, and then World Finals after that. A lot to look forward to. But in the meantime, folks, take care out there and keep brawling. Even get close enough to use it, you better believe he's going to try.
Zard now flanking, fires the super, no connection.
Oh my God!
Sweep him away. Globbering his way down the other end. Now a rush to the other side.
Both these teams are here and ready to play, but STMN feel like there might be a bit of destiny in the air.
He's moving Amber into this corner. Bobby can't punch his way in there. A super pass.
He's done it!
With the back off, and they buried their rivals. Tribe Gaming continue forward. STMN are going home.
Luminosity now are in a position to even up the game, and the super catches MX out. It's Toast who has to throw himself at the point, but he won't be able to get there as the Shadow Realm beckons. Luminosity close up Hot Zone. What a comeback again.
They're going to have to utilize this entire combo in the left-handed shield. Wide open, has a super shot fire. Oh! Intercepted! Tyrant, perfect precision.
They're low. Payne knows it, but RBM somehow comes out of the bushes and secures the elimination. Payne has to go massive here, but Zeus just walks away and immediately into the Shadow Realm. The Lily had to go, and there you have it. Elevate have done it. They have secured their spot at the World Final.
Ready here with the super to take them down. They still can't move in thanks to that Sprout. RBM shoved out of mid. Patchy's gonna get taken down. Chino and Charles still alive.
Zeus,
Final takedown. Elevate take the monthly final.